So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if neglected Naruto was raised by Kakashi. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Punctuality. Sorry I'm late, Iruka-sensei, Naruto grinned. Let's go get ramen now. Before we do, Iruka took a deep breath. He was worried that his favorite student might be picking up some of his new teacher's less reputable habits. I need to tell you something. What? Promptness is a sign of respect, the scarred man began. Showing up late is a sign of contempt. If you show up late, you're telling everyone in the meeting that you don't respect them enough to show up on time. I'm sorry, the blonde looked down at his feet. Our mission went a little long and I couldn't get here on time. I didn't mean to tell you I didn't respect you. Don't worry about it, Iruka ruffled the boy's hair. I figured that it was something like that. It's okay if you have a good reason and you're not late all the time. Okay, Naruto's good mood returned. Now let's go get some ramen. Naruto ate several bowls of ramen and returned to his apartment. After brushing his teeth he went to bed and tried to go to sleep. Something's wrong, Naruto muttered to himself. I can't get to sleep because something is bothering me. He stared at his darkened ceiling for several minutes before it came to him. Kakashi is always late and he always gives those lame excuses. Kakashi doesn't respect me. A tear made its way down the boy's cheek. Well then I won't respect him either. It was a very tired Naruto that arrived at his team's meeting place and he waited as the meeting time came and went. I'm going home, Naruto announced. I need to get some more sleep. You can't leave, Sakura streaked. What about Kakashi? You can't just leave, you have to wait until he shows up. Why should I wait for someone I don't respect? Naruto muttered as he began walking away. What? Sakura's eyes widened. That was the last thing she expected to hear from her unwanted teammate. Yo, Kakashi gave a lazy grin. You're late, Sakura shouted. Where's Naruto? Kakashi ignored his pink-haired student and looked around. He left sensei, Sakura tattled. He said that he wasn't going to bother waiting for someone he had no respect for. Oh, the masked man nodded. Then you two do some exercises or something while I go get Naruto. Kakashi frowned as he made his way to the wayward Genin's apartment. What did he mean when he said he didn't respect his teacher? Kakashi, Naruto said as the man landed on his windowsill. Something I can do for you? You didn't show up to the meeting with Naruto. Kakashi smiled. Why? I showed up, Naruto protested. And I waited and you didn't show up so I left. You should have waited for Naruto. Kakashi's smile widened. 10-minute rule, Naruto shrugged. If you're not there within 10 minutes of the time you gave then I'll assume that you aren't going to show up. Was there anything else you wanted? You told Sakura that you didn't respect me, Kakashi got to the point. Why? I was talking to someone and they told me something, Naruto paused. They said that showing up on time was a sign of respect and that lateness was a sign of contempt. I don't see the need to show respect for someone that shows me so much contempt. Oh. Kakashi was stunned. How to answer this in a way that would let it die a natural death. You shouldn't worry about it, Naruto. I'm always late. And I'm always on time, Naruto smiled. So if you're not then I won't be there, anything else? You need to show up to Naruto, Kakashi scolded. Why? Naruto looked puzzled. If you're not going to show up then why should I? You're my subordinate and I expect you to show up, Kakashi said as he patted Naruto on the head. Can you teach me a cool Naruto asked suddenly. Since you are my teacher and all. No, Kakashi replied with a shake of his head. Now run along back to the meeting place. So you're not my teacher then, Naruto said in a tone of understanding. I just wanted to make sure, by Kakashi. Naruto wait, Kakashi called out after the blonde who either ignored him or didn't hear. Damn. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as he ran from his former teacher. It was so relaxing to finally get things out into the open, he mused. And who knows, maybe his former teammates would follow his example and find teachers of their own. Or wonder of wonders, maybe Kakashi would finally teach them something useful. It was all for the best, Naruto told himself. Better to get everything out into the open and to get a new start than to let things fester. Naruto, Konoha's green beast shouted. What malady has sapped your youthful energy? Hey guy, Naruto said seriously. Can I talk to you about something? What is it my fine young friend, Guy asked as he struck a pose. Do you have questions about the power of youth? I've heard that you're Kakashi's rival, Naruto began. Would you like to try something that he failed at? Of course I would, Guy agreed. Anything that Kakashi fails at I shall do and succeed. If I don't then I shall run around Konoha 300 times with one leg tied behind my head. And if I fail at that then I shall walk on my hands for 3 weeks. Wow, Naruto gasped. That sure is impressive. What is your task? Kakashi failed as my teacher. Would you teach me something? What? Guy turned serious. Why do you say that Kakashi failed you? He doesn't have any respect for me, Naruto replied quickly. And he won't teach me anything. I don't think that I should keep a teacher that doesn't respect me and refuses to teach me. Oh. I see, Guy sighed. I'm afraid that I can't be your full-time teacher. Of course not, Naruto said quickly. You've got your own team, I was just hoping that you could give me some training techniques that I could try on my own. Guy looked down at Naruto's hopeful face. Alright. But I think you should give Kakashi another chance. I gave him lots of chances, Naruto shook his head. I even told him I was giving him a chance and he still ignored me. Why should I keep wasting time on Kakashi so that I could spend training to be a better ninja? We can talk about this later, Guy didn't like the way this conversation was headed. Why don't I give you some exercises and we can get back to this later? Okay, Naruto nodded. What are you gonna teach me? Man. So what happens? My vague ideas had Naruto begging for a bit of training from everyone he knew. He doesn't get much, a bit of advice here and a technique there. My thought was to have this take place before the Chunin exams so Kakashi could use them as a bribe to get Naruto to come back to the team, at least for the duration of the exam. Didn't have any idea on where to take it after that. The working title was something along the lines of screw you. Hey Naruto, why were you speaking with the Hokage? Kakashi asked curiously. I was asking her permission to leave Konoha, Naruto replied with a shrug. I just want to see what it would be like to be treated like a normal person. What did she say? Kakashi asked apprehensively. She told me that I could go so long as my teacher gave his permission. Then I forbid it. Kakashi frowned. I do not believe that leaving the village would benefit you at this time. So what? Naruto sneered, since when have you cared about what I want? I have always cared about my team, Kakashi replied in a hurt tone, and I don't believe that you should go. Too bad. Naruto fought to keep his voice even, I already got permission to leave from my teacher and I will be gone within the hour. How could that be? I never gave you permission to leave the village. You were never my teacher, Naruto answered bluntly, so why should I need anything from you? What are you talking about? Kakashi was starting to get angry. What have you ever taught me? When have you ever helped me? What reason have you given me to consider you my mentor? Naruto, Kakashi froze searching for a response. I taught you how to walk up trees. No, you showed me how and told me to work it out for myself, try again. I never treated me like a member of your team. Turned me away when I begged you to teach me something. Naruto supplied helpfully, if ninja who don't care for their teammates are worse than trash, then what is a teacher that does not care for his students? Kakashi felt his insides twist painfully as he considered Naruto's question. I don't know either. Naruto shrugged, but I don't believe that he has any right to call himself a teacher. Goodbye Kakashi. Kakashi watched as the blonde walked out of sight, wishing he could find the words to convince the boy to stay in the village, wishing he could go back and start over. Chapter 2. Not a very happy idea. Good afternoon Anbu of the Leaf, Naruto's voice startled the group. Is there something I can do for you? It's been 18 months since your team was wiped out, the leader said. It's time to come home. Afraid I can't do that, Naruto said cheerfully. Sorry you had to come all this way. Tell the old man that I'll be back after I finish my mission. The Hokage has ordered you to return, the masked Anbu said in an even voice. Not now, Naruto snarled, the happy mask he'd been wearing disappeared. I'm too close. Are you refusing to follow the Hokage's commands? Anbu asked cautiously. No, Naruto said with forced calm. I'm refusing to abandon a mission without cause. What mission? Anbu asked curiously. I've taken a C-rank mission to protect this village, Naruto said smugly. And abandoning the mission would be against village law. You can't take missions. Anbu frowned under his mask. You're just a genin. Wrong, I'm the team leader for Team 3. Naruto's voice took on a lecturing tone. According to village law, a team of beginning genin must be led by a jounin. Village law also states that in the event of the team leader's death, the next ranking man will take his place with a temporary rank until returning to the village. I haven't returned to the village for over a year, so I'm a jounin team leader and village law states that I am allowed to take missions. I see, the Anbu's voice betrayed nothing. Then I suppose I have no choice but to leave half of my team until the mission is complete or until they get relieved. Nice try kid, but the Hokage wants you back. Understood. Naruto's face lost its smirk and went blank. Naruto didn't say a word on the long journey back to his home village. Welcome home Naruto, the Hokage said with a smile. You've been away too long. Not long enough, Naruto growled. I was within weeks of killing him. My sources tell me that you wouldn't have been able to complete the assassination, the Hokage said slowly. They tell me the odds of success were close to zero. Tell them to run the numbers again, Naruto demanded. This time with the understanding that the survival of the assassin is unimportant. The old man was at a loss for words. He killed my team, Naruto said sadly. No one survived that day, I died that day with my comrades. All you see now is an empty shell. Death is nothing to look forward to, Naruto. I don't see it as death so much as being reunited with the only people that ever cared about me, Naruto replied. Why did you call me? The graduating class was uneven, the old man replied. I needed another candidate to even out the teams. They still at school. Yes, and if you hurry, you can still get there in time. You've been assigned to Team 7. Understood. Naruto left the old man and made his way to the academy. Naruto walked through the doorway to his old classroom and was mildly surprised to find the place empty save for 2 students that he vaguely remembered. Who are you? Sakura asked. You can't be the instructor. Team 7. Naruto sighed. That's us, she agreed. I'm the 3rd member, Naruto said. I don't remember you from the academy, Sakura said. When did it happen? Naruto turned the girl out and was soon asleep. Wake up, Kakashi yelled at the sleeping boy. You here already? Naruto asked. Okay. Why don't you introduce yourself, Kakashi suggested. Name, likes, dislikes, dreams, that sort of thing. My name is Naruto. I like it. The boy looked lost. I dislike several things and my dream is to be with my team again. That said, Naruto hopped up and walked out on his surprise team. Be at training area 15 for the final exam tomorrow, Kakashi called after the retreating boy. You were supposed to go hide, Naruto, Kakashi smiled. Just a quick question first. If I fail this test then I get sent back to the academy. Naruto gave his first genuine smile in years. Yes, Kakashi said slowly. I give up. You're too powerful for my feeble skills and I have no chance of passing, it's better that I return to the academy. Why? Kakashi asked suspiciously. Academy students can't be labeled missing nins, Naruto smirked. I suppose I should thank you for this opportunity, because of you I don't have to waste too much time in the village. I see, Kakashi frowned. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy for Naruto. Why not, Naruto taunted. Those two don't have a full brain between them, they'll never figure out the real test, and if they did they'd never ask me for help. They might surprise you, Kakashi offered. It takes 3 to pass a team. Naruto rebutted, it only takes 1 to fail. Naruto spent the rest of the day in the shade of one of the trees, watching the older ninja make fools of his potential teammates. Life was good. You all pass, Kakashi grinned. What? Naruto's voice was flat and dangerous. You showed that you already understood the true principle of the test, Kakashi explained. And Sakura showed good teamwork with Sasuke. Sasuke didn't show anything, Naruto hissed. Except the fact that he's as arrogant as any other member of his family, I refuse to be on the same team that shows such blatant disregard for their teammates. I'm afraid that's not your decision to make, Naruto, Kakashi smiled. Why don't you take the time to get to know your new team members? Why don't you go to hell, Naruto retorted as he began to walk away. Be sure to tell me when you get a C rank. Team meeting tomorrow, Kakashi called after his student. Don't be late. What are you gonna do? Naruto laughed, send me back to the academy. Take my forehead protector. Be my guest. I'll think of something, Naruto. Basic Kakashi, Naruto replied as he was about to fade out of sight. There is nothing that you can do to me that hasn't already been done, I've already been given the worst punishment that can be thought up. Anything else you might do pales in comparison. What's the punishment? Sakura asked, wanting to know what had been done to the loud boy. Keeping him here, Kakashi frowned. Naruto would like nothing better than to have his ties to this village cut. Chapter 3. Ramen Warrior. Hey old man, Naruto yelled as he walked into the Hokage's office. I just heard something in class that I can't believe. What is, Naruto? The Hokage asked kindly. Why does Orochimaru want to destroy Konoha? Deciding that the boy was too young to accept the truth, the Hokage decided to have a bit of fun with him. Because he hates ramen, the Hokage answered after a few moments of contemplation, he wants to destroy our ramen stands and then to destroy all the ramen stands in the world. That's terrible, Naruto was aghast. But it is, Naruto, the Hokage agreed before disappearing, which was a shame because if he had stayed around for just a few more minutes, he would have seen Naruto vowing to destroy Orochimaru and forever end the threat to his beloved ramen. Naruto spent the next day doing something he would have rather not done, research. But Iruka-sensei had said that if you know your enemy and if you know yourself you'd win or something, and that was what he was going to do. Which is why he was crouching behind a garbage can watching one of the street vendors. There she was, his best chance to learn the dirty snake's fighting style. It had taken months for him to ferret out the information that the traitorous ramen hater had a student that had remained in the village and almost 15 minutes to figure out a plan that would force the woman to reveal her fighting style. The fighting style that would give him an idea of what to face when the moment of truth finally came. "What's up, sweet cheeks?" Naruto asked as he slapped the woman on the butt. "How much for a few minutes of fun?" Anko froze when she felt a hand on one of her asses and reflexively drove her elbow back to get the bastard in the gut. Turning in confusion when she hit nothing, she was surprised to find a young boy looking up at her with innocent eyes. "Who put you up to that, kid?" Anko said with a sweet smile. "If you tell me, I'll give you a lollipop." "What flavor?" Naruto asked suspiciously. This wasn't what he expected, but the old man had said that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and what the hell, he had always been good at improvisation. Cherry." "Okay," Naruto agreed brightly. "Him, the one with the stupid mask reading the orange book." "Here you go, you little scamp," Anko said as she gave Naruto the candy. "Kakashi." Cherry." Naruto smiled in contentment as he watched the woman try to kill the weird man. "This is even better than the original plan, I can watch much better if I'm not the one being hit." "Not in the face, not in the face." Kakashi managed to get out between girlish screams. "Ack, back to the face, back to the face." And so the years passed. "What are you doing, kid?" Anko asked a little boy that was in the process of fondling her breasts. "Looking for the silly cone," Naruto replied innocently. "Weird masked guy said that you had a lot of it in your chest." "He did, huh?" Anko said. "Kakashi, die." "Wah?" Kakashi looked up from his book. That isn't supposed to go there." No. "Hey kid," one of the passing whispered to Naruto. "Yeah, guy with a freaky bandana on his head." "The name's Ibiki," the man said. "Anyway, don't you feel just a little guilty about the way you keep sending Anko to abuse Kakashi for something he didn't do?" "Why would I feel guilty?" Naruto asked with a frown. "I like you, kid," Ibiki laughed. "Here, take my card. Be sure to look me up after you become a ninja, I might have a job for you." "Okay." "Nothing like a good sadistic beating to cheer me up," Anko said to herself as she walked back to the brat. "Yay, creepy snake lady," Naruto cheered. "The name's Anko." "Yay, Anko," Naruto corrected himself. "Way to beat up an evil masked guy." "Be straight with me, brat," Anko began with a smile. "Kakashi didn't do any of those things you said he did he?" "Nope," Naruto agreed. "You're not mad, are you?" "Even if he didn't do what you said he did, I'm sure he did something. You just gave me an excuse to bring him to justice." "Okay. But I was wondering, why do you keep getting Kakashi in trouble like that?" "I wanted to see you fight," Naruto replied. "So I could see your style." "Why?" "I want to kill Orochimaru," Naruto growled. "And I need all the pointers I can get, seeing your fighting style is one of them." "When the time comes," Anko began. "Why don't we kill him together? Can we do it slowly?" "Of course we can, now give me a hug." Kakashi watched it all from his position on the ground, he really hated that kid. He growled as Anko pulled the boy into a hug that should be his face pressed into the hot sadistic girl's breasts. And passed till Naruto was ready to take the final test to become a genin. "Doing your bell test again?" Anko asked when Kakashi finally showed up. "Anko?" Kakashi stammered. "What are you doing here?" "Watching Naruto pass your test," the woman said dryly. "Now get on with it." "Yes. Well." Kakashi told his shocked students the rules and started the timer. "Oh Naruto," Anko cheered. "You were supposed to go hide Naruto," Kakashi said with a smile. "I just wanted to ask you something first," Naruto said. "Fine," Kakashi sighed. "Can I use any ninja skill?" Naruto demanded. "Even the really tricky ones?" "Yes you can," Kakashi said. "Even the really tricky ones." "Hey Anko," Naruto called out. "Guess what Kakashi just called you?" "You bastard," Anko screamed as she attacked the surprised Kakashi. "Mommy?" Naruto watched his friend pummel the poor for a few minutes before he picked up the small bell that rolled up to his feet. Anko, look." Naruto said joyfully. "I got a bell, I passed." "Congratulations Naruto," she said as she dislocated Kakashi's shoulder. "Let's go eat dango to celebrate." "Ramen. Dango. Ramen. Dango. Ramen. Dango and ramen," they yelled together. "I hate that kid," Kakashi whispered to himself as he tried to regain enough strength to move. "5 ramen old men," Naruto ordered. "For each of us." "Alright Naruto," Ichiraku agreed cheerfully. He hadn't been at all sure he approved of the boy's relationship with the village's #1 sadistic bitch at first, but after seeing the boy's smile. "You know that thing I've been working on?" "It's ready?" Naruto asked eagerly. "For the first test anyway," Ichiraku agreed. "Yay. What are you babbling about brat?" Anko demanded. Dango ramen, the old man replied as he set 2 bowls on the counter. Tell me what you think. More, Anko growled after her first sip of the broth. Humming right up. So just why do you hate my old teacher so much, kid? Anko asked as she waited for her next bowl to arrive. I learned about some of his plans, Naruto said with a sick look on his face. And no one could stand aside after hearing what I heard. I'm sorry you had to get exposed to that kid, Anko said sadly. No one should have to. That's why we're going to kill him, Naruto said firmly. Akusoku. But boy. And before they knew it, Naruto was competing in the exams. Manga summons. Naruto said as he dodged a strike by a giant snake. This means something. Oh yeah, Orochimaru. Dodging another strike, Naruto summoned a giant mongoose. Go get him Riki Tiki Tavi, Naruto cheered. I'm gonna go kill the summoner. The mongoose made short work of the snake and joined its summoner as he ran to kill his sworn enemy. Wahahaha, Orochimaru laughed. The only way you can get power is by coming to me. And before you do, get rid of that pesky gag reflex. Wait. What? Sasuke asked in shock. And be sure to get really flexible, Orochimaru continued. Learn how to. Put your ankles behind your head. Sasuke was saved from having to answer by the timely arrival of Naruto. Orochimaru, Naruto screamed. For your crimes against Ramen, there can only be one sentence. Death. Wah? Orochimaru stared at the crazy kid charging towards him. Hadn't he sent a snake after that kid? No matter, he'd deal with him right here. Riki, get IM. Oh shit, Orochimaru screamed as the giant mongoose attacked. Bye Sasuke Haim, remember what I said. Creepy, Sasuke whispered to himself as the strange ninja disappeared. It was like facing 100 fangirls. Until finally, sound invaded. No, Naruto whispered as he took in the scene of destruction. No. Naruto's eyes turned red and 9 tails of chakra lit up behind him. Turning away from the destroyed ramen stand, the grief-maddened boy went off in search of his prey. You're trapped in here sensei, Orochimaru taunted. Nothing can break that barrier. Naruto went through the unbreakable barrier like snot through a Kleenex. You again, the snake Sanin screamed. Why won't you leave me alone? All I want to do is kidnap your friend and eventually steal his body. Destroy your village and kill the Hokage. Is that too much to ask? I don't care about all that, Naruto said as he ripped out the man's heart. Then? Why? I'll never let you destroy something as wonderful as ramen. Orochimaru could only think one thing as he died, that thing was what the hell is this kid talking about? Good job Naruto, the Hokage gasped. Something told him that this wasn't the right time to tell the boy that it had all been a joke. Chapter 4. Real Shinobi. The third was having a rather uneventful day in his office when a slight shift in the atmosphere alerted him that he was no longer alone. You called us Hokage. And we came. Mr. and Mrs. Yamada, he said in delight. I was wondering if you'd gotten my summons. Forgive the delay, we weren't anywhere near our usual area of operations. Anything I need to know about? Rumors about the new village, the man said, are rather disturbing. In what way? Recruitment of missing nins for one, the woman said. Hardly surprising, the Hokage mused. Fairly normal for a new village to boost their numbers that way. That may be true, but there's something off about the village, the woman said with a frown. I can't say more than that without more information. Fine, the Hokage agreed. But that wasn't why I called you. You're aware of Uzumaki Naruto? The boy with the seal. Yes, the Hokage said. I have recently come into some rather disturbing information regarding him. Oh? One of his teachers came to me, he continued. Seems that the other instructors are actively sabotaging his development. You wish us to investigate? Yes. Then it shall be done. 3 days later, the Hokage again found himself playing host to unexpected company. Well? It is as you said, Mr. Yamada said. They are doing all in their power to keep him back. Could he pass the exam? Sandame sighed. Possibly, the woman agreed. He's on the low side but could pass with the right examiner. Then it seems like a long time for me to observe the graduation, the Hokage mused. Have you considered the other matter we discussed? We will consider teaching a team, Mrs. Yamada said slowly. Provided we get to choose our students. Who do you want? Uzumaki, Mitsushika, and Nakamura. Mr. Yamada said firmly. Uzumaki. Might be open-minded enough to work with us, Ms. Yamada explained. Time will tell. Care to tag along? The Hokage asked as he put on his hat. Why not? The group arrived at the academy to the surprise of several Chunin instructors. Hokage, the Chunins in Naruto's class said in shock. What are you doing here? I came to observe this year's exams, the Hokage said evenly. I hear young Naruto is competing this year and I'm hoping to see him pass. Understood sir, the man said through clenched teeth. I don't think you do, the Hokage said with a smile. I'm hoping to see him pass, but only if he has the ability. I do not want to see him pass if he does not have the ability. Yes, Hokage, Chunin agreed. I shall see to it. Everything will be above board. Good, time to go see the exam then I think. I believe that Uzumaki was up next sir. The Chunin led them into the room. Looks like he's about to start a thrown weapon test sir. He picks up 10 of each projectile and must make 7 hits out of 10 to proceed. I understand, the Hokage said with a smile. Bit different than it was in my day. Naruto made his throws and it looked like he passed, to the strong displeasure of the examiner. Uzumaki. Passes the section. Are you sure about that? Mrs. Yamada asked. The one on the edge is a bit iffy, Mr. Yamada agreed. What do you know? Naruto barked. I passed didn't I? That's what we were discussing, Mr. Yamada replied. Do you know what this test is? It is a test to determine if you have learned enough of the skills here to go into the field. Or if you need more time before you pose out, Mrs. Yamada picked up. Broken down it's an attempt to weed out candidates that are so unskilled that their very presence would endanger their instructor or teammates. Lives are at stake, Mr. Yamada explained. Yours and those belonging to your team. So the question remains, Mrs. Yamada said calmly. Did you do good enough? Why don't we score it the old way? The Hokage suggested. No chance for ambiguity then, but it's a bit less forgiving than the current method. Is it Naruto? I'm up for anything, Naruto agreed. Then let me think, the old passing grade was 75, but the current grade is 7. So, 70%. The one on the edge would be worth half points. The Hokage took a few moments to calculate the points. 71 points, congratulations Naruto. Thanks old man, Naruto cheered. Why don't we calculate the points received in the old method as well as the new? Mrs. Yamada suggested. I'd rather just use the old method, Mr. Yamada amended. The new way doesn't seem to be very precise. I'll make a note to talk to the administration about it later, the Hokage agreed. But for now, I'd like to let Naruto decide. Would you rather use the old grading system or the new one we developed after losses cut down our effective strength? No way am I going to take the easy test, Naruto shouted. If I'm going to take your job, then I can't take any easy routes. Excellent, let's see the rest of the exam then. They watched as Naruto completed the rest of the exam and finally the Hokage turned to his 2 associates. Well? Asked by 2 points, Mr. Yamada said. 3 here, Mrs. Yamada gave her own tally. I'm a bit easier on the subjective stuff. You hear that Naruto, the Hokage said with a smile. You passed. I knew I could do it, Naruto cheered. Yes you did, the Hokage agreed. Drop by my office in a few hours, I'd like to see how the other exams play out. A Hokage should always have a good idea on the strengths and weaknesses of the shinobi working under him. I'll remember that, Naruto agreed as he bounced out of the classroom. I've got to get back to class now. Back to class? Iruka made me promise to come back to his class after I was done with my exam, Naruto explained. Later old man. Well? The Hokage muttered. How would he have done on the current exam? Might have scraped through. Depending on the more subjective stuff. Thank you, the Hokage said softly. Naruto ran down the hall and burst into Iruka's classroom. That's what, Naruto shouted. Quiet in class, Iruka yelled. Now go take your seat. Yes Iruka-sensei. You're going to need to know this after you become an active ninja, so pay attention. Yes Iruka-sensei, Naruto agreed. To the instructor's private amazement, Naruto did listen. The boy watched in fascination as Iruka continued his lecture, shooting the occasional glance of confusion his way. Naruto checked his notes one last time before he left. Iruka had said that he'd need to know this if he was going to be an active ninja, and Naruto was not going to let the man down. He still wasn't sure how Iruka had known that he'd passed his exam before being told, but he was sure that it would become clear in time. Maybe Iruka just had faith that I'd pass. Naruto muttered to himself as he walked towards the Hokage's tower. No, that can't be it. He just talked about how ninja can't assume anything and how it's okay to make guesses so long as you don't confuse guesses with facts. Naruto was still mulling over the problem when he arrived in the Hokage's office. About time you showed up, a young girl said sullenly. I had to finish at the academy, Naruto retorted. Let's not have any of that, the Hokage said kindly. Naruto, these are your prospective teammates. Harumi Nakamura and Keiko Mitsushika. The 2 girls looked over Naruto with unimpressed looks. You're going to be our teammate. Keiko sneered. Are you sure he's up to it, Hokage? Harumi agreed. The 3 of you got the lowest scores on this year's exam, the Hokage said mildly. Were there any other questions? I thought the best student of the year was supposed to team up with the worst student. Harumi asked. There are exceptions to every rule, the Hokage said. Why did we get an exception? Because we requested you, Mrs. Yamada said. The three students jumped in surprise when she revealed herself. And refused to teach unless we got to pick our own students, Mr. Yamada agreed. Where'd you come from? Naruto shouted. We were always here. We'll teach you in time. For now, come with us. The couple led their students out of the Hokage's office and into one of the empty meeting rooms on the same floor. My name is Kei Yamada and this is my husband Kenji, the woman began. Most instructors give their prospective students some sort of test on the first day to determine whether their team has enough collective potential to bother with. Failures go back to the academy and successes go on to become genin. We aren't going to do that, Kei said. We don't think it's possible to learn enough about you in one simple test. So we're going to do something a bit different, Kenji said. If you're good enough to be our genin then you're good enough to be Chunin. But that in mind, Kei said. You can be sent back to the academy as unsuitable at any time before we nominate you for your first Chunin exam. Urumi, Kenji began. Your father is a tailor and your mother is a seamstress. Did they teach you anything of their craft? Enough to maintain my gear, the girl said. I could probably make my own clothes, but they wouldn't look very good. I want you to have them teach you more when you're not doing team activities, Kenji continued. When you feel confident enough, you're going to make your teammates gear. Understand? Yes, sir. Keiko, Kei said. Your mother is a knife maker and your father is a blacksmith. I could make a few things, but I'm not up to making shinobi weapons, Keiko replied quickly. I'm not sure my parents could either. Mom makes kitchen knives and dad concentrates on ornamental gates and that sort of thing. Be sure that your mother starts by teaching you how to sharpen them and your dad teaches you to make your own tools, Kei said firmly. When you get better then we'll see about putting you with someone who can teach you a few more tricks. Okay. Naruto, Kenji said to the boy. You are an orphan, you have no parents to teach you anything. But we have spoken to a friend of yours, Kei said. You will work in the kitchen at the ramen shop. Alright, Naruto cheered. Can I ask a question? Harumi held her hand up. You may. And you do not have to hold up your hand anymore. Why do you want us to learn these things? Several reasons, Kei said. How about we give you the biggest two? 1. It builds teamwork. 2. Kenji said with a smile. It helps with the kind of missions we like to do. Infiltration, Kei said. It helps when you can go in with nothing. You get searched and they find nothing. Because there's nothing to find. But what about Naruto then? Keiko demanded. How is cooking ramen useful for missions? For one, he'll start out as the team cook. Don't underestimate how morale boosting it is to have real food. I don't think I could eat anything but ramen, Harumi said with a wrinkled nose. It's good every now and again but not all the time. He will be learning to cook other things after he becomes competent with ramen, Kenji said evenly. And after he's a well-rounded chef, he'll start working with an apothecary. Might also be a good idea to have him learn a bit from the medic nins, Kei mused. I don't want to be a medic nin, Naruto protested. Good, a chance to teach our first lesson as jonin instructors. You can't always do what you want. Because you must always do what's best for the team, Kei said firmly. The team is everything, it's people you've spent years with. People you may not like, who you may hate. But also who you die for. So if you become a medic nin would be best for the team, then you will be a medic nin. If becoming a garbage man would be the best for your team, then you will be a garbage man. But worry not Naruto, Kenji said. We don't expect you to become a medic nin. You don't have the control needed, Kei explained. We just want you to learn a few tricks. You'll understand later. You all will. Naruto's life quickly fell into a routine. They trained from before the sun came up until breakfast. After breakfast they were expected to spend several hours in team-building exercises, which usually ended up being both disgusting and mildly life-threatening until lunch. More training until dinner and then work until well after dark. This continued for several weeks until they couldn't stand it any longer. That's it, Naruto screamed. When are we gonna get a mission? Do you know what sort of mission genins are normally assigned? Kei asked mildly. Dog walking, babysitting. Cooking, cleaning, grocery shopping. What? Harumi asked in horror. What kind of missions are those? Most teachers use them as team-building exercises, Kei explained. We prefer our own methods, Kenji agreed. If we're going to humiliate you. Then we're going to humiliate you, Kei said firmly. We don't need a middleman. Now then, what should we do? Time to meet the log, Kei said with a smile. Naruto. Yes, Kei-sensei? He asked wearily. Do you see that log sitting over there? She asked sweetly. The one that's about 16 around and 6 feet long. Uh-huh. Could you help Kenji drag it over here? Yes, Kei-sensei, he agreed. Here's how this exercise works, Kei said with a smile. You three take the log with you everywhere. You'll need to keep in step to avoid tripping each other, Kenji said. You'll get used to it after a few days. The three students just shared a look of combined displeasure. After you master this, it may be time for a mission. A real one, not one of those fake dog walking ones. Or maybe not, it all depends on how fast you pick it up. And how well you work together. How are your students doing? Learning to hate the log, Kei said with a grin. Memories, Kenji agreed. Ready for their first mission outside the gates? The Hokage asked. Depends on the mission. Backup, we're sending another genin team to clear out a group of bandits. And you want us to be in the area to lend a helping hand if it should be needed. They could do that, Kei said. I'm not sure they're ready to make their first kills. They are just children. This mission shouldn't require that, the Hokage assured the couple. There's always the chance, of course. Of course, they echoed. We'll take it. This sucks, Naruto complained as they made yet another lap around the training field carrying the log from shoulder to shoulder. When are we gonna get a mission? How about now? We got you a C-ranked mission. But don't get excited just yet, you may think of this mission as a test. Not like the ones at school. Because we'll give you the answer first. Always good to allow the taker to know the standards first. If you fail it, then we'll know that you've got some time yet before you are ready to get another mission. After all, if you can't pass a test when you know the answer, I don't think we need to continue. What's the mission? Naruto demanded. Rescuing a princess, fighting bandits maybe. Sitting in a restaurant, Kei said. Maybe taking a little walk in the woods. What? Harumi demanded. Are you two nuts? We're going to be back up for another team, Kenji explained. Their task is to eliminate a group of bandits. Ours is to back them up, Kei said. Now here's the tricky part. You pass if they don't know you were there. You fail if you reveal yourselves unnecessarily. Understand? No fighting? Naruto asked in disappointment. Not if everything goes well. You'll find that's the case in most missions. Anyway, we have 1 week to prepare. Harumi, I want you to make a set of civilian clothing for each of your teammates. It should be designed to accommodate a slightly colder and wetter environment than we have here. Keiko, if you feel up to it, then we need you to make a utility knife for everyone. It'll come in handy on the trip and you'll find life much easier with it than you would without it. About 4 inches should do it, Kei mused. Naruto, food and spices for several days. And you won't be cooking anything but ramen. We happen to know that you can also cook gyoza, fried rice. And a few other dishes. Harumi, Keiko. You two go with him to help him shop. Both to prevent him from buying nothing but ramen. And to prevent the shopkeepers from overcharging him. If they try that trick with you there. Understand? Roger. Got it. No ramen. You may bring the things for a couple meals of ramen. But not a steady diet. Okay, Naruto agreed slowly. Some were better than none. And while it wasn't something he wanted to spread around, he did enjoy other foods. Just not nearly as much as he enjoyed what had quickly become his. "Get to it," Kenji ordered. "I'm going to want you to have everything ready the day before the mission so I can look it over, that will be the day after tomorrow." It's always the leader's responsibility to make sure that their subordinates are properly equipped, Kei agreed. Remember that. For now, we're giving you the remainder of the day off to prepare. Don't disappoint us. Come on Naruto, Harumi said. We'll go shopping first. The two Jounin watched with a grin on their faces as the two girls dragged off their teammate. I almost feel sorry for him. I don't. The three children went into the shop and began to gather things at Naruto's direction. 4 pounds of beef and see if you can find any suet, Naruto said firmly. Ew, what do you need that for? Keiko asked in disgust. Kenji-sensei slipped me a book on camp foods the other day, Naruto replied. This was one of them. You're studying? Harumi asked in shock. Good job Naruto, Keiko said quickly before the boy could take offense. It is my job, a red-faced Naruto said with a pleased grin. How dare they bring that bastard here, the owner grumbled. Unnoticed by her students, Kei dropped behind the angry shopkeeper and began to whisper in his ears. If you try to overcharge my students or treat them in anything other than a professional manner, I'll cut out your tongue. Aye. Kei was gone before her students reached the register and they stared at the odd man for several seconds. Why do you think he's pale and saying aye? Harumi asked. Better than he usually is, Naruto grumbled. He normally yells and says how lucky I am that he lets me shop here. I free, the man finally gasped. It's all free today. Then you won't mind if we get a few other things? Keiko asked. No, why would I mind? He asked nervously. And Naruto, from now on you get a 20% discount. Okay, Naruto agreed slowly and unsure of the man's sudden change in attitude but unwilling to look a gift horse in the mouth. Thanks. They finished their shopping and carried their supplies to Naruto's apartment. How long is it going to take you to get everything together? Harumi asked. A while, Naruto admitted. What if we help? Keiko asked. Less time, Naruto said. Then why don't you show me what to do, Harumi asked. Sooner you get done, the sooner you can help us. Okay, Naruto agreed. Your knives suck, Keiko said bluntly. Dull too. I know, Naruto said with a downcast look. You two get started while I sharpen these, Keiko ordered. We can see about getting you a better set later. Thanks, Naruto said with a grateful smile. Okay Harumi, the first thing I need you to do is to start washing this stuff. Outside, Kei and Kenji shared a look of pride as they watched their students work together. Looked like being an instructor wouldn't be such a bad job after all. I'm proud of them, Kei said with a smile. They're good kids. With any luck, they'll stay that way. Or get better. The two instructors watched as Naruto and his teammates finished with the food and began debating what to do next. It'll take some time for me to make your clothes, Harumi cautioned. Same with the knives, Keiko agreed. Could you do your work at my house? I should be able to, why? Because I can't do anything away from my parents' tools, Keiko explained. If we all go to my place then we can work on everything at the same time and pass Naruto back and forth to whoever needs him. That should work, Harumi said slowly. Let's do it. Do I get a say in this? Naruto asked. No. You don't. Now you two are doing it, Naruto said in horror. They left Naruto's apartment and made their way to Keiko's house with a short stop at Harumi's. See this pole? Keiko asked. Yeah? Pull it in and out until I tell you to stop, she ordered. What's it to do? That's the bellows, she explained. Pulling it in and out provides air to make the forge hot enough to work metal. Oh, okay. Naruto complied with the instructions and watched as his friend put an iron in the fire. They worked for several hours and Naruto was bounced back and forth between the forge and the corner that his other teammate had commandeered for herself. That's enough for today, Harumi said stiffly. We can do the rest of it tomorrow. They all went home and returned the next day and worked feverishly to get everything done in time for the inspection they had to endure the next day. Done, Keiko said as she finished sharpening the last knife. What about you Harumi? Just finished the last stitch, the girl said proudly. You're done too aren't you Naruto? Yeah, Naruto agreed. I am. Great, Kei announced her presence. Because it's time for your inspection, Kenji said. Pack your things and meet us at the training area. I thought we had another day. Naruto protested. Look outside, Kei said fondly. You worked through the night, Kenji explained. They all packed and followed their instructors to the training area. The first thing you need to do is lay out the tarp Harumi was good enough to make. Then, I want you to lay everything out on top of that so I can see everything you have. We'll make any additional instructions after we've had a chance to look at what you've got. The students complied and the instructors went over their possessions. You sure you can carry that much all day, Naruto? I'm sure, Naruto agreed. If you say so, Kenji said doubtfully. There are many reasons that you're operating in a team and one of them is to have more people to share the load. They've got enough to carry, Naruto said simply. And we already split it up a little. If you say so, Kenji agreed. But remember, it'll be a while until we make a break long enough to rearrange things. You'll have to suffer through the first day if this is too much. I know, Naruto said firmly. Keiko, Kei said sharply. Why do you have a mirror? Signaling, Keiko said quickly. Then what about the makeup? You told Harumi to make civilian clothes, Keiko said. Civilian girls wear makeup. I'll accept that, Kei said. Very good. You Mary pack your things. Me now? Harumi asked. You now, Kenji agreed. What's in this pouch here? Needles and other things I used to sew, Harumi replied. I rushed through the outfit so fast that I'm afraid I might need to make some repairs on the move. I didn't open it because I don't want to lose anything. Good job, Kei said. All of you, put your packs in the North Guard house and meet us at Naruto's ramen stand. We're going to have a meal together. After that, you're all ready to sleep. You have a big day ahead of you and an early morning. You are to meet us at 0200 in front of the North Gate, any questions? The genin shook their heads and quickly set out to follow their teacher's instructions and rejoined them at the ramen stand. My special, Naruto called out. Gyoza and fried rice please, Harumi said politely. Shiro, Keiko said absently. So what can you tell us about the mission sensei? As we said before, the mission is fairly simple. We are to go in ahead of the other genin team and provide backup if necessary, Kei said. If possible, I don't want them to even know that we were in the area. Who's the other team? It's a genin team under a jounin named Guy, Kenji replied. It consists of a Hyuga, a hand-to-hand specialist named Lee, and a weapons specialist named Tenten. We went to school with them, Harumi said. They're going to kill bandits. Possibly, Kenji agreed. But just as possible their instructor will attempt to bring them in alive, Kei sighed. He's a bit of a softie. But that is a mistake that I don't want any of you to make, Kenji said firmly. 9 times out of 10, prisoners are nothing but a hindrance to the mission. What else do we need to know? Keiko asked. The route and everything else the village knows about the mission, Kei replied. Read. The three genin went over the report as they ate their meals. Any questions? Why isn't there more information? Keiko demanded. Konoha has never been very good at information gathering, Kei replied. Much too dull for the average nin to pay much attention to. We're trying to change that attitude, Kenji added. Knowledge is power. Any other questions? Kei looked around the table. Then get home and go to bed. You have 10 hours until you have to meet us, Kenji said. Spend as much of it asleep as you can. The team reformed the next day at the North Gate and Naruto felt a rush of adrenaline as they walked out. It was the first time he'd ever gone outside the village on anything more than a short trip and the excitement was killing him. The group traveled in silence for several hours until the sky began to brighten. It's almost dawn, Kei announced. Time to find a place to make camp, Kenji agreed. Brambles. Good a place as any, Kei agreed. Come along children. How come we gotta go in there? Harumi protested. Those thorns will scratch us up and ruin the clothes I just made us. It'll also be much safer than out in the open, Kenji explained. The middle of a patch of brambles is an excellent place to camp because of that. The mission that dangerous? No, Kei admitted. But it's best to act as if it were. Just to get you three in the habit, Kenji explained. Don't forget that this is as much to train you as it is to help the other team. With only a few obligatory protests, the team made their way to the center of the patch and cleared an area large enough to set up camp. Come with me Naruto, Kei ordered. What's up? You like traps don't you? Kei asked. I recall hearing something about pranks. Yeah, Naruto agreed. We're going to set up a few traps around the game trails, Kei explained. You can't always do that and you can't always have a fire, but when you can it's often a good idea to try to supplement your diet and try to stretch your rations. But we'll only be out here for a few days. Probably, she agreed. But it's also good training, are you turning down a chance to train? No, let's get to training. Naruto cheered. I thought that would be your reaction. As he followed her out of the bramble patch, he couldn't help but notice how much easier it was for her to move through it. Kei-sensei. What is Naruto? How is it that you're able to move through so easily? There's a trick to it, she replied. Watch. I think I've got it, he said. Maybe. Why didn't you show us earlier? Motivation, she said. After going through it earlier and seeing how hard it was, don't tell me you weren't eager to learn an easier way through. Yeah, but if we can do this then can't others? One of the reasons we're out here is to make it more difficult, Kei explained. It isn't just animal traps we're going to set. Okay, Naruto agreed. She showed him how to set up a few simple traps to restrict mobility around their campsite and then led him deeper into the forest. Do you know what this is Naruto? Looks like they're onions. Naruto replied. Very good, and this over here is wild garlic. Should we pick some? Would it go well with the meal you have planned? If not then we can always use it later, Naruto said after a moment of thought. And if you find a way to use that mint up the trail, then Kenji might kiss you, she said with a fond smile. He loves minty things. Really? Yes. Then we had better not get any, Naruto said firmly. I don't want to do anything that might break up your marriage. She stared at him for several long seconds before bursting into a musical laughter. Thank you Naruto, he's not much, but it would be too much trouble to find another one. You could always pick some for him yourself, Naruto suggested. And I'll grab some for the girls. Very good idea Naruto, thank you. They set several deadfalls and snares on the game trails, but Kei was skeptical about what they might produce. 1 in 4 was the best we could hope for, she said, putting a damper on Naruto's enthusiasm. And I doubt we'll see that until you get a bit better, right now I'd be happy to see 1 in 10. But. That's only 2 successes. That's right, she said with a shrug. Let's get back, I'm hungry and you're the cook. The sooner we get back. The sooner we eat, Naruto said. Let's go. The two of them cautiously made their way back through the traps and the brambles to find a rather impatient team waiting for them. Took you long enough, Harumi grumbled. We're hungry. And I have our cook, Kei said with a smile. Get to it Naruto. What am I supposed to cook with? Naruto asked. Are we allowed to have a fire? We are, Kei said. Kenji. Watch carefully Naruto, Kenji said. And I'll show you how to make a fire. Naruto watched in fascination as his instructor dug 2 holes and connected them with a small tunnel. Why do things like that sensei? Makes it harder for the fire to be seen, Kenji replied. And you remember the dry wood we collected earlier? Yeah. Less smoke that way, and with any luck the tree branches will disperse anything else. Oh, how do I cook on that? Few ways, we can set up a tripod and lower a pot. Or we can set the pot right on the coals, or we can put a couple pieces of green wood across the hole and set a pan on them. I understand. Think you can handle it? I think so, Naruto agreed. And? Don't really have a name for this, but I do plan on finishing it at some point, got several ideas for it anyway. And for those that were wondering, yes, a slight variation of this was going to be the backstory to not a very happy idea. Amak. The Razafukuru. Ah, Naruto screamed. The battle with Neji had pushed him to his limits, and just when all seemed lost, something happened. It can't be, Orochimaru muttered in awe. The Razafukuru. Ah. Naruto continued to scream. A pressure began building behind his eyes, not knowing what else to do. He blinked. The crowd gasped as a beam of light shot out of his eyes and removed the head of the disguised Orochimaru. What's happening? Naruto asked as he looked around, consequently killing dozens of people, but they were all extras and sound nins, so no one cared. Naruto, Sarutobi said softly from his hiding place behind a well-placed mirror. Could you close your eyes and think about not incinerating everyone? Why? Naruto instinctively turned towards the sound of the old man's voice and killed a family of 5. Humor me. Chapter 5. Warufizik no Jutsu. And that's why you're worthless, Sasuke finished with a smirk. Even Kakashi agrees. What makes you say that? Naruto asked mildly. The fact that he doesn't take you out to train, Sasuke boasted. Well, he has one-on-one training with me all the time. Ah. Tell me, Sasuke. Naruto made a few quick seals behind his back. Have you taken a close look at the cover of Kakashi's book? What do you mean? Sasuke demanded. What about his perverted book? Just look at the cover, Naruto suggested. Fine, Sasuke agreed. The boy got up from his seat and walked over to his sensei and paled in shock. Well? Naruto asked when his teammate returned. I don't want to talk about it, Sasuke stammered. Didn't know he was reading the yaoi edition, huh? Naruto asked. Puts a whole new spin on that one-on-one training. I said I didn't want to talk about it, Sasuke stubbornly maintained. Okay, Naruto agreed. Just thought I'd give you a warning. What are teammates for after all? That should put an end to all those personal lessons, Naruto thought to himself with a satisfied smile. His eyes widened as Sasuke eagerly obeyed Kakashi's summons, and the two went off for their private time. Or not, he said to himself. You think you know someone? Hey Kakashi-sensei, what are we supposed to do? Why don't you two take the day off? Kakashi suggested. You deserve to have a break. But what about training? Naruto asked weakly. No amount of training would help a loser like you, Sasuke said with a smirk. Yeah, you idiot, Sakura agreed. Kakashi considered and discarded the idea of calling his student back as Naruto's shoulders dropped in disappointment. It really was for the best to give Sasuke all his attention, he told himself again as he watched Naruto walk away. Every second he could give to his most precious student strengthened the village 10 times more than a second wasted on his other two. Naruto knew that he couldn't let his teammates keep belittling him like that, after all, how would people respect a Hokage that didn't stand up for himself? The only problem was that Sasuke was too strong, it was a bitter pill to swallow, but Naruto could admit that fact. If only to himself. What to do? He wondered to himself, if only being a ninja was like playing jokes on people. Sasuke would never know what hit him, he might have the edge on ninja skills, but when it came to pranks, Naruto was a master. His mind made up, Naruto set about the task of planning his next operation. They would pay, he cackled to himself, oh yes they would pay. This next. Kakashi trailed off. What was that strange look in the boy's eye? As I was saying, this next jutsu allows you to cover your hand with lightning. It isn't very useful on its own but. There was that look again. But it helps to learn other lighting jutsu if you master this one first. Are we going to be doing any sparring today? Sasuke asked dully. I think I need more practice with my grappling. No grappling today. Right then. The first thing you need to do is. What is Naruto? The Hokage asked kindly. I was just wondering, Naruto began with a poorly concealed smile. Can anyone pay for a mission? Yes, the old man agreed. Anyone, even you. Then I want to hire Konoha to do something for me, Naruto said grandly. So long as Team 7 gets the mission. What is Naruto? The Hokage asked with a sigh. First, I want to know if there's a discount for only using a partial team. You mean if you were to give your sensei a day off or have one of your teammates do the same? Yeah, Naruto agreed. To be frank, he was impressed with the boy's cunning. It was brilliant to assign a long mission to himself and the girl. It was the perfect way of going on a date with a reluctant teammate. Sure, he said with a smile. I'll only charge you a bowl of ramen. Really? Naruto squeaked. You're the greatest old man. So what's this mission you want assigned? Yes, my eternal rival, Guy agreed. I need your advice, Kakashi sighed. I think one of my students just came on to me. So young Sakura has entered the springtime of her youth, Guy said loudly. You must remember to let her down gently so that. Not Sakura, Kakashi corrected. Sasuke. What? Guy asked flatly. Why are you asking me about this? Well, you are gay, Kakashi replied. Aren't you? No, why would you think that? Well, the green spandex. The fact that you constantly work out, the way you hug that student of yours, Kakashi ticked off reasons. As Guy stammered denials, Kakashi came to two conclusions. The first was that coming to Guy had been a mistake, and the second was that he'd just pretend like nothing had happened and hope that everything went back to normal. Naruto slept in the next day and made the short walk to the Hokage's office, around an hour before his teacher would normally show up to meet them. "Hi Kakashi-sensei," he said cheerfully. "No mission today Naruto," Kakashi said. "Why don't you take another day off?" "Okay," Naruto agreed. He ignored the angry secretary and burst into the old man's office. "Ready to go get our ramen now?" "Let me just grab my hat," the old man said. Sakura shot another glance at her favorite teammate as she waited for her other teammate and their instructor to show. Where was that moron? She wondered to herself, it wasn't like him to be so late. Maybe he was staying away to give her more time with Sasuke. If that were true then she'd have to thank him. In a way that made it clear that she had absolutely no interest in him. "You're late," she screamed when she noticed her instructor watching them with an odd expression on his face. "Sorry I'm late but..." "Liar. Where's Naruto?" Sakura demanded. "That idiot's even later than you." "He won't be taking part in this mission," Kakashi said firmly. "Our client has requested that the two of you perform this mission alone." "Really?" Sakura said with little hearts in her eyes. "Yes," Kakashi agreed. "And you are not to tell Naruto anything about this mission, as far as he knows you all have the day free." "What is the mission?" Sasuke entered the conversation. "Well. What?" Naruto looked up from his ramen with a smile that'd show them calling him a loser. "Hey old man, another bowl of ramen over here. And I suppose my friend here could use one too." "Thank you Naruto," Sarutobi said. "But the mission only required one bowl." "I'm just paying for the next one in advance," Naruto explained. "Now eat up, ramen is no good if you let it sit too long." "Right you are Naruto." Meanwhile at the home for an old incontinent and morbidly obese ninja, the nurse was getting ready to tell everyone the good news. "Would you take me out of my room?" One of the senile old. That is to say patients demanded shrilly. "I just wanted to get everyone together to tell you the good news," the nurse explained again. "A two-person genin team is coming here today to give you all your sponge baths." The old folks seemed to brighten up a bit at that thought. "Also," she continued, "I've been told that they would like nothing better than to hear all your old stories. If this works out, our benefactor has promised that he'll hire the same team to come back here as many times as we like." They all attempted to cheer, but that caused their dentures to fall out. As she looked at the denture-covered floor and the drool-covered patients, the nurse silently thanked her savior for sparing her this fate if only for a day. Chapter 6. Warufizik no Jutsu 02. While Sakura and her object of affection were exploring every nook and cranny of the senile old crones, Team Guy had gathered for their daily training and mission meeting. Guy looked pensive as he called for the meeting to begin. I turned to his team. "Tell me, my youthful students, do I seem gay?" "Hi, sensei. You are the gayest man I know. No matter what happens you are always upbeat and striving to do more. You are the picture of youthful passion." Lee shouted, beaming. I shook his head. "I mean in the manner of a male that seeks other males for close companionship rather than women." Niji froze and did his best to fade into the background. "It is not my fate to get involved in this discussion. Fate doesn't fail me now." Fenton shrugged. "I think the spandex and eyebrows are seen as a bit of a turnoff, plus we never see you flirting with women." I scratched his chin thoughtfully. "The spandex and eyebrows are a turnoff. It's why I wear them. I'd never have the time to train if I couldn't repel women while at work. I've never found the need to flirt. I simply walk into a bar and say my pickup line if I desire female companionship." "Really, Guy-sensei?" Lee asked hopefully. "What, you only have one pickup line?" Tenten stared incredulously. "Of course. Why would I need more than one when the one always works?" Niji stopped trying to become one with the background and leaned forward curiously. "Sensei, I do mean to sound youthful, but if I don't get the chance to spend some time with some females in a manner involving close contact, other than fighting there is the definite possibility that I may shatter all my gates and impregnate half of the village." "May I please know the line you use?" Lee asked intently. "Of course, my youthful student. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it before, it was an unforgivable lapse on my part. Simply walk into the nearest bar and say, I can do 100 push-ups with my tongue. Anyone wanna see? The girls will flock to you like Naruto to ramen." "Hi, Guy-sensei." Lee radiated energy, seeming to vibrate in place. "I must go test this technique." The flare of chakra gates opening blinded everyone, and when they blinked their vision clear, Lee was gone. Niji snorted. And what will happen when they discover he can't do 100 push-ups with his tongue? I shrugged. After 20 push-ups they usually shred whatever you are wearing and jump you, so it's really never come up. Lee is a hard worker, but he still can only do 95 before tiring. I have faith that he will manage to get 100 before the year is out, so little fib really isn't that youthful. Denton stood there, drool leaking from the corner of her mouth with a glazed look in her eyes. N90, FF5. Niji started. That is part of the youthful training regiment you two do after the team meetings. I nodded. Of course. It is only fitting that as your Joan and I do my best to help you succeed in life, and picking up women is one of the things all young males should know. I am blazing with the power of youth. Niji shouted. Time to train. Niji, your blazing youthful energy has finally been relieved. Guy shouted with tears flowing down his cheeks. How I have waited for this day. N90, FF5. Tenten agreed with glazed eyes. Kakashi was a bit concerned when he started the team meeting. Sakura and Sasuke stared at him with flat dead eyes he'd last seen during the last ninja war, eyes that had seen too much. So? How did the mission go? It's too soon, Sakura sobbed. Don't make me remember that. Moving right along, it must have gone well because our client contracted the two of you to do it again today. Isn't that nice? Ooh. Anko looked up from her dango and giggled at the sound of someone screaming in unimaginable pain. After making a mental note to track down and compare notes with whoever was responsible, she turned back to her meal, noting that food always tasted much better when accompanied by the sound of a spirit breaking. Kakashi was surprised to find a note pinned to his door. If you're not on a mission with your other two students, then you can train your third. If you can't train your third, then you can find out what happened to your first two. That seems clear enough, he mused to himself. Now, where would Naruto be at this time of day? It didn't take long for Kakashi to find his wayward student, and the boy's reaction to learning that he was going to be trained shot a little spike of guilt into Kakashi's heart. He wasn't that bad. Was he? You're really going to train me? Naruto cheered. I really am, Kakashi agreed. He fingered the note in his pocket. No way was he going to find out what had broken the spirits of his other two students. We'll start with 5, Guy counted. One more youthful student. Lumph. 6. What was that? I wanted to know how you dealt with the taste, Niji replied. Just close your eyes and think of something else, Guy advised. 5 minutes rest and we'll try it again. Wow. Niji paused as he remembered what had happened before. Yes, Guy-sensei. Man. Wrote the meeting for Team Guy, did a good job too. Not a very long chapter, but I did add an omic. Omic. A different Hinata. Unnoticed, Hinata's hands formed several seals as Niji ordered her to surrender. I can't beat you in a fair fight, brother, Hinata admitted nervously. You're giving up then? Then no, Hinata stammered. I cheated. I had one of my teammates use one of his insects to poison you before the match. Please. Give up before the damage is permanent. No one could doubt the sincerity of Hinata's last statement. Ayaku. Niji tasted bile. Please, Hinata begged. Give up, you don't have much time left. Ayakigan. Niji took a menacing step towards his cousin. Here, Hinata sobbed. A small glass vial appeared in her hand. Take it, I don't care about the fight, I just don't want you to get hurt. Niji snatched the vial out of her hand and closed his eyes as a dizzy spell hit. Popping off the cork with his hand, he downed the contents. You're within the field of my. Hinata smiled as her cousin toppled to the ground. Based on the dose, I'd say that he'll wake up in a day or two. You know it's against the rules for your teammates to interfere, right? Haid asked with a cough. In jutsu, Hinata explained. And I didn't start it until after the match had begun. Nice work, kid. Chapter 7. Motivation. Excuse me, Sasuke said dully as he walked into the Turkish bath. But do you have a bulletin board that I can post a message on? Sure, the man behind the counter agreed. But I don't think this is your kind of place, Uchiha-sama. Why not? Sasuke demanded. And my name is not Uchiha, it is. Sakura. Sakura. Yes, Sasuke agreed. Sakura, I have pink hair and nothing to do with Sasuke Uchiha. Understand? Sure, the man agreed. Whatever you say, kid. Sasuke walked up to the bulletin board and posted a small message containing his description and a notation promising a good time in the Uchiha district. And another that assured the reader that it had nothing to do with Sasuke Uchiha at all. With a smile of anticipation, Sasuke walked out of the bath and into an alley. Naruto giggled as he dropped the henge, this was gonna be fun. He was more than a bit disappointed to find out that his little stunt hadn't resulted in the dramatic confrontation that he had hoped for. In fact, as far as he could tell, no one had even answered the fake ad. Sighing at another missed opportunity to send a bit of payback in the direction of his teammate, Naruto forgot about his little stunt until he heard the rumors that he'd accidentally spawned. I should have known, Ino sighed in disappointment. No boy is that pretty. All that one, Kiba said with a satisfied grin. Akamaru. Arf. Kakashi's youthful student has finally discovered the springtime of his youth, Guy declared loudly. Though not in a manner that I would choose. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Lee added quickly. Of course not, Guy agreed. They can't be true, Sakura sobbed. They just can't be. Maybe I could get him to agree to an open relationship. He must be after Naruto, Hinata said fearfully. No one can resist Naruto. Hinata. 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 Why yes sensei? Hinata asked timidly. Hinata, about your match. What is sensei? If you win, the Jinjutsu mistress licked her lips. I'll set you up on a date with Naruto. Oh really? The shy girl asked hopefully. Really? And if you beat Neji badly enough, I'll set you up on more than one. Her nervousness melted and Hinata was ready, nay eager to begin her match. No one paid much attention to the start of the match, Neji gave a speech about fate and Hinata seemed to be lost in a daydream that involved a lot of blushing and giggling. People began taking notice when the shy little Hyuga dodged her cousin's strikes, responded with several of her own, and threw him to the ground. What's my name? Hinata screamed at the badly beaten Neji. What? I said. Hinata punched the boy in the back of the head. Say my name bitch. Hinata, Neji sobbed. It's Hinata. The whole crowd watched speechless as Hinata had thoroughly owned her cousin Neji with the use of several completely unknown techniques like bitch slap no jutsu and the nutcracker suite. The only voice that could be heard cheering for her was Naruto, who had shown a surprising appreciation for a violent Hinata as he loved to see the underdog win, and Neji was asking for a beatdown in his opinion anyway. Across the stadium, Hanabi glared at the Uzumaki, what was so special about him that captured her older sister's attention. Byakugan. Hanabi began to drool, his chakra was like some sort of visual chocolate. So soothing and rich, she shivered as she contemplated spending hour upon hour just letting his presence wash over. No way was she going to let her sister hog all that to herself. After all, the nanny had always said that good sisters shared everything, and after watching Hinata insert a kunai into a place that caused every man in the audience to cringe. Well, Hanabi was rethinking the whole antagonism thing. It hadn't been at all difficult for the young girl to convince her father to set up another match with her older sister, not after seeing what had happened to Neji. But Hanabi did have to admit, if only to herself, that she was having second thoughts as the match was about to begin. For Naruto, the young girl thought to herself, so we can be together. The Ashi sighed as he watched his two daughters square off. Even after seeing it, he wasn't sure how his oldest daughter had managed to defeat her cousin. However she managed, it didn't seem like she was going to do it again. Big sister. Hanabi began. You know how Naruto is too much for one woman. What are you saying? Hinata growled. Automatically, Hinata's hands prepared to unleash her most devastating technique. Hanabi gulped as her sister prepared to deal out the dreaded bitch slap no. Nanny always said that good sisters shared everything, she added hopefully. Hinata's eyes narrowed in thought. Damn it, why did Naruto have to be so damned irresistible? Then she began to drool as she thought just what a combination of Kage Bunshin no jutsu and massive amounts of stamina could do to a girl. Come with me sister, Hinata commanded. I have something special to share with you. Hinata led her sister to the hide she'd constructed in the false ceiling over Naruto's bed one magical summer and Hanabi gazed down in wonder at the sleeping boy. It's even better when he's asleep, Hanabi purred. It's because he's not trying to control his chakra, Hinata explained. It just sort of runs wild. I love you Hinata, Hanabi said tearfully, moved beyond words that her older sister had chosen to share something like this with her. And I love you too Hanabi, Hinata replied. Happy that she and her sister were finally getting along, who'd have thought that all it would take was a shared hobby. The days passed until finally, Hinata was on the date that her teacher had promised her. It was everything she dreamed it would be. First Naruto had taken her to get ramen and loudly talked about himself and how he'd become Hokage, and then they'd wandered around town as Naruto proclaimed to the world how awesome he was. It was every girl's dream come true until. Hey Naruto, Sakura growled. Where have you been? And Naruto, Hinata began shyly. I need to have a private word with Sakura for a few minutes. Maybe you could get us all some drinks. Okay Hinata, Naruto shouted. I'll be right back. Thank you Naruto, Hinata stammered at the boys retreating back. Really? Sakura said in confusion. I don't understand what you see in him. Hinata turned and the expression on her face caused Sakura to take a couple hesitant steps back. Suddenly the world blurred and Sakura found herself at what appeared to be the bottom of a well with Hinata looking down at her from above. Naruto scratched his chin in confusion as he inspected the array of beverages on sale, wondering which one Hinata would like. Kurenai had taken several hours to impress onto him just how he was supposed to have on the date she'd arranged for him, but for some reason she had neglected to mention what he should get if he was sent to buy drinks. Shrugging in confusion, Naruto grabbed an assortment of bottles and carried them to the counter. It puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. I'm sorry I interrupted your date with Naruto, Sakura sobbed. Can I go home now? It does what it's told, Hinata hissed. Anko grinned sadistically as she watched. Hinata had learned Jinjutsu from Kurenai, but Anko was the one who taught her how to make it effective and she was proud of her pupil. Sakura almost broke into tears when the rock walls of the well dissolved and she once again found herself standing on a street corner with Hinata. Listen here bitch, Hinata hissed. Naruto is mine. You try to take him from me, I take your life from you. Understand? Why yes, Sakura managed to squeak. Good, she purred. There you guys are, Naruto called out. I've been looking all over for you too. Sorry Naruto, Hinata said with a blush. We were just having a little girl talk. I didn't know what you like so I got one of everything, Naruto said as he proudly displayed his purchases. Do you want some Sakura? Sakura said she had to be somewhere else right now, Hinata said timidly. Right. Yes, Sakura agreed quickly. I'll talk to you later Naruto, she screamed over her shoulder as she ran off with all the speed her legs could muster. I wonder what that was all about. Naruto asked himself with a frown of confusion. Oh well. What's Naruto look like? The squeaky voice caused Kakashi to spin around. Wah. Does Naruto look like a bitch? Hanabi demanded. Kakashi looked down at the little Hyuga in confusion. Do you think Naruto is a bitch? No. Kakashi replied, still a bit mystified by the fact that the little girl had managed to sneak into his apartment. Then why you trying to fuck him like a bitch? Hanabi growled. Huh? Here's how I see things, Hanabi continued. You're gonna dump the Uchiha bastard to teach my Naruto how to win this exam. Got it. Why don't you? Ouch, damn it. Kakashi rubbed his shin where the little girl had kicked him. Stop that. Ouch. Ouch. I can do this all day, Hanabi growled in a cute voice that completely ruined the effect. Kakashi sighed, there was no way he could win this. If he used his superior skills to subdue the child, then he'd be seen as an evil bastard if he lost. Well, that was just as bad. Maybe he should take that month-long training trip out of town after all. Hi Hinata, Naruto shouted as he ran up to her. Are you ready for our date? Why yes Naruto, Hinata agreed. You're looking very handsome today. Naruto basked in the attention Hinata was paying to him. She was so different from his longtime crush, she didn't hit him and since she had talked to Sakura, Sakura didn't hit him anymore either. Though he did wonder why his long-term crush kept mumbling something about lotion and the importance of doing what she was told, Naruto set his curiosity aside in favor of more important things. Finally the third part of the exam started and everyone leaned forward in anticipation as the fight between the last loyal Uchiha and the Desert Typhoon, as the bookmakers had labeled them. They waited. And waited. And waited until. God damn it, Naruto thought to himself. Where is that bastard? He listened in disgust as they debated what to do, any other nin would have been disqualified by now but not Konoha's golden boy. Page Bunshin no Jutsu, he whispered under his breath. Not on his watch, Sasuke would be treated the same as everyone else if Naruto had anything to say about it. I quit, every eye turned to stare at the last Uchiha who had just walked in with his teacher. He's too strong for me. It's okay Sasuke, Kakashi consoled his student. You wanna go watch a gladiator movie in my apartment? But I wanted to hear about your time in a Turkish prison again, Sasuke pleaded. Why don't we do both? Kakashi suggested with thumbs up and a grin that rivaled guys. Okay, Sasuke agreed and the two of them walked out of the arena, leaving a shocked audience behind. Take that bastard, Naruto giggled to himself. He couldn't wait to see the look on Sasuke's face when he found out that he'd been disqualified. They'd probably still let the bastard in, but it would still be a memory that Naruto would treasure to his grave. It really wasn't me, Sasuke protested after he'd finally arrived. I just got here. Second thoughts about dropping out huh? Well too bad, you did it and you have to live with the consequences. It must have been an illusion, Sasuke whined. Listen to me, I just got here. It's true, Kakashi agreed. An illusion Well then, why don't you introduce me to this person who can do illusions good enough to fool several cage-level ninja? Thought so, the examiner replied. It was a shinobi exam after all, such a feat would almost guarantee a promotion to whoever pulled it off. I saw nothing out of sorts, the head of the Hyuga family volunteered, causing his daughter's frowns to turn into smiles. Getting to put one over on the upstart Uchihas and look like a hero to his daughters, damn I'm good. The man thought to himself as he watched the protesting boy leave the stadium. So the Hyuga girls like your youthful students? Guy shouted. Yeah, Kakashi agreed. He's like candy to them. Chapter 8. Anko's boyfriend. Anko growled in frustration as she got turned down yet again. First she can't get a date because of who her master is, and then, after she's finally out from under his thumb, she can't get a date because of who he was. Dirty traitor, yet another thing he'd done to ruin her life. I mean, the seal was one thing, but keeping me from getting laid he'll pay for this. She thought grimly. You'd think guys would be interested in a girl who had a technique to deep-throat a katana or one that would make her tongue 6 inches long and prehensile. But no, they were all blinded by the thought of who her teacher was. You'd think it would be easy to lose her cherry in a village full of horny bastards. Life just wasn't fair. Only way you'll get a boyfriend is if you grow one in a box or something, one of the duller girls said cruelly. Anko thought to herself. Raise my own boyfriend, find one young enough not to have any bad habits, and train him until he's old enough. But who? You'll never get me suckers, Naruto shouted over his shoulder as he did his best to escape his latest victims. Bwahahaha. That's it, Anko said happily. No one cares about he's starved for attention, so he'll latch onto the first person who shows him any affection, and if he's got that much stamina now. Haha. Some time later. 10, 11, 12. 12. Keep trying. Anko smirked. Naruto had managed to pick up the technique to lengthen his tongue fairly easily, and he currently had it wrapped around a chin-up bar. You're not coming down until you do 15 tongue pull-ups, Anko said firmly. Now get up there, only 3 more. Anko shivered as she thought about how much fun they were going to have together in a few years. Do it and I'll teach you something cool. Ellie? Naruto mumbled, as he hadn't quite mastered speaking clearly while doing the yet. Yep. I know that speeds up your reflexes by using chakra to stimulate your nerves, and as a nice little side effect, it makes your recovery time almost instantaneous, as long as you have the chakra to power it. She drooled a little as she considered the fact that, unlike most jonin, he actually had the reserves to use it. Elsewhere. Sarutobi wasn't quite sure how to react to the more than slightly unbalanced girl's plans for the Kyuubi container. While it was true that the girl's intentions were mostly benign, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy every time he thought of Naruto's situation. The Hokage growled as he watched a busty girl train the village pariah. No boy should be that lucky. Life quickly fell into a routine for the odd couple. Anko spent nearly every available free moment with Naruto in order to train him in the ways of the ninja. Well, some of the ways of the ninja anyway. Anko? What is Naruto? Will you ever teach me that lets you swallow a sword? No, and I don't want you to ever think about learning again, Anko said harshly. Damn it, the little brat was gonna be her boyfriend and she wasn't going to all this trouble just so her old teacher could get the brat for himself. Understand? Yes, he agreed. No, he thought glumly. Anko sighed as she saw that not only didn't he understand, but he was also disappointed. It's the kind of thing Sasuke would learn and no male that learns that should be trusted. She told him, knowing just what buttons to push. Really? He looked at her thoughtfully. You want to be Hokage, right? Well, the bastard Orochimaru learned that and was passed over for Hokage, despite being the snake Sannin. They decided that the yellow flash was much more manly than he was and made him Hokage. Determination blazed in Naruto's eyes. I swear, I will become the manliest man in all the village. That the spirit. What makes a man the manliest? Naruto thought to himself before deciding he'd have to do a little research on the subject. Later, at the hot springs. Naruto leaned back in the water and relaxed. His newly invented sexy seemed to have done the trick. The girls were talking about how manly their men were and giggling, and even though they talked about a lot of different things being manly, there was one thing they all seemed to agree was manly. I wonder if that can be used in other ways. After some training. Anko, look, Naruto called out. He proudly held up a hand with 15-inch fingers, thinking about what the girls had said about big hands being manly. You figured out a way to adapt the tongue extending technique for other appendages? Anko asked, she was impressed, and then a thought hit her. Naruto. Yeah? Be sure to practice making all of your appendages longer and thicker. She ordered. All of them? Anything that dangles off your body, she agreed. Understand? Yes, he replied. No, he thought. Naruto was beginning to accept the fact that he'd never understand girls, a truth most men didn't learn till their early 30s. Wait, didn't the girls talk about dangly bits being big as a manly thing, but you had to know how to use it and be able to. Naruto's thoughts trailed off as he went in search of a board and some 6-inch spikes. Training ground 36, later that evening. And always remember that training is itself the goal. To be a man one must train to the utmost and never stop. Man's indomitable spirit is what you must strive for. Guy said stoically and smiled at his young apprentice, both dressed in traditional Guy. Yes, sensei. Training is its own reward. Lee affirmed. The two stopped as they heard a loud thunk and some young boy cussing like Anko when faced with a dango shortage. Furiously they stepped around a tree and saw Naruto. Training. Naruto reached down and picked up his latest success in the lengthening and slammed it hard against a spike, driving it a third of the way through a 2x4 before pausing and cursing loudly enough to turn the air around him blue and then starting the whole cycle over again. The two-leaf nin slowly backed behind the tree again. That, Guy stuttered. That youth. Lee said in wonder. Yes, youth. Guy said firmly. The power of youth? Lee asked. Yes. The power of youth. Guy shouted, we have been lax in our training. I see that now. But no more. Come my youthful apprentice, we must learn to blaze with the power of youth. And after buying green spandex suits to make their packages look bigger, the two set off to a new destiny of non-stop training and annoying those around them. The academy, weeks later. Listen up, Haruka yelled, today we're going to be learning a bit of hojujutsu. This is important because failure to do a good job could endanger you or your team. We're lucky to have a guest instructor today who is going to help us all learn how to do this right. Kurenai chose that moment to appear in a swirl of leaves. Thank you Haruka, she said with a smile, now the first thing you need to know is. What, Naruto? Sensei, you forgot at least 8 ropes and 5 knots to do the job right. He said thinking of the way he'd been trained in properly tying someone up. Naruto. Haruka screamed. You are not the expert here. Naruto watched for another 5 minutes before closing his eyes in disgust and putting his head on his desk. Naruto, Haruka yelled, pay attention. Why should I? Naruto asked in a sullen tone. You're doing it all wrong. Care to show us then? Kurenai asked in a dangerously calm voice. She knew that the brat was an orphan, so he didn't have any clan techniques. She was also a bit annoyed to have her teaching skills impinged upon in front of the class. How about a wager? If you can tie me up so I can't escape I'll. All you can eat ramen, Naruto cheered. Fine, she agreed, but if I can get out of it, then I'm going to tie you up and leave you here until tomorrow morning. She wouldn't really, but he didn't know that. Fine, Naruto agreed, but I'm not supposed to let anyone see my technique. Why don't you take the class outside for a short break, then Haruka? Kurenai suggested. I'll show you the proper way of getting out of restraints when you get back. Stand up and form an orderly. Was as far as the poor teacher got before a mob of screaming children crowded their way out. Oh never mind. Ready kid? You bet, Naruto agreed, for the ramen. Naruto walked out to get Haruka 15 minutes later and he was astounded by what he found when he returned to the classroom. His fellow instructor was bound and suspended from the ceiling. Her arms were bound tightly around her back and the ropes around her chest did things to her breasts that captured his attention for several seconds before he managed to drag his eyes to another part of her body to find large knots strategically positioned over erogenous zones. MMMPH. Kurenai tried to speak around the ball gag the little brat had produced from somewhere. Do you want me to cut you loose? He managed to stammer. Her emphatic nods. He quickly produced a kunai and slashed the ropes. Thanks, Kurenai said as she rubbed her jaw, where the hell did he learn to do that? I don't know, Haruka admitted, he shows up with strange techniques sometimes. Haruka shuddered as he remembered the tentacle no, there were things in this world that no man should see. After being released from her bonds, Kurenai watched as the brat. Students poured back into the classroom. Hey Naruto. Did I win? Naruto asked excitedly. Yes you won, she agreed absently, but where'd you learn those techniques? My girlfriend taught me, Naruto said loudly. Girlfriend? Kurenai glanced around the room, her eyes finally settling on Ino after remembering who the girl's parents were and the rumors she'd heard about them. Starting younger and younger, she sighed, don't you think you're a bit young to learn these things? My girlfriend said that it's okay to learn these things, but illegal to do them, Naruto explained. Anko had screamed something similar every time he mastered one of her techniques. Followed by lots of cursing and occasionally she'd leave for an hour or so and come back looking tired. Well. Just don't do anything too drastic until you get older. Okay, Naruto agreed. He still had no idea what the crazy lady was talking about, but he thought it was best to humor her. Later still. Anko growled. That little Hyuga slut was eyeing her future man again. Well, she thought the little Hyuga slut was eyeing her future man anyway, it was always hard to tell with that clan. Bunch of dirty voyeurs, she thought to herself. Although. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if the little bitch just watched. Anko grinned at the thought, actually it was a bit of a turn on, especially since she'd never known when the brat was using those freaky eyes of hers. On second thought, so long as the Hyuga kept her hands to herself, then all would be well in the world. Little did she know that Hinata was indeed eyeing her man, quite frequently in fact, as she had caught the tail end of one of his hammering sessions. Hinata, being no fool, had quickly manipulated all the other girls in class into going after the emo boy Saz. Something or other, figuring if they weren't skilled enough to realize how talented Naruto was, it was best that they learn to deal with disappointment men, and after using her bloodline, she knew the emo Avenger was a very disappointing example. Anko frowned as she thought about what to teach the kid next. Perhaps some form of bunshin. Anko smiled in anticipation as she thought about using a three-way no, rather than having to share. Mud bunshin was just messy. Loop bunshin maybe. No, better stick with a variant that was capable of independent thought. What are you gonna teach me today, Anko? Naruto asked, looking up at her with innocent blue eyes. Page bunshin no jutsu, Anko replied. It'll make it so there's more of you. Anko drooled at the thought of experiencing the three-way no jutsu. Or even the legendary gangbang no. Now be a good boy and learn it quickly so we can move on to something else. Okay Anko, Naruto agreed cheerfully. After Kakashi's bell test. So, Anko purred, causing Kakashi to shudder. You like to play insertion games, do you? Kakashi winced when he saw the look on her face. How was he supposed to know that she'd befriended the little brat? The next day, Team 7 was surprised to find someone waiting for them at their meeting place. Anko, Naruto screamed happily. Hey Naruto, Anko replied. Looks like I'm gonna be your new teacher. What happened to the other guy? Naruto asked. The one with the stupid mask. Him? Anko giggled. He's in the hospital getting intimately acquainted with the village's best proctologists. Proc. PR. Ass doctors, Anko explained. Far away, a trio of proctologists were staring in fascination at Kakashi's poor and severely abused posterior. Do you know how she managed to get the pineapple up without breaking it? One finally asked. Chapter 9. Mission to Wave. Except for times of war, all genin had to suffer through a number of humiliating and dirty missions to sharpen their teamwork. The fact that it also got a number of dirty jobs done cheaply was something no one talked about. Okay, Anko shouted, mission time. Alright, Naruto cheered, what are we going to do? You are going to rub my shoulders while I supervise and they pump that septic tank. Septic tank. Sakura squeaked. I talked the Hokage into triple pay since no one else wanted the job, Anko added proudly, now get to work. Come on Naruto, we don't want to be upwind when they open that thing up. Okay Anko, Naruto agreed cheerfully, figuring out the hidden message Anko had given him, she hadn't. Concentrating he carefully created noseless clones, screwing up clone by the thousands, had taught him almost as much as the forbidden scroll to assist his teammates. She's a great sensei, I'm sure no one else has to figure out riddles to do their job. A student suffered through their first mission. Hurry up you brats, Anko yelled at her other two students. Don't be afraid to get dirty. She moaned in contentment as Naruto found another knot in her back, she really had been working too hard lately. Sooner you get done with this mission the sooner we can go home and have dinner and the sooner you two can wash all that muck off. Nodding in satisfaction at the slightly quickened pace, Anko closed her eyes and allowed Naruto's magic fingers to do their stuff. And it affected them in ways they couldn't dream. I don't want any corn, Sakura said in disgust. Pushing the plate away. Why not? Her mother asked innocently. Do you have any idea of what I've seen? Sakura demanded. Corn is all that was left. Clutching her mouth, the girl fled. The next day, they continued their training. Sparring practice, Anko announced, Naruto you're with me. Yes Anko-sensei, Naruto agreed. You two work on the basics, Anko said to two of her less important students. Naruto, we're going to be working on our grappling. Again? Practice makes perfect, she said eagerly, and being flexible enough to twist yourself into a pretzel is fun too. Well, it allows more variety anyway. Right, Naruto said. He'd long ago learned that it was better to agree than to think too hard about anything that came out of Anko's mouth when it came to simple training exercises. To Sakura's disappointment and Sasuke's relief, Anko called it a day after only 4 hours of groping. Sparring. Meet me back here bright and early, Anko shouted over her shoulder as she walked into the sunset. Done, Sasuke agreed, feeling a greater need for a shower than he ever had before and maybe some quality time huddled under his bed with his teddy bear, far away from anything. Pink. Sakura rushed home and dove into bed. If experience had shown her one thing it was that her new instructor's view of early was completely opposite to those held by her former instructor, but copying Anko's grappling moves on Sasuke made it all worthwhile. Early the next morning, she reluctantly got out of bed and walked to the team meeting place and joined her other two teammates. Got another mission for you brats, Anko announced to herself. You too, Naruto. Yay, Naruto cheered. What is it? Well you remember your old teacher? Anko asked. The one with the stupid mask. Uh-huh. Naruto's face scrunched up as he attempted to remember the man's name. Kenny. Close enough. We've been assigned to clean his apartment while he's recovering from his sphincter reconstruction surgery. Once again. You got another bonus? Naruto asked eagerly. You're the best, Anko. You know it, Anko agreed. They already sent 2 genin teams in to take care of most of the mess, so it shouldn't be too difficult to take care of the rest. What had left for us? Sakura asked nervously. Bathroom, fridge, and the dishes in the sink. Anko replied. None of which had been cleaned for decades. Oh, and we have to empty the garbage can next to his bed. Which was filled with slightly used wads of Kleenex. Easy money. That doesn't sound so bad, Sakura said optimistically. That's the spirit, Anko cheered. Naruto, you're with me on this one, Anko said seriously. We're going to nap under that tree while they take care of the unimportant parts of our mission. Right, Naruto agreed. This will be our most difficult mission yet. He said, as he devoted his attention to quickly figuring out how to keep clones active while asleep. Best sensei ever. PRRR. Sakura glared at her teammate. Sure, his clones did more than his fair share of the work, but it also let him escape having to scrub off odd smells and bizarre stains like her and Sasuke. Maybe I should offer to help him wash his back again. I'm sure his attempt to kill me last time was just a nervous reflex. They completed their missions and met back early the next day for training and to get their next mission. What's the mission today? Naruto was bouncing when he asked. Laundry, Anko said with a shrug, and we're lucky to get that. Sorry kids, I tried to get something more exciting, but… Don't feel bad, Naruto tried to console her, we can't get bonus money every time. Oh, we're getting a bonus, Anko assured her team, causing spikes of horror to shoot into the hearts of half her team. Don't worry about that. Whose laundry are we doing? Sakura asked slowly, wondering if cleaning things with fire would be allowed, considering the things they'd found in Kakashi's laundry basket during the last mission. One of my fellow instructors, Anko replied, guy named Guy. Shouldn't be too difficult, all his outfits are identical. And soaked in sweat and possibly growing things on it. Oh. Sakura said, experience had shown her that the bonus missions were much more horrific than one might think at first. Anko-sensei. What is it? Would it be possible to go with you to choose our mission tomorrow? Sakura asked hopefully. Sasuke agreed. If you want, Anko agreed, but it'll be really boring. I like boring, Sakura said quickly. After repressing the memories of her latest mission, Sakura went home and reset her alarm clock for the earlier meeting time. The next morning, she met her team and they went into the Hokage's office to select their mission. Okay, the Hokage said cheerfully. I've got a few D-rank missions you can select. There's garbage collection, sponge baths at the retirement home, babysitting, cleaning the bathroom at the porno hut. I can't take it any longer, Sakura squealed, give us a C-rank mission. Give us a mission that gets us away from this village. Away from septic tanks, away from filthy apartments, and far away from spandex. She finished with a shudder. Done, Sasuke agreed with a shudder of his own. The Hokage glanced at Anko who was staring at Naruto with a glazed look in her eyes, announcing to all that her mind was on something else. Ahem. Anko tore her gaze away from her future boy toy long enough to nod at her boss. Your mission, the Hokage said seriously, should you choose to accept it, is to fight bandits. Naruto guessed. Collect dinosaur eggs. Deal with the bastard who made the Starship Troopers movie and threw out everything that made the book good. Please say it was that last one. None of the above, the Hokage laughed, and we already have several hunter nin dealing with that last mission. Rest assured that he'll soon learn how disappointed we were in that movie. Bastard needs to pay, Naruto growled. Yes. Well, your mission is to escort some transient to Wave. Where did a hobo get enough money to hire a mission? Anko mused as she looked over at their client, ah well. She turned to her team. Pack up and be at the west gate in an hour. Done. What should we bring? Sakura asked. Whatever you want, Anko replied, I'd recommend some food, a blanket, and a couple changes of clothes. Oh, and rope, can't be without rope. Yes, Anko-sensei, Sakura agreed. Don't go overboard on outfits, Anko advised the retreating girl, you're being hired to guard the bum, not sleep with him. Anko smirked at the girl's horrified shudder. They met back up at the gate and their trip to Wave was uneventful, except for one small incident. Hey Naruto, Anko called out, wanna see something cool? You know it, Naruto agreed. Watch. She wadded up several explosive notes into a ball and tossed it into the mysterious puddle. The explosion knocked them all down and Naruto watched in wonder as body parts fell from the sky. Do explosive notes in puddles always make it rain blood and body parts? Naruto asked. Only when there are ninja hiding in the puddle, Anko replied absently, let's go. Things got exciting again after they crossed into the waves and were attacked by a missing nin with a giant sword. Sakura, Sasuke, Anko's voice was hard and serious. You two do your best to defeat the missing nin. Despite being an Uchiha, Sasuke's little-used sense of self-preservation and, unknown till now, attraction to men wielding really big swords came into play, as his ego actually deflated a bit and reality asserted itself briefly in his head. Can I take on this muscular missing nin? Of course I can, for I am an avenger. The key word being briefly. But he's a high-level missing nin, Sakura protested. And we're just genin. Then weren't you lucky to have a chance to face a missing nin this early, Anko said cheerfully. I'll bet that none of your classmates have had a chance to fight any high-level missing nin. Now Naruto. Yes Anko? Tell me again how much you like my eyes, she giggled. A sound that caused her other two students to shudder in horror. Shouldn't we help them? They'll be fine, Anko said dismissively. When I was their age I'd already killed hundreds of missing nin. Now about my eyes. The last part ended in a growl. Naruto shrugged. She was their sensei and she had a lot more experience with missing nin than he did. If she said they could handle him, then they could handle him. Plus Anko-chan really did have nice eyes and he loved it when she smiled at him. No one in the village smiled at him the way she did. Zabuza approached the two genin carefully. She's sending in the brats. What's going on here? The fight between the three was a mockery of actual combat, with Zabuza fighting defensively as he tried to draw out whatever trap he was sure he was being led into, and Sasuke was mesmerized by the missing nin's bulging muscles and big sword as he used all his skills to try and get Zabuza to break a sweat. Sakura simply stood there with a kunai in hand, letting out a panic squeal that made everyone feel like ice picks were being driven into their brain whenever either of the two got within 10 feet of her. By mutual consent neither combatant got within 10 feet of her after the first couple of times. Anko's yell of "Will someone just slit her throat already?" confused Zabuza enough that he decided she was just another trap element because there was no way someone that appeared that weak could actually be that weak. She had to have had special training, but he wasn't going to fall for it. Haku watched from hiding. Nothing made any sense. Was Zabuza under a genjutsu? Sneaking closer she listened to the blonde-haired boy read poetry to the smiling jonin while they ignored the battle. That's so romantic. I wish I had someone to read poetry to me like that. Zabuza finally figured out the trap when he saw the dark-haired boy's eye turn red. Sasuke had finally managed to activate his Sharingan under the intense pressure of trying to commit every image of a sweaty Zabuza to memory. They were toying with him to steal his. The quick signal. Sent several times until Haku actually responded. She was sighing in the bushes and pretending Naruto was reading to her and killed Zabuza, whereupon she escaped with the corpse for disposal. Set the scene with Sakura carrying a worn-out Sasuke, depleted of chakra using his newly awakened bloodline, and Naruto carrying Anko, melted from his poetry reading. And that's the situation, Sarutobi sighed. Even Naruto gets more tails than I do. I mean, that was the whole point of becoming the Hokage. What's the point of being the most powerful man in the village if you never get laid? Paper or plastic? The rattled checkout girl asked nervously. Sir. Paper, the Hokage said. You know. Are you doing anything tonight? Washing my hair? She said hopefully. And tomorrow night. I have very dirty hair. Haku watched in fascination as the blonde completed his training routine. After he'd gone, she walked up to the fallen tree and did her best to pull one of the embedded spikes out. They're stuck in, she said in awe. He pounded them in with his. Haku's eyes glazed and a stream of drool made its way down her chin. Then maybe I can finally get laid. Sure, she worshipped the ground her master walked on and woke up every day thanking the fates that he'd chosen to take her as his minion, but, well, life as a missing nin made it a bit difficult to scratch certain itches. Not that Zabuza was any help in that regard, she thought to herself. I bet he's gay, she grumbled as she walked back to the hideout. No straight man is that obsessed with swords. What was that? Zabuza asked as she walked in. I said, I've been observing our foes. Well? Pinky and Duckbutt aren't anything special, Haku replied, blonde on the other hand. She shuddered in pleasure. What is it? He demanded. It had to be bad if she was shivering like that. I watched some of his training, Haku said seriously. He's much too manly for you. I might be able to take him, but I don't think I could do it alone. Maybe with that yummy-looking teacher of his though, she shivered at the thought. I see. Haku, as soon as I am well enough to travel we are leaving this place. I fear that may not be enough, Zabuza-sama, Haku said quickly. I fear that I'll have to sacrifice myself to buy you time to get away. That bad then? Worse, Haku agreed. If she stayed with her benefactor then she'd never lose that pesky virginity. I'll stay behind and offer myself to him in exchange for your freedom, she said passionately. I see, Zabuza said slowly, surely she couldn't understand. It was best not to think about it, the life of a missing nin was not an easy one. Very well then. As he packed, he did his best to put the matter out of his mind until. Zabuza-sama. What is it? Do you think I should go with the fetish-made outfit or the easily torn paper kimono? Just pick whichever you think is best, he said quickly. Good luck, Haku. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. You two might want to get ready, Anko said as she sipped her drink. Naruto. Could you rub my shoulders? Why? Sakura asked. Because it will help me relax, Anko said slowly. Are you sure you were at the top of your year? No, I mean why should we get ready? Because this mist isn't natural, Anko replied. I'll bet that missing nin's just waiting to jump out and cut you in two. Me? Sakura squeaked. Well, Sasuke just looked around eagerly, intent on his job. Haku chose that moment to appear, walking slowly out of the mist in a short leather maid's outfit. Who's your tailor? Anko asked eagerly. Made it myself, Haku said with a demure blush. Naruto-sama, we've come to the conclusion that you're much too manly for my master to defeat. So in return for allowing him to escape unharmed, I am offering myself to you. Pinky, Anko barked, kill her. What? Sakura dropped her kunai. But she surrendered, Naruto protested. It's a trick, Anko said firmly. I'd be perfectly happy to strip down to show I'm not carrying any weapons, Haku suggested, and then Naruto-sama could tie me up and give me a cavity search. She rubbed her knees together. He's so skilled at tying knots. No, Anko growled, mine. You go away now. But it's against a ninja code to allow prisoners to escape, Sakura whined. Yeah, Haku agreed, we wouldn't want to violate the ninja code. Not when I'm standing here perfectly willing to be. Shut up, Anko interrupted. She was so sick of that stupid code. I can cook and clean, Haku said hopefully. Can you cook dango? Anko said slowly. Love of dango warring with love of not having competition. And ramen? Naruto chipped in. I cook wonderful dango, Haku seized her chance, and sublime ramen. Fine, Anko caved, but if you're lying to me then I'll be very disappointed. You don't want to know how I deal with disappointment. Back in the hidden village of the Leaf. Hinata was in the process of dragging a large steamer trunk out of the Hyuga estates when the worst happened. Hinata. Yes, father. Have you seen your sister around? She tried very hard not to even think about the large trunk. She's dealing with female problems, father. Oh. What's in the trunk? Things to deal with female problems, father. I see. And I may not be here for dinner, father, Hinata continued, possibly not be around for the next few days. I need to deal with female problems. Carry on then. I could tell you all about them if you like, Hinata added shyly. Quite alright, he said as he quickened his step. I'm sure you don't have the time to explain in proper detail. It's no trouble. Look at the time, he said as he broke into a trot. Hinata turned back to her trunk with a happy smile. Come sister, we wouldn't want you to be late to your training. Naruto wanted gimps, she'd give him gimps. While Hinata was taking creepy to a whole new level, the T&I division had a problem on their hands. I don't think the normal methods are going to work on this one, Ibiki said sadistically. And he also didn't think Mr. Snufflebear would like to have tea with this one. But you're in luck, girl, I've recently gotten a request from one of our friends. Private citizens. I'm sure she'll just love to get the chance to meet you. Vegito just stared back defiantly, wondering how she'd gotten into this situation. Oh yeah, she thought to herself, you got complacent and now you're going to suffer for it. Aren't we worried about our village? One of the unimportant characters asked nervously. Why should we be? Ibiki asked. We never saw her, she never got captured, and if they ask then we'd like to know what she was doing in our territory. After a week she'll be in no shape to resume her duties as an nin anyway. The Anbu marched the unhappy Cloud9 through a maze of tunnels until they came to a large sinister-looking door. With a gulp, one of them knocked on the door. Yes. A normal-looking girl asked sweetly. We've got one for you, Ms. AM, Anbu said nervously. Vegito shuddered when the girl inspected her like a prize horse. She'll do, AM said after a moment of thought, we still need someone for the horse and she looks like the type. Bring her in. Yes, Ms. AM. They dropped the condemned nin on the floor and quickly backed out of the room. As they walked away they shuddered at the sound of high-pitched laughter and the crack of a whip. They could only imagine what horrible tortures their former prisoner was undergoing. Sure, they'd pull someone's fingernails out or smash a couple toes to get information, but they did it because it was their job, not for fun. Chapter 10. More team building. They broke camp after the sunset and continued on through most of the night until they reached a small town. This is the place, Kenji said with a yawn. First things first, we get something to eat and find a place to stay. We have about 1 day before the other team arrives, Kay added. In that time I want the 3 of you to find out everything you can about this town and the bandits. Tenten sighed as she listened to her instructor and teammate go on about the power of youth and their flames of passion. Sometimes she wondered if it was worth having to deal with the two of them, sometimes she wondered if her life might not be a bit less stressful if she were to transfer to another team, sometimes she wondered if Niji was just a bit too pretty to be a boy. Denton released a book 5 years later titled I Thought I Ordered a Fish Taco, but it turned out to be beef after all, but that has very little to do with the current storyline. Yosh, Guy yelled, I hope there are no bandits around. As we are a helpless group of merchants, we would have no way of defending ourselves if we were to be attacked by bandits. Tenton rubbed the bridge of her nose as her teacher enacted his cunning plan to lure the bandits. And poor Tenton here, Guy continued, just think of what they would do to an innocent girl. Don't forget Niji Guy-sensei, Lee got in on the act. Yes, Guy agreed, a boy as pretty as he is could bring a good price in some of the ports. Niji snorted, or he would have if it wasn't so undignified. Some of the ports. I'm sure I'd bring in a much higher price in all of the ports than any of my teammates. He's not serious, is he? Kay asked in shock. Afraid he is, Kenji sighed, on the plus side it looks like the bandits are about to attack. Bet they figure no trap could be that obvious. Which leads me to question if Guy really is that. I-ish. Works, Kenji agreed. He watched as Team Guy professionally took down the bandit gang. Bit disappointing to see that they aren't taking things all the way. Did the contract specify that they were to be taken alive? No. Doesn't want to blood his genin yet, Kay said in disgust, never should have taken this mission then. Nothing wrong with taking things slow, Kenji defended the other instructor. And as you can see, the bandits are no match for them. Seems to have trained his students well. I guess. That isn't going to happen with ours, but you have to admit it takes more skill to knock someone out than to kill them. Agreed, he said with a nod, I do like the idea of getting them into a few low-stakes fights though. No deaths unless by accident. But teach them bad habits. But also get rid of any pesky hesitation to hit someone, Kenji argued, also get them used to taking a hit maybe. Maybe, she agreed, something to think on anyway. And it looks like they're winding things down here, Kenji said. Good job Naruto, Kay said. We didn't think you'd be able to stay out of this fight. Kenji finished with a frown on his face when he saw Naruto being restrained by the two girls. We passed the test, didn't we sensei? Harumi asked. I don't know, Kay said slowly. The two of you did, but I'm not sure about Naruto. You had to hold him down. And if he doesn't pass, you don't pass. We're not holding him down, Keiko said with a convincing smile. You're not. Of course not. Then what are you doing? Keiko looked at Harumi. Group hug, Harumi said firmly. Group hug? Kay asked skeptically. You said teammates had to be close, Keiko said firmly. You two are married, aren't you? Can't get much closer than that. So the two of you want to marry Naruto? Kenji asked slowly. The look of shocked horror on Naruto's face warmed the very cockles of his heart as Naruto apparently took his words at face value. Well, unconventional, Kay said. We'll support you. Couldn't be prouder, Kenji agreed. But you're following our example. Their grips loosened, Naruto managed to free his mouth. But sensei. Quiet, Harumi whispered as the two quickly plastered themselves to his sides again to prevent him from screwing things up. Or we don't pass, Keiko agreed. You don't want to go back to that damn log, do you? She pasted a fake smile on her face and hugged Naruto tightly. The Jonin instructors pretended not to hear as they shared an amused look. But you know. You are going to have to start spending more time together. If you want this relationship to work, Kay added with a grin. Maybe the three of you can start having meals at Naruto's apartment. How romantic, Kay sighed. It was also another team-building exercise, but she saw no reason to mention that since it would ruin the amusing situation her students had talked themselves into. Come on, Kenji said, it's time to head back to Konoha. They turned to walk up the trail, and the two instructors smiled as their students dropped back to have a private conversation. You know what this means, don't you? Harumi asked her teammate. No boyfriend for either of us, Keiko sighed. Not while they think we're with Naruto. How soon do you think we have to keep this up? Until we're out from under their thumb, Harumi replied. Just to be safe. Don't I get a say in this? Naruto asked. Feeling a bit used as he figured out what was going on. I'm not good enough for them, am I? I'll show them, I'll be the best damn boyfriend they ever had. No, Keiko said. Not even a little one, Harumi agreed. This sucks, Naruto whined. I wonder if the library has any books on how to be a kick-ass boyfriend. We're not happy about it either, Keiko agreed glumly. But it's that or the log, what do you want to do? Fine, Naruto agreed with an unhappy frown. But I'm not kissing either of you. I think that's something we can all agree on, Harumi said firmly. Right. Right, Keiko said with a nod. Naruto relaxed a little. Dodged the kunai on that one. I've never kissed anyone before and I ain't going to go around kissing anyone till I'm the best at it. Frowns appeared on their instructors' faces as they listened in. This wouldn't do. This wouldn't do at all. The entertainment value would drop by an order of magnitude if they allowed their students' fake relationship to go on that way. They were going to make their students work for it. Why were you trying to jump in anyway? They had things under control the whole time. Keiko whispered. That black-haired girl was in trouble, 2 bandits got in behind her, and none of her teammates even warned her. Naruto whispered back harshly, pissed at the way the girl's teammates had just left her alone in the middle of things and wondering how she'd managed to handle things with no warning. That wasn't a girl. That was Niji Hyuga, and his bloodline lets him see all around him. He knew where they were at all times. Harumi groaned. What? That was a guy, are you sure? Yes, that was a guy, and yes, we are sure. Really? Yes, really. No mistake then. No mistake, Naruto, she screamed, it really was a boy. Naruto agreed skeptically. They returned to the village and gave the gleeful genin their first pay. Don't spend it all in one place, Kenji advised. Better yet, Kei said, don't spend any of it. Why not? Keiko demanded. Sighing as the thoughts of a new dress escaped from her grasp. We're going to need it for the rent on our new place, Kei explained. Budgeting is another thing you'll need to learn to be an effective ninja, Kenji said with a mournful look on his face, unless you can get your wife to do it for you. And since none of you have that luxury at the moment, Kei said evilly, you all get to learn it. You should be able to keep most of your pay, Kenji took pity on his students. The rent in the industrial section of town is usually pretty cheap. Industrial section? Naruto asked dumbly. Pretty much where you live now, Kei mused. Only a few blocks away, Kenji agreed. Oh. Why there, sensei? Harumi asked. You try putting a blacksmith in a residential section, Kenji snorted. And see how happy your neighbors are. Unless of course you're suggesting that we have your teammate live somewhere else, Kei asked with a frown. No, Harumi said quickly, it's just that it's so far away from everything. Walking is good for you, Kenji said, ending the conversation. Not that they get to do that very often, why let them walk when they could be running? Go home, Kei ordered, take clean up and say hi to your families. And meet at Naruto's apartment for breakfast tomorrow, Kenji added. We'll go house hunting after that. Actually, he already knew exactly where they'd be going as he'd spoken to a few friends before going out on the mission, but he saw no reason to waste a day of walking around the district of strange smells. Dismissed, Kei said. With that, the 2 instructors disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Dinner at your house, Naruto? Harumi asked hopefully. Sure, Naruto agreed, but don't you want to spend time with your family? A little sure, the girl agreed, but they're a bit smothering, Keiko suggested. Exactly. Oh. Must be nice, Naruto said glumly. It can be, Keiko agreed, not without sympathy. Sometimes anyway. Yeah, Harumi agreed. The 2 girls shared a look of confusion as they tried to think of a way to cheer up their teammate. Well. We'll see you in a couple hours then. Like our teacher said, this team is like a family. Keiko said, okay Naruto. Yeah, Naruto agreed brightly, but we'll need to pick up a few things if you want something that isn't ramen. Unseen, their 2 instructors observed them with pleased smiles on their faces. They were good kids and they had the potential to be good ninjas in the future. Come on, Kenji said after their students had walked out of sight, we need to report to the Hokage. Yeah, Kei agreed. The 2 Jonin ghosted across the rooftops and swung into the Hokage's office through one of the windows. How'd the mission go then? Sarutobi asked blandly. I may have hidden depths, Kei mused. But he didn't want to blood his students, Kenji said. Killed 2 bandits, but only when the children were out of sight. And he's picked up a mini-me somewhere, Kei said with a shudder of disgust, creepy as hell. How'd your students do? Naruto needs a crash course on bloodlines, Kenji said. I'm thinking of having his teammates drill him on the ones in the village before branching out to foreign and extinct bloodlines. Speaking of the girls, Kei said with a wicked grin, they've somehow talked themselves into having to pretend to be Naruto's girlfriends. Much potential for wacky hijinks, Kenji agreed. Did you just say wacky? Kei demanded. Yep, he said, and hijinks. Not something you hear every day, she mused. That's why I used it, he explained, I'm trying to improve my vocabulary. Oh. Nicely done. Back to the students, the Hokage said firmly, how are they doing aside from this? Wacky hijinks. Might be ready for the mission to Cloud, Kenji said reluctantly, maybe. So I should accept the invitation. We can always stage an accident to keep them out of it if they're not ready, Kei pointed out. Yeah, Kenji agreed. Accept the invitation, Kei said firmly, we'll make them ready. No matter what it takes. Chapter 11. Another learning experience. The next day, the 3 genin followed their 2 teachers across the village into the industrial district and into a dilapidated building. What do you think? Kenji asked. It's a warehouse, Harumi said flatly. And our new home, Kei agreed, isn't that lovely? But. Where are the walls and stuff? Keiko demanded. You can't expect us to change in front of you. You want walls? Kenji asked with a grin. Build them. I advise you to sign up for a few D-rank construction missions to get the skills. For now children, Kei said as they walked out, we'll give you a week to get things together. Which was nowhere near enough time to learn how to furnish the place, but she didn't believe in assigning punishments without manufacturing an excuse. Don't disappoint us, Kenji agreed. You won't like the consequences. The three genin watched their instructors leave with looks of horror on their faces. I helped my dad set up his new workshop, Keiko said after a moment, there's no way we can get everything done in a week. No way we can even learn enough to do everything in a week. Why can't we just build walls out of wooden crates? Naruto asked. This is a warehouse, right? Better yet, why don't we buy a few tons of iron for my forge? Keiko asked. Dad says that the price of iron is lower than he's ever seen. We could also get other stuff, Harumi mused, like sand. Sand? My uncle Tashi blows glass, she explained, he makes it out of sand. Oh. Their teachers were shocked by what they found when they returned to the warehouse. Their students had arranged several large shipping crates to create a maze of rooms and hallways. Very nice, Kei said with a proud smile, to be honest. Well. We never expected you to succeed, Kenji explained, this was supposed to teach you that one is sometimes given missions that are impossible to complete. Though not so often these days, Kei mused, it was also supposed to give us an excuse to punish you with a dirty, disgusting, and degrading learning experience. We're still going to do that of course, Kenji said quickly. So you don't have to worry about missing it. Of course, Keiko agreed dryly. We can never catch a break, Harumi agreed. Bastards, Naruto put in his 2 cents. I know you hate to hear it, but it really is for your own good, Kei said sympathetically, better get used to it now rather than on a mission. But you've done very well, Kenji said with a grin, very well, and you can always console yourself with the fact that there's nothing you could have done to avoid it. We couldn't be prouder, Kei agreed, good job. So what is this learning experience? Harumi asked reluctantly. Why don't we start with kunai practice? Kei said to her husband. They can go through the pipe later. Best to put off the pipe, he agreed, least until we have an excuse to inflict that on them. I'm sure they'll give us a frivolous reason sooner or later, Kei mused. We're right here you know, Keiko said sourly. This too is a lesson, Kenji explained. It shows you all that life is rarely fair, Kei added. Be sure that any cutting instruments you care to use are nice and sharp for tomorrow, Kenji said as he turned to leave, we'll continue this conversation later. And do try to get a good night's sleep, Kei said. She paused in the door before leaving the students alone. We have an important mission to prepare for so playtime is over, if you wish to quit, then now is the time to do it. With one last look at her students, she left for the night. What do you think she meant? Keiko asked. I think she meant that we should get a good night's sleep, Harumi said, I know I'm not gonna quit. Me neither, Keiko agreed, Naruto. Quitting is for other people, Naruto said stubbornly, just like rules. It's us against them and we're gonna win. Yeah, Harumi agreed. We're a team, Keiko said, they haven't got a chance against us. The three genin spent a rather unpleasant few hours speculating what training awaited them on the next day before turning in to go to sleep. They awoke the next morning to the smell of breakfast and the sound of 2 metallic objects being slammed together. Rise and shine children, Kei called out, it's time to get up. It's still dark, Naruto protested, you aren't supposed to get up till the big ball of fire is halfway up the sky. Yeah, Keiko agreed, everyone knows that. We have a big day ahead of us, Kei said. She ignored her students' looks of disgust as she waved them towards the table. Be sure to fill up, we're going to be doing a lot of exercise. And it'll be a while before we get a chance to eat lunch, Kenji added. If you're hungry that is, Keiko mused. True. Should we be eating if we're going to exercise? Harumi asked. We aren't going to exercise until after you've had a chance to digest. Kenji waved off her concerns. But good thinking. It's time for classwork before that, Kei said upon seeing their confused looks. You'd be amazed to learn the kinds of things a good ninja needs to know. Like what? Naruto asked. How to read a map for one, Kenji replied. And how to make one for another, Keiko agreed. Information is life in our line of work. It is our job to give you the tools to become successful shinobi, Kenji said calmly, it isn't glamorous, but the ability to draft accurate maps and blueprints is something that will serve you well. Especially since most of your future colleagues, the supposed best ninja in the village, will have no idea of how to do anything more complicated than bashing skulls together. Not that we won't teach you how to do that too. But it's good to have more cerebral skills. Means you'll have no shortage of jobs anyway. And as you know, Kenji began with a grin. A busy life is a happy life, Kei finished, get ready to become filled with joy. True to their word, the two Jonin instructors spent the first half of the day teaching their students the basics of how to read a map and compass. After 4.5 hours, Naruto couldn't take it any longer. "Can't we do something else?" Naruto demanded. "Go outside or something." He bit his tongue before screaming about how useless it was anyway. "If that is your wish," Kei agreed, "come along children. We've got a nice little training exercise waiting for you outside. We'll give you an hour to change and shower after this," Kenji said to the suddenly very nervous Genin, "and another for lunch, since we're such wonderful individuals." The two teachers lined their students up in front of three vaguely human-shaped targets. "The object of this exercise," Kei said in a loud clear voice, "is to eliminate the targets. You will take one kunai, you will approach the targets, and you will stab them until told to stop. Do you understand?" The students nodded. "Then begin." Naruto ran towards his target and thrust his kunai into the torso. He nearly dropped it when his teacher let out a horrific scream. He did drop it when he pulled out the blade to see it covered in blood. "Pick up that kunai and him again," Kenji snapped. "Pick it up." "Why yes sensei," Naruto agreed nervously. "Now stab the bastard again," Kenji demanded. Again. They didn't let up until the targets were ruined masses of torn canvas and blood. "Wah. What happened?" Harumi asked sickly. "Where did all the blood come from?" "There are several reasons we chose to bring you three here," Kei said calmly. "Easy access to a slaughterhouse is but one of them." 2 hours and we're back in the classroom, Kei said to the three blood-covered genin, Naruto. "Yes sensei. We were going to do this today anyway," she said kindly, "your comments just prompted us to start things off a bit early." "And we'll be doing something similar in a day or two," Kenji said firmly, "needs to be done soon anyway." "Why?" Harumi blurted. "Sorry sensei," she said contritely. "It's a valid question," Kei assured the girl, "the more you know about a mission, the better the chances that you'll complete it. But you're not going to tell me." "But I'm not going to explain my answer," Kei corrected her, "it's because you girls will be too big for the exercise soon." "Naruto has quite a bit of growing before we have to worry about his fit," Kenji added, "but we'd rather make it a team learning experience." "Do we want to know?" Keiko asked. "I would assume that you do," Kei agreed. "Or else you would have not asked the question," Kenji added, "the real question is if we will tell you." And the answer is no. This too is training. "What kind of training could that be?" Naruto demanded hotly. "That information will often be held back," Kei replied, "you must learn how to endure it. Or better yet," Kenji said with a smile, "how to ferret it out. We've given you a couple clues and we will sprinkle a few more around our living area. If you are able to figure out what we have planned then we will be ecstatic," Kei said. "And if we catch you going through our things then we will be more than justified when we punish you with the exercise we were going to make you undergo anyway." "Let me guess," Naruto said dryly. "This too is a lesson," Keiko huffed. "They grow up so fast," Kei murmured to her husband. They spent the rest of that day and all of the next learning and relearning. Naruto has a doodle in the corner of an insect, says that it was just sitting there, it's fairly detailed, Kei explains the concept of hiding a map inside a drawing. Naruto gets extra art lessons. "There is no useless skill when you are a shinobi," Kei said to the doubtful boy, "the ability to draw is a very good thing for a shinobi to possess." "Really?" Harumi asked doubtfully. "How?" "For starters." Kenji pulled a small book out of his pocket and handed it to her. "Look on page 41. Name? Unknown," she read. Description: brown hair, brown eyes, crescent-shaped scar on right hand. "Be a bit more helpful if they had a sketch wouldn't it?" Kenji asked dryly. "Or it doesn't. Being able to draw also applies to the lessons that we've been giving you today," Kei said, "watch." She drew a quick diagram of the warehouse. "Something that could get us into trouble if they found it on us transforms into." She made another quick drawing, this time of a butterfly. "Something harmless." "I don't get it," Naruto said in frustration, "how could that butterfly help us?" "Simple," Kei said with an indulgent smile. She again picked up the pencil and made lines connecting several of the markings on the wings. "All we have to do is connect the dots." Chapter 12. Good training. Days turned into weeks, and the three genin became quite adept at several skills including navigation, cartography, drafting, and surveying. "Arg," Naruto screamed, "I can't sit still any longer. Can't we go outside or something?" The boy froze with a look of horror on his face as the two Jonin instructors turned around with twin looks of joy on their faces. "Since you asked," Kei began. "So shall you receive," Kenji finished. "Can't we sit this one out?" Keiko asked hopefully. "Yeah," Harumi agreed, "we're perfectly happy sitting in here all day." "But they said," Naruto said glumly, "I'm the one that wanted to go out so they shouldn't have to come with me." "We wouldn't dream of breaking up a team," Kei said with a smile, "would we darling?" "No in a million years," Kenji agreed, "come along children." We've been saving this lesson for quite a while. Sorry guys, Naruto whispered to the two girls as they followed their teachers out of the warehouse. It's alright Naruto, Harumi whispered back. Yeah, Keiko said, you heard them. They've been waiting for an excuse to do this to us anyway. It was always gonna happen, Kei agreed, showing that she'd been listening in on their conversation, we just weren't sure when. The two instructors took their students into the slaughterhouse and to one of the large drains that dotted the floor of the large structure. This, Kei said as she lifted up a small grate, is a drain. It goes into a pipe that should be just large enough for each of you to squeeze into, and it drains out into a river in 30 meters. It's filled with some of the foulest things you can imagine, Kenji added, blood and fecal matter are two of the main ingredients. You three are going to crawl through it, Kei said firmly, you are going to do it again and again until it no longer bothers you. The only thing I want to hear is who wants to go first, Kenji said. I'll do it, Naruto volunteered after a glance at his two teammates. Very good Naruto, Kei said with a smile, who's next? In rapid succession, the other two genin entered the pipe and began the unpleasant training exercise. The two instructors were more than a bit surprised when Naruto rushed back into the room a few minutes after he'd entered the pipe and made a beeline towards the drain. What are you doing Naruto? Kei asked sweetly. Didn't get enough the first time. Harumi's stuck, Naruto said as he crawled into the hole. She's too large. No, Naruto said quickly, she just can't keep going. Keiko is trying to pull her out and I'm going to push. You better hurry then, Kenji said. The thought of telling the boy that they'd lied about the size of the pipe and that either one of the jonin could have saved the girl at any time never crossed his mind. Wouldn't want her to stay in there too long would we? No sensei, Naruto agreed quickly. Such wonderful children we were blessed with, Kei sighed, I'd better go to the exit to help Keiko clean Harumi up. The jonin happily skipped out of the room and to the outlet to wait for her students. After a few minutes, Keiko appeared, followed shortly by Harumi and Naruto. Harumi was pale white and shaking in fear as the other three cleaned her up a bit. I'm sorry, she choked, I'm sorry. It's fine, Kei assured her friend. Yeah, Naruto agreed, and we won't have to do that again, so it's okay right? I'm afraid that isn't strictly true, Kei said serenely, Naruto and Keiko do not have to do it again. But I'm afraid that Harumi has to since she froze in the middle. Unless of course you three would rather do something else. That's not fair, Naruto shouted. Neither is life, Kei said with a shrug, well. Can we go with her? Keiko asked in a low voice. I don't see why not, Kei agreed. Well what do you want to do Harumi? Keiko asked. Can you do it again? I think so, Harumi said in a shaky voice. Then let's go, better get over your fear now than on a mission right? Right, she agreed. Alright then, Naruto shouted, let's go. They walked back to the slaughterhouse and to the drain pipe. Are you sure you can do this? Keiko asked. Yeah, Harumi said with a quiver in her voice. Like you said, better to get over this fear here than on a mission. And I'll be right behind you, Naruto said loudly, to give you another push if you need it. And I'll be in front of you, Keiko added, we are a team after all. And teams do things together, Naruto finished. Their two instructors were waiting for them when they tumbled out of the pipe with twin looks of pride on their faces. How'd it go? Kei asked. Did any of you freeze up? No sensei, Harumi said, I don't like it, but I did it. Excellent, Kenji said cheerfully, and we have good news for the three of you. What kind of good news? Harumi asked suspiciously. We only have one task to do today, Kei said with a smile, and you get the rest of the day off. For certain given values of day off, Kenji interjected. Which means that you get to clean and repair your equipment, Kei explained, before you do anything else. What are we going to do? Naruto demanded. Afraid we're going to crawl through the pipe again, Kei said sympathetically, sorry Harumi. I'll be alright this time, the girl said quickly. And we'll be with you this time, Kei said, Kenji on point, and I'll take the rear. Can you even fit in the pipe? Keiko asked. You said we had to do it before we got too big. We say a lot of things, Kenji said with a grin. Not all of them are true, Kei agreed, in this particular case it was so you'd underestimate the size of the pipe. And now you know how inaccurate information can play tricks on your mind, Kenji said. Not our fault you took things at face value, Kei added with a hurt look, as if we'd put you in that kind of situation without a way to help you if something happened. And it did, Kenji added, to Harumi. Nothing to be ashamed of, Kei said quickly, it was the purpose of the exercise to get this sort of thing out of the way before we had to deal with it on a real mission. You'd be surprised at how few villages have adequate guards on their sewers, Kenji mused. Then why didn't you save me? Harumi asked in a small voice. Because your team had already taken care of things, Kei said proudly, just like they were supposed to. But that last lesson, the team retired from the training field and returned to their warehouse for some much-needed rest. My turn to pick the meal, Naruto cheered as he walked into the small space that served as their kitchen. You want me to touch up your knives again? Keiko asked. Will it take long? Shouldn't need more than a few swipes on the steel, Keiko replied, even as bad as they are. Which reminds me, I should have your new set ready today if we have enough time. Thanks, Naruto said gratefully. The two of them retired to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Could you hand me that mug? Keiko asked. This one needs a bit of a touch-up and I don't feel like taking it out to my bench stones since these things are gonna get scrapped soon. Okay, Naruto agreed, what are you going to do with it? The bottom wasn't glazed, the girl replied, and thus can be used as a sharpening stone. Neat huh? Yeah, Naruto agreed in fascination, it is. Are there any other things you can use like that? Lots, the girl chirped, why don't I show you later? Okay, Naruto agreed, thanks. The students assembled on their training field the next day well rested and ready for whatever their instructors were going to throw at them next. Today, I am going to breathe fire at you. Kenji said with a grin. You are going to use a super cool jutsu to bury ourselves in the earth where you'll be safe from the flames. Any questions? Could you teach us the super cool before you breathe fire at us? Keiko asked with a helpful look on her face. That sounded more like a request than a question, Kenji mused. But to answer your question, yes I believe I could. I meant to say, will you? Keiko added quickly. Would make things less sporting, wouldn't it? But it would also prevent your students from being horribly scarred, Harumi said quickly, and you wouldn't want that would you? The other instructors would laugh at you. And we can't have that, Kei giggled, can we dear? I'm not sure I'd be able to survive the taunting, he agreed. Okay, first thing you have to do is. The third Hokage monitored their training with a fatalistic attitude. They'd be ready in time or they wouldn't be, he told himself, all he could do was trust his instructors and do offer whatever help he could. His gaze wandered around the room until it settled on one particular scroll. The boy did have the chakra and the stamina for it, a treacherous thought went through his mind. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to run the idea past his instructors, the Hokage mused, and if Kei and Kenji don't like it, then no more need be said about it. Kei and Kenji arrived in the Hokage's office and looked at the old man with identical expressions of expectation. I was considering the idea of releasing a couple of the forbidden techniques to your team, the Hokage answered their unasked question, and I would like to get your input before deciding. Which techniques? Kei asked. Page Bunshin and another of your choice, the Hokage replied. Naruto does have the reserves to pull it off, Kenji mused. And it would increase the mission's chances of success exponentially if he managed to pull it off, Kei said softly. On the other hand, Kenji said, Bunshin is his worst technique. And there are quite a few things we'd like to cram into their heads before we have to use them in real-world conditions. Kei shared a look with her husband. We'd like to try it, Kei said finally. Worst that can happen is that he fails, Kenji sighed. I'm going to need access to the captured library if you agree to let us try. Of course, Sarutobi agreed, anything else you would need. Equipment and the chance to get first pick on missions, Kei replied. Done. The Hokage smiled at his two jonin. Good luck. Thank you. Chapter 13. The Accidental Instructor. The newly formed Team 7 was sitting in a classroom waiting for their absent jonin instructor. Our stupid instructor hasn't gotten here yet, Sakura groused. I'll go find him, Naruto volunteered. Naruto you? Quite you fool. Inner Sakura thought to herself, if he leaves then we'll be all alone with Sasuke. Genius. What? Naruto asked dumbly. What? Sasuke echoed. Never mind. Now go out and start looking, Sakura hustled him towards the door. Do you remember his name? Naruto asked hopefully. Don't be so sexist, there are female jonin too. Just grab the first jonin you find walking around the school, Sakura advised, all the other teams have their instructors already, so ours will be the only one left. Right, Naruto agreed. Anko walked into the Hokage's office and bowed. You called for me, Hokage? Anko asked respectfully. I have a new mission for you, the Hokage replied, go to the academy and… Hokage, one of his aides rushed in, the new issue is out in stores. And I'm sure you'll figure it out, Sarutobi called over his shoulder as he rushed out. Naruto wandered the halls in search of their team's new commander. He'd find whoever it was, bring them back, and then Sakura would reward him with a date. It was a flawless plan that had no chance of failing. He was a genius after all, Sakura had said so. There you are, Naruto shouted, you're late. What are you talking about, brat? Anko growled. We've been waiting for you for hours, Naruto shouted, what kind of jonin instructor are you? What are you talking about you stupid brat, Anko shouted back, I'm not. Oh, I guess that's what the old man was talking about. Lead the way, brat. She was more than a bit flattered by the amount of trust the Hokage was placing in her, only the best and most loyal jonin were chosen to be instructors. She vowed that she wouldn't let the old man down. Kakashi lazily wandered into the academy a few minutes later on his way to meet his new team. It was always nice to be chosen as a Jonin instructor, he thought to himself, just like having a couple paid days off. All he had to do was show up for a few minutes on the first day and an hour on the second, not to mention how enjoyable it was to crush a group of brats that didn't understand the meaning of teamwork. You must be the person the Hokage sent over to demonstrate summons, the Chunin instructor said with a grin, right on time. Actually, I'm. No time to chat, the harried man interrupted, can't leave a class full of 8-year-olds alone for too long. The Chunin grabbed Kakashi by the arm and dragged him into a classroom filled with screaming brats. Be quiet, Chunin screamed. He ducked to avoid a thrown kunai, it was a ninja academy after all. This is Mr. What was your name? Kakashi, but. Kakashi, the Chunin said loudly, he's going to be teaching you about summoning. I think there's been a mistake, Kakashi tried to interject. You can handle this yourself, right? The man asked as he stepped out the door, not bothering to pay attention to Jonin's attempt to escape. It hadn't worked for him on his first day, so why should he let Kakashi off that easily? Thanks for covering for me. Wait, Kakashi shuddered at the amount of mischief intent the students were letting off. When the Hokage had told him that he had been chosen as an instructor, he'd been sure the old man was just giving him another team to fail. He'd never expected this, maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to fail all those genin after all. Anko followed Naruto into the empty classroom and was more than a bit amused at how much killing intent her other two students were emitting. It was so cute the way they were trying to look dangerous. Sorry I'm late, she said cheerfully. Wouldn't scare the little brats right off and lose her new team. Just found out I was going to be your teacher a few minutes ago. Now then, why don't you introduce yourselves? Could you go first? Sakura asked sweetly. To show us how it's done. Sure thing, Pinky, Anko agreed. My name is Anko, I like dango, my dream is to kill a certain man. Now you. My name is Sakura, I like it. She blushed. My dream is to be a good kunoichi, like you Anko-sensei. Nice sucking up, Anko complimented the girl with a big smile that Sakura returned shyly, blonde. My name is Naruto, I like ramen, and I'm gonna be Hokage someday, he finished loudly. I'd pick another dream if I were you kid, Anko advised. You don't think I can do it? Naruto asked sadly. Nah, it's just that being Hokage really sucks. You gotta wake up early every day to do paperwork, you spend all day doing paperwork and listening to people complain, and you don't get done with the day's work until late. Not to mention the fact that you get little or no sleep. Oh. Naruto blinked stunned and wondered why the old man had never told him about this before, but he did see a whole lot of paperwork around the Hokage every time he visited. Much better to be a super elite ninja like one of the. You get all the power and respect of a without all the boring parts, Anko finished happily. Her first day on the job and she was already dispensing valuable career advice. Then I'll be the greatest elite super ninja ever, Naruto cheered, and I'll never have to do any boring paperwork. That's the spirit, Anko agreed, unfortunately we all have to fill out some paperwork, but I'll show you how to pass it off to subordinates through the use of delegated authority. Naruto puzzled through the unfamiliar words and then paled. I just volunteered to do all the paperwork for the team, didn't I? He asked, recalling Iruka tricking him similarly earlier in the year. Anko smirked. Yep, but the amount of paperwork a team generates can be finished in less than an hour a day, and I'll show you some shortcuts on that too. Now you, Broody. My name is Sasuke, I don't like anything, and my dream. My ambition is to kill a certain man. No it isn't, Anko said flatly, that's my dream. What's yours? To kill my brother and. Still too close to my dream, Anko interrupted. How about rebuilding your clan? I want to kill my brother first, Sasuke said stubbornly. I'm not saying that you can't kill your brother, Anko explained. Just that you need something else to dream about. Not that she didn't appreciate the way the little brat was trying to emulate her. And I'll bet that rebuilding your clan would really piss your brother off. Really? Sasuke was so startled by the thought he actually stopped brooding for a second and looked hopeful. Why, he'd probably come back here to try to wipe it out again. Do you think so? All those new Uchihas running around, he couldn't help himself. Then my dream is rebuilding my clan, Sasuke agreed. As bait to lure my brother back to Konoha so I can kill him, Sasuke added silently. Now that that's out of the way, Konoha's #1 sadistic snake bitch began cheerfully, it's customary to have some sort of test to make sure that you're ready to be genin. What do you mean test? Konoha's #1 loudmouth screamed, visions of reams of paperwork being dumped on him danced through his head. Well, Cyclops has his bell test. My old teacher had a test to see if you could suppress your gag reflex. He'd been so disappointed when he found out that she was a girl. I guess we could fight, that would give me a good idea of what your skill level is. Kakashi was in hell. The children had attacked the moment the Chunin had left the room and he'd been unable to fend them all off without using excessive force. The teamwork the class showed made him feel like a bear facing a wolf pack as they dodged and distracted him with expert skill. He groaned as he struggled against his restraints. They tied him to the desk with copious amounts of ninja wire, guaranteed not to break under normal use or your money back. "Give that book back," Kakashi yelled, "it's not for children. Put those kunai down, they're not for children. Stop trying to set me on fire." Kakashi blew futilely at the smoldering kindling under his feet and tried to remember a chakra exercise he had been given as a genin that dealt with extinguishing small flames without using hand signs. Who knew Play-Doh could be used to bind hands that way? Anko was slightly disappointed when her loud blonde student attacked head-on. That disappointment disappeared after she'd seen what he had planned with several clones attempting to distract her, while two more helped launch the young genin high into the air. Naruto braced for impact as he plummeted towards the earth, his clones having used more enthusiasm than skill. This was going to hurt. Surprisingly it didn't, in fact it seemed much softer than he expected. He reached up to feel the objects that had broken his fall. They seemed to be round and squishy, his hands reported, he gave them a squeeze. "Oh," Anko moaned. Naruto looked up nervously from his place between his new instructor's bountiful breasts. Well, he thought to himself, may as well be hung for a ram and all that. Honk honk. He found a strange sort of fulfillment in the way they filled his hands, being much warmer and softer than he thought they'd be. Anko laughed, perverted little brat. She was more than a bit impressed by the way the little bastard had managed to control his descent so wonderfully, not much practical use, but impressive as hell. Pinky, you're next, Anko ordered. "Yes, sensei," Sakura agreed. "That means you have to let go, Naruto," Anko said gently. "Okay, Anko-sensei." Naruto reluctantly released his grip on the woman's breasts and walked over to sit down next to her, though he would never admit it aloud, impressing Sasuke. "So what do you got, Pinky?" Anko asked. "I have the highest test scores in my year," Sakura said proudly. "How'd you do the practical stuff?" Anko asked. "Not so good," Sakura admitted. "Well, we know what to work on then." "Right, Sakura." "Yes, sensei," Sakura cheered. "Okay then, I want you to throw your strongest attack." Anko blocked Sakura's kick with no visible effort and sighed. "And we have a lot of work ahead of us." "Britty, you're up." "My name is not Britty," Sasuke protested. "Fine, duckbutt, you're up." "My." He trailed off when he noticed the look in her eye. "Yes, sensei." The Chunin instructor returned to the class a few hours later with a grin on his face. "Looks like you guys had fun," he said after he'd taken in the scene of pandemonium. "Yes, sensei," the students chorused. "Akira, don't think I didn't notice you trying to start that fire." 2 hours of chakra exercises for everyone every day, followed by 2 more of jutsu practice until everyone can set fires. "Oh," the student sighed. "Arson is an important ninja skill," he lectured, "and I wouldn't be much of an instructor if I let you graduate without making sure that you'd mastered it." "Yes, sensei." "Now then." The instructor released Kakashi. "For homework, I want everyone to write a report on different kinds of summons." "Yes, sensei." "And thank Kakashi here for helping out." "Thank you, Kakashi." Class, dismissed. He was going to have to petition the Hokage to get this Jonin assigned to the academy full-time, he'd never seen his student so well behaved. Anko arrived at the Hokage's office several hours after the other instructors had left. "Sorry I'm late," Anko said as she stepped in for the meeting, "I took the kids out to get something to eat after the test." "Really?" the Hokage asked. He never would have thought that Anko of all people would be good with children. "Yeah," Anko agreed, had to reward the perverted little brat somehow, and the others didn't do too bad either. "Wonderful, when do you think you'll be ready for your next mission?" "Mind if I hold off for a couple weeks?" Anko asked hopefully. "I'd really like to get in some training before I take any missions." "Of course not," the Hokage agreed, "bit of time off would do you good." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. And when you're ready, I've got a nice B-ranked assassination for you." "Really?" Anko asked with sparkling eyes. She was floored by the amount of faith the old man had in her training methods. "You're the best, old man." "Really?" he agreed. They were her favorite after all, and he thought she deserved a reward for doing such a good job with the students. Why he hadn't received a single complaint from any of the parents. Maybe the village was finally getting past its suspicion of the young special Jonin. He could only hope that there would be a similar change in attitude towards Naruto. Dismissed. Anko skipped out of the office with a gigantic smile on her face and past a defeated-looking Kakashi. "Reporting in, Hokage," Kakashi said in a tired voice. "How'd they do?" the Hokage asked. "When you said I was going to be an instructor, I never thought it would be like this," Kakashi said, exhausted and a little fear lacing his voice. "They did well then." Sarutobi asked hopefully. They tied me up and took my book away, Kakashi sobbed. I'll take that as a yes then, the Hokage agreed, enjoy your new assignment. How? How long do I have to do this? Kakashi would later swear that the sound of his spirit breaking had been audible. Until they all become Chunin. But that'll take years, Kakashi protested. Nonsense, I'd say that if they were able to defeat you then they're already well on their way to passing the exam. But. How old were you when you became a Chunin? Sachirobi pointed out. Yes, Hokage. He really shouldn't have gotten on the old man's bad side, Kakashi thought to himself. Chapter 14. I did it, my way. Naruto opened the forbidden scroll and glanced over the techniques. To his disgust, the first was a clone technique, so he decided to glance at the next one. Ractal prolapse no Naruto mumbled to himself. It looked much easier than the shadow clone technique. Maybe it would be best to learn that one first. Everyone knows how the next part goes, Haruka finds his wayward student, there's a couple dramatic moments, and Naruto is forced to step in and use his proficiency with his newest technique to save the best instructor the academy has ever had. Lay one finger on Haruka-sensei, and I'll kill you. Naruto growled. You? Mizuki sneered. What could a useless dead son like you do to me? Ractal prolapse no Naruto screamed. Ahu. Mizuki's voice went hoarse as his eyes rolled up into his head and all the traitor could do was wallow in agony in a puddle of his own filth. Did I do good, Haruka-sensei? Naruto, the pale began. Yeah? If I promote you to genin, do you promise to never use that on me? Sure, Haruka-sensei, Naruto agreed, feeling an immense sense of accomplishment. He had a technique so fearsome that it made his instructors tremble in fear. If we promise to teach you a few techniques, do you promise not to use it on us? The leader of the Anbu team that had arrived just in time to see Naruto's finishing move interjected. Yay, new jutsu. Naruto agreed. We all know how the next few parts go too, Kakashi shows up late, Naruto shows Sasuke his mastery of shibari, and Sakura says some cruel things. The difference is that buoyed by the unfamiliar feelings of respect, fear, he'd felt emanating from his instructor and the Anbu team, he decided to reach into his bag of pranks to do something to even the score. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting patiently for their new team leader when he arrived 10 minutes early the next morning. Where's Blondie? Kakashi asked, looking down at two of his three prospective students. He hasn't arrived yet, sensei, Sakura replied. His loss, Kakashi shrugged. Are you two ready for the test? HNN. Ready, sensei, Sakura chirped. The first part is a race to the top of the Hokage monument, Kakashi said with a grin. Don't let yourselves be seen, last one there loses their chance to become a ninja. Conceal yourselves and wait when you arrive, that's stage 2. What about Naruto? Sakura asked hesitantly. He's not here yet. His loss, Kakashi replied with a shrug. Lesson 1, the best way to avoid an ambush is to arrive early. The test starts. Now. Kakashi watched his students disappear with a wide grin on his face. Dropping the henge, Naruto propped himself against a tree to wait for the real Kakashi to arrive. Failing the test served the bastard right for being such a bastard, and it served Sakura right for saying all those nasty things about him. Kakashi arrived several hours late, as he wanted to do, and immediately set the tone for the coming conversation. Where the hell are the other two? Kakashi demanded. I figured out your test and I dealt with them, Naruto replied proudly. Am I a genin now? What do you mean, dealt with them? Kakashi demanded again. What was your test? Naruto returned. I've got 2 bells, the 2 students that get bells become genin, the one that doesn't goes back to the academy, Kakashi replied. Now where are the other 2? No one will ever find their bodies, sensei, Naruto promised. And on a completely unrelated note, the Akamichi family is going to have a barbecue tomorrow. We're invited. What do you mean, no one will ever find their bodies? Kakashi demanded yet again, it was starting to become a habit. You wanted me to kill them both, right? Naruto pasted a stupid expression on his face. That's what you were hinting at yesterday when you said you didn't like all 3 of us. So I got to thinking, what would make Kakashi-sensei like me? And then it came to me, I should kill my teammates so that Kakashi-sensei will be happy. Naruto beamed up at his new instructor. You. I never have. Kakashi looked down at the child with a growing sense of horror. Just what in the hell were they teaching in the academy these days? Still have to get a bell, huh? Naruto sighed. Well, I guess you can't play favorites even though you do like me the most since I removed those 2 annoyances. Rectal prolapse no. Kakashi remembered pain, horror, humiliation, waking up 2 hours later without the bell surrounded by his old Anbu team. We've notified the Hokage of what happened, Squirrel informed her old boss. He wants to see you right away, Beaver agreed. But not so soon that you don't change and shower first, Skink interjected. Meanwhile, in Naruto's apartment, while Kakashi was making the walk of shame to the Hokage tower, Hinata was looking for things to add to her collection. The girl checked the time, she had to act fast before Naruto finished his ramen and came back to the apartment. A bit of searching revealed something that caused the girl to squeal in pleasure. Naruto hadn't bothered to clean his drain, a clogged drain meant more hair for the ball. After carefully securing her prize in a special pocket above her heart, the girl made her escape. Back at the Hokage's office, Kakashi was learning that there were worse things in life than getting tricked and defeated by a genin, having your boss and colleagues know that you were tricked and defeated by a genin. So let me get this straight, a genin tricked you into thinking that he'd murdered his teammates, and he tricked his teammates into missing the exam? The Hokage asked, rubbing a bit of salt into Kakashi's emotional wounds. That's actually kind of admirable, Asuma observed. Don't expect to see that level of deception in the baby genin. Not to mention the fact that he defeated Kakashi afterward, Kurenai added. That's impressive as hell coming from a genin, even allowing that the little bastard had surprise on his side. If Kakashi doesn't want him, I'll take the little bastard, one of the instructors that had failed their team spoke up. I wouldn't mind a fourth on my team, Kurenai said quickly, thinking about how happy it would make Hinata. Nor would I, Asuma agreed. He's Kakashi's student and I think it only fair to allow Kakashi to keep him for now, the Hokage ruled. Oh. Regarding the other two students, Sarutobi continued, ignoring the miasma of disappointment that had filled the room. I think it only fair that they be given a chance to take the test again. Can I also have Naruto take the test again? Kakashi asked with hope-filled eyes. Sure, knock yourself out. Kakashi was almost giddy with relief, all he had to do was fail the little bastard and he'd be free, gloriously free. He was only 3 hours late the next day, punctuating how important the whole test thing was. To his immense surprise, the team hadn't shown up. Perhaps it would have been a good idea to tell them that they were expected to. We can get them here, one of his old subordinates announced her presence. It's no trouble at all, Pinky and Duckbit are still hiding on the monument. And the other one? Is in Anbu headquarters, she replied. Being stuffed full of ramen by Kakashi's old team as a thank you for what he'd done to the man. So it's no trouble to bring him here either. You'd do that for me? Kakashi was honestly touched, all this time he thought she didn't like him. I'd do that to move things along, she corrected. The sooner the fight happened, the sooner she could collect on her bets. Why don't you just wait here? It didn't take long for the team of highly trained Anbu to round up Naruto's wayward prospective teammates and even less time to bring Naruto to the field. In this corner, our former captain, Kakashi, is perpetually late, Squirrel announced. Ooh. The crowd of concealed Anbu showed their displeasure. And in this corner, the whirlwind of destruction, the typhoon of terror. Naruto Uzumaki. Aye. The well-concealed crowd went wild. What about us? Sakura shouted. And two chumps, the Anbu agreed. The sound of crickets echoed through the clearing. Finished? Kakashi asked. For now, the Anbu agreed. Now that yesterday's misunderstanding has been cleared up. Kakashi glared at Naruto. We'll be having our real final test. Do we get credit for the 26 hours we hid on top of the Hokage monument? Sakura asked sweetly. She couldn't wait to tell the others that she'd spent the night with Sasuke. Sure, Kakashi agreed. Ground rules are, Naruto is not permitted to use the he used on me yesterday, Kakashi said firmly. There are 2 bells, get a bell and you pass. Fail and you fail. And begin. Kakashi sighed when the loud genin candidate remained behind. What does the little bastard want now? I was in the middle of lunch when you called, do you mind if I go into town to get something to eat and coming back? Naruto called out. An awesome ninja like me shouldn't need more than a couple minutes to get that bell from you. Leave this clearing and you fail, Kakashi said with a smile. By all means, go ahead and fail. Few things would make him happier at this point. What if you leave the clearing? Naruto persisted. Does that mean we pass? Sure, Kakashi agreed, whatever. Ready to start now? Yeah, Naruto cheered. His hands formed a strange sign. I set your house on fire no. What? Kakashi asked flatly. Before I came here, Naruto explained, if you go back now then you might be able to put it out before everything is destroyed. Kakashi's visible eye widened when he noticed a column of smoke rising from his neighborhood. The dozen Anbu appeared a few seconds after Kakashi had run out of the clearing squealing like a little girl. What did you really do, kid? Mouse asked. Smoke bombs, Naruto replied. How'd you know to rig his house with smoke bombs in order to pass the test? Moose asked. I didn't, Naruto admitted. But I thought it might be a good distraction. Would you like us to go tell the Hokage you passed? Sparrow inquired. That'd be great. Naruto cheered. Thanks Sparrow. No problem, kid. Always happy to help take my old team leader down a peg or 12. Needless to say, the Hokage was tremendously amused by the whole thing. How'd he get the timing on the smoke bombs right? Sarutobi stroked his beard. They were detonated, Squid reported. Brilliant, no. Brilliant, yes, the Hokage laughed. The old man was still laughing when Kakashi stormed in 5 minutes later. I want a do-over, Kakashi announced. Why? Sarutobi pulled out his special pipe and reached for his special tobacco, the kind that gave the village its name. Naruto? Asked, Sarutobi interrupted. Just got the report from several of my loyal Anbu. But. Kakashi was close to tears. I'll give you permission to reassess the other two, the Hokage said after a moment of thought. But only because they haven't done anything. Naruto's beaten your test twice, so Naruto's in as your student. But it was supposed to test teamwork, Kakashi whined. Meh, not my problem. Is there anything I can do to convince you to assign Naruto to another team? Kakashi begged. It occurs to me that guy is one of my most effective ninjas, the Hokage observed. He states it's because of the flames of youth, others believe that it is because of his green spandex. I propose we try a little experiment. You don't mean. I do mean. Sarutobi smiled sadistically. That you will wear his green spandex jumpsuit for at least 7 months, after that time I may be willing to consider any transfer requests. You didn't get to be Hokage without being a sadistic bastard, Sarutobi was just better at keeping it restrained than his predecessors most of the time. Pity poor Kakashi that the constant tardiness had gotten on his boss's nerves. It was a broken man that left the Hokage's office as Kakashi wept for the loss of the innocence he hadn't known he'd still possessed. Would you like us to take pictures, Hokage-sama? Squid asked. And post them around town? His partner, Penguin added hopefully. Why yes, the Hokage agreed. I believe I would like that. While the Hokage was discussing strategy with 2 of his loyal Anbu, Hinata was back in Naruto's apartment on another scavenging expedition. Hinata rummaged through Naruto's hamper for a few minutes before emerging with her prize. A smile appeared on the girl's face after giving the boxers a deep whiff, yep, these ones were keepers. Before leaving, the girl thoughtfully left a couple clean pairs to replace the one she'd taken. As she snuck out the window, a thought occurred to the girl, Naruto's jumpsuits were looking a bit snug in some places, perhaps it was time to sneak in again some night to measure the boy so she could get replacements the right size. The girl almost lost her hold on the drain pipe as she remembered the last time she'd taken measurements. It was the best birthday ever. Kakashi waddled to the team meeting the next day. Shoulders down, hanging head, green spandex, the very portrait of despair. That makes you happy, eh? Naruto whispered to his hated teammate. What? Sasuke replied, honestly confused. You know, the green spandex, on account of you being. Naruto made an odd hand gesture. What? No. You mean you're not gay? Naruto asked in shock. No. Sasuke screamed. Whatever gave you the idea that? I just thought you had a thing for your brother with the way you're always obsessing over him, Naruto replied with a shrug. I want to kill him, not sleep with him, Sasuke said firmly. Then why do you have his picture taped to the ceiling above your bed so he's the first thing you see every day? Naruto was accused. So I can focus my hate on him in the morning, Sasuke said quickly. But. I'm not gay and I don't have a brother fetish, Sasuke said firmly. Naruto? Sakura said, an odd look forming on her face. What is it, Sakura-chan? Why do you know that there's a picture on Sasuke's ceiling? What's the mission today, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said quickly, hoping to distract attention from Sakura's last question. We've got to find and capture Daimyo's wife's cat, Kakashi said in a tone of total defeat. Why couldn't he have died with his team? Unbeknownst to the students by being completely unbeknownst to their instructor, a team of Anbu shadowed Team 7 as they carried out their first assignment. Then Ryo that our boy hits Kakashi with that again before the day ends, Lobster offered. No bet, Penguin laughed. 5 says he will do it in the next 10 minutes. There it is, Naruto's voice called out in the distance. Rectal prolapse no. Ah. Kakashi's scream echoed through the forest. No bet, Lobster said firmly. My eye. A feline yawl came close on the heels of Kakashi's scream. Sounds like they caught Tora, Clam observed, his bushy beard twitching as he talked. Sounds like it, Penguin agreed. Dibs on telling the Hokage what happened, Lobster said quickly. Then Ryo says the old man breaks a rib, Clam offered, stroking his beard. No bet, Lobster replied as he took off. Damn. Ino groaned as her father listed all the things she'd done wrong on her latest attempt at mastering the family techniques. That's just because I'm in practice, Ino huffed. None of that would matter if I was doing it for real. You think so, huh? Inoichi laughed. Try it then. What? Try it on me, he ordered. Are you sure, Daddy? Ino asked. Afraid your old man can't take it. He tapped his head with his index finger. Give it your best shot. Alright, she agreed slowly. She went through the motions and hit her father with a. Her first indication that something had gone wrong was when he dropped to his knees holding his head. "Oh God," he choked, covering the ground with freshly squeezed vomit. "I'm free." "Daddy, what?" "I can't believe she." The man vomited again. "I thought I felt my control slip," his mother sighed, stepping into the yard. "Don't be alarmed, darling. I'll have this taken care of in a minute." "How could you? You're my sister," Inoichi screamed, trying to back away from the woman. "And now I'm your wife," she agreed. "What's going on?" Ino asked, more than a bit confused by what was happening. "Your father is just being a big baby," her mother explained as she hit the man with a. "All I did was help him get over his hang-ups about marrying me." She giggled. Big brother always was a bit of a drama queen. "Big brother?" Ino asked sickly. "You know anyone outside the family with our shade of hair?" The woman asked with an amused grin. You. "Come on, husband," she prompted, causing the man to rise to his feet. "I've got a lot of work to do with you before you're ready to go out in public again." Naruto cheered as the Anbu put another bowl of ramen in front of him. "So wait," the boy said, cheeks full of noodles and broth. "What does Hokage mean again?" "Fire shadow," Anbu replied. "Really? I was sure everyone was joking when they said that," Naruto exclaimed in shock. What did you think it meant?" Anbu asked. "I figured it had something to do with girls," Naruto replied. The boy paused to think about something. "Is it too late to change my dream?" "I don't suppose it's too late, but power does attract women and the Hokage has a lot of power," Anbu teased. Power means chicks," Naruto said thoughtfully. Ino is later sitting alone in the dark in her room, trying to repress what she'd learned with all her might when the door creaked open. "It's me, princess," Inoichi said softly. "I'm sorry I had to fool you earlier." "So mother doesn't really have you under her control?" "Nope." "And you aren't really sister and brother?" Ino asked hopefully. "That part's true," he laughed. "It's also why I have to let her think that she's the one using the family techniques on me." "What?" Her world came crashing down again. "You know how it is," he sighed. "Gotta make sure she doesn't have a reason to check her mind too closely." Aye. "Good night, princess." He gave her a soft kiss on the brow. Ino spent a couple more sleepless minutes in the dark trying to repress it all before her mother arrived to wish her good night. "Did your father have a talk with you?" her mother asked. "Yes," Ino squeaked. "Good, then you realize how important it is to let him believe that he's got me under his thrall." The woman huffed. "You don't have any clue how difficult it was to get him back under control. Then again, big brother always was hard-headed." She gave her daughter a soft kiss on the brow. "Good night, sweetie." Aye. With a smile on her face, Ino's mother walked back to her bedroom to rejoin her husband. With a sigh of contentment, she snuggled up to her husband, her lover, her best friend. "Think we should tell her the truth in the morning?" he murmured. "I think we should give her a couple days to see if she figures it out herself," she replied. "Maybe she'll also figure out that it's rude to fill up the sink with dirty dishes while she's at it." "Maybe," he agreed doubtfully. Hinata peeled the sheets off her obsession's sleeping form and then took a few moments to admire it. Her Naruto truly was an example of perfection made flesh. Her breathing quickened as she pulled out the measuring tape. A sudden thought occurred, Naruto was a growing boy and it was probably best to measure him more often to make sure he had clothes that fit. A bit of drool leaked out of the corner of Hinata's mouth. Sometimes, she loved her life. Naruto awoke the next day and was happy to see that he wasn't wearing any pajamas. That meant the clothes fairy was going to visit and refill his closet with awesome new outfits. He jumped out of bed and got dressed, it was time for another exciting day with his mediocre team. "I'm ready," Naruto bellowed as he ran out of his apartment. I'm ready. Lee was aghast, shocked, horrified by what he was hearing from the woman behind the counter. How dare she cast aspirations on his mighty teacher's masterful outfit? "Unfashionable?" Lee repeated, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Maybe that was the wrong word to use," the clerk said quickly, wanting to get the crazy boy out of her store as soon as possible. "Maybe all it needs is a couple accessories to be perfect." "What sort of accessories?" Lee demanded. "Boots, gloves, that sort of thing," the woman replied. "I see." Lee took a thinking pose. Yes, I believe I understand what you are trying to say. What must I do to repay your youthful act of youthfulness?" "Agree to never come back and we'll call it even," the woman replied hopefully. "Nay, I could never let such a youthful act remain unrecompensed," Lee shouted. "I know, I shall stand outside and attract 100 customers to your store and if I don't do that I shall." "No," she screamed. "I mean, if you do that you won't have time to accessorize. In another shop. Far away from here." "You're correct." Lee agreed. "What must I do?" "Like I said, never come back and we'll call it even," the woman interrupted. repaying a debt and I must give 1,000 people fashion advice and I gave you some so I must find the next person. Such youth. Lee cried. You will not be forgotten. She watched as the crazed boy bounded out of her shop. Move to Konoha, she said. Ninja have plenty of money, she said, and you'll be safe in the middle of a ninja village, the woman sighed. I hate my mother. Kakashi arrived 2 hours after his students and commanded the brats to follow him to the Hokage Tower for their next mission. Good news everyone, Saratobi said with a confused smile. I've received a petition requesting that your team be sent out of the village before Naruto accidentally uses his nu on someone important. Speaking of which, Naruto, would you mind demonstrating that on me? Fractal Prolapse no, Naruto called out. Ah, regularity, the Hokage sighed. How I missed it. Anyway, your mission is to deliver a drunken transient to Wave Country, which is even now being crushed under the boot of the evil Gato Corporation. Yay. Naruto cheered. C rank. We won't let you down, sir, Sakura promised. I'm sure you won't, I always know I can trust people with the same blood type I have, Saratobi replied. Now have fun out there. The old man leaned in close to whisper to Kakashi. If anything happens to her, bring back the blood. Lee ran up to his sensei as the sun broke the horizon wearing a few additions to his normal green jumpsuit. On his hands were a pair of yellow gloves, on his feet were a pair of yellow boots, and on his groin was a yellow codpiece. I am ready to train, Guy sensei. Lee shouted. I am flaming with youth. But you are my young student. Guy agreed. But one question poses itself. What is that, Guy sensei? Why have you made youthful additions to your youthful jumpsuit? Guy bellowed. I have spoken with the most youthful shopkeeper and she gave me the most youthful fashion advice. Your youth is an inspiration, but it also shows that your training is incomplete. Guy announced. Tell me what I must do to make my youth more complete and stoke the flames of my flaming youth. Lee begged. It is simple, my most youthful student. Guy promised. All we must do is make 2 flaming changes to your most youthful new uniform. First, we must put youthful letters on the chests. A G for me and a youthful L for you. What must we do then, Guy sensei? Lee replied. Then we must take a page from my hip rival and wear youthful masks. Guy replied. But while his mask lacks youth, ours will be nothing but youthful. Yes, I understand Guy sensei. Lee shouted. Our youthful masks will cover only our youthful eyes to provide a dark background to better show the flames of youth shooting out of our very souls. Lee. Guy held open his arms. Guy sensei. Lee cried, throwing himself into the man's embrace. Chapter 15. Rorschach's Pie. Hinata's eyes burned with rage as she saw the last Uchiha lock lips with her Naruto. A quick glance at the object of her desire confirmed that her Naruto was just as disgusted by the whole thing as she was. Her gaze narrowed as it returned to Sasuke, it seemed that someone needed a little lesson on why it was best to keep their hands to themselves. Sasuke frowned in annoyance when one of the class's biggest losers blocked his path. While the Hyuga might be an acceptable mother for the next generation of Uchiha, this particular Hyuga was not. You shouldn't try to force your attention on Naruto. Hinata said fiercely. Get out of my way, Sasuke demanded. Byakugan. Looked like someone wanted to learn their lesson the hard way. The next thing Sasuke knew, he was in a bed in the intensive care wing of Konoha's hospital. My god. The medic Nin looked in horror at the brutal beating the patient had endured. What in the hell happened to you, kid? I fell down some stairs, Sasuke said dully, not wanting to admit the shyest girl in class, and possibly all of Konoha, had beaten him like a rented drum, and a slight more than slight, fear of what she'd do if he squealed on her. I see. The medic stepped away from the bed and out of the room to confer with his colleagues. What happened to him? The Hokage's Anbu representative asked. Says he fell down some stairs, the medic replied. Apparently stairs knew how to use the Jiken. And are incredibly sadistic, another medic Nin added. I don't know what he did to those stairs to make them angry, and I hope I never find out. I'll go inform the Hokage, Anbu said dully. He hated his job almost as much as he was beginning to hate medic Nins. Banko stepped out of the way to let him pass, her ears having heard the magic words to attract her attention incredibly sadistic. She often hung around the hospital in her off hours when the bars weren't yet open, listening for those 2 magical words. How else was she supposed to find an acceptable apprentice? Train a team? Yeah, right. Like Konoha would allow her to mold 3 genin into what she wanted. One however. She was sure she could get away with training 1 genin before someone else managed to get their hooks into them and ruined them with all that tree-hugging hippie crap that was in vogue for Leaf Ninja these days. Finally untying himself from the log he'd been tied to by his sensei at the end of the bell test, having only managed it by finally forming a cage bunshin and having it release him, Naruto ran up to the academy to greet his favorite teacher. Sorry I'm late, Iruka-sensei, the blonde boy grinned. Let's go get ramen now. Before we do, Iruka took a deep breath. He was worried that his favorite student would start picking up some of his new teacher's less reputable habits. I need to tell you something. What? Promptness is a sign of respect, the scarred man began. Showing up late is a sign of contempt. If you show up late, you're telling everyone in the meeting that you don't respect them enough to show up on time. I'm sorry, the blonde looked down at his feet. Our mission went a little long and I couldn't get here on time. I didn't mean to tell you I didn't respect you. Don't worry about it, Haruka ruffled the boy's hair. I figured that it was something like that. It's okay if you have a good reason and you're not late all the time. Okay, Naruto's good mood returned. Now let's go get some ramen. Niji, Hiashi said calmly. Where were you at 1500 this afternoon? I was training with my team, Hiashi-sama, Niji replied promptly. I see. You may go. Hiashi frowned. If it wasn't Niji, then which member of his clan had put the last Uchiha in his place? Hinata, Hiashi barked. Why yes, father. Hinata stammered. Do you have any insights as to why Sasuke Uchiha ended up in the hospital? Then maybe he needed a lesson on keeping his hands to himself. Hinata offered shyly, and maybe she was going to have to give the boy a lesson on how to keep his mouth shut. I see. You may go, he said mechanically. In the depths of his mind, Hiashi's fatherly instinct, something thought long dead, stirred. How dare that poorly bred excuse for a clan heir try to force his attention on Hinata? Of course, he felt a rush of pride. His daughter had given the proper response to the insult. Naruto ate several bowls of ramen and returned to his apartment. After brushing his teeth, he went to bed and tried to go to sleep. Something's wrong, Naruto muttered to himself. I can't get to sleep because something is bothering me. He stared at his darkened ceiling for several minutes before it came to him. Kakashi is always late and he always gives those lame excuses. Kakashi doesn't respect me. He concluded, ignoring that he'd only ever met the twice now. A tear made its way down the boy's cheek. Well, then I won't respect him either. It was a very tired Naruto that arrived at his team's meeting place and he waited as the meeting time came and went. I'm going home, Naruto announced. I need to get some more sleep. You can't leave. Sakura shrieked. What about Kakashi? You can't just leave, you have to wait until he shows up. Why should I wait for someone I don't respect? Naruto muttered as he began walking away. What? Sakura's eyes widened. That was the last thing she expected to hear from her unwanted teammate. Yo. Kakashi gave a lazy grin. You're late. Sakura shouted. Where's Naruto? Kakashi ignored his pink-haired student and looked around. He left sensei, Sakura tattled. He said that he wasn't going to bother waiting for someone he had no respect for. Oh, the masked man nodded. Then you two do some exercises or something while I go get Naruto. Kakashi frowned as he made his way to the wayward Genin's apartment. What did he mean when he said he didn't respect his teacher? Kakashi, Naruto said as the man landed on his windowsill. Something I can do for you? You didn't show up to the meeting with Naruto. Kakashi smiled. Why? I showed up, Naruto protested. And I waited and you didn't show up so I left. You should have waited for Naruto. Kakashi's smile widened. 10-minute rule, Naruto shrugged. If you're not there within 10 minutes of the time you gave, then I'll assume that you aren't going to show up. Was there anything else you wanted? You told Sakura that you didn't respect me, Kakashi got to the point. Why? I was talking to someone and they told me something, Naruto paused. They said that showing up on time was a sign of respect and that lateness was a sign of contempt. I don't see the need to show respect for someone that shows me so much contempt. Oh. Kakashi was stunned. How to answer this in a way that would let it die a natural death. You shouldn't worry about it, Naruto. I'm always late. And I'm always on time. Naruto smiled. So if you're not, then I won't be there. Anything else? You need to show up to Naruto, Kakashi scolded. Why? Naruto looked puzzled. If you're not going to show up, then why should I? You're my subordinate and I expect you to show up, Kakashi said as he patted Naruto on the head. Can you teach me a cool? Naruto asked suddenly. Since you are my teacher and all. No, Kakashi replied with a shake of his head. Now run along back to the meeting place. So you're not my teacher then, Naruto said in a tone of understanding. I just wanted to make sure, by Kakashi. Before he'd even gotten out of the apartment, Naruto found he was grabbed by the back of his jacket and disappearing in a swirl of leaves. When they reappeared at the training ground, Kakashi tossed his student negligently to the grass. One push-up for every minute you didn't wait, Naruto. Sakura, watch him and keep count. Sasuke, come with me. Training for the day was over. Sakura had tattled about the 4 times Naruto had tried to sneak away, resulting in Kakashi ordering him to do another 80 push-ups for punishment duty. This time Sasuke had volunteered to watch him, and Naruto learned why when the Uchiha prodigy chose to use that opportunity to regale him with a list of every failing the blonde boy had. And that's why you're worthless, Sasuke finished with a smirk, feeling much better about having been humiliated by that shy girl the day before yesterday after having taken her crush down a peg. Even Kakashi agrees. What makes you say that? Naruto asked mildly, collapsing after his last push-up. Even Kakashi might have been scared by the amount of pranks whirling through his mind during his treatment today. The fact that he doesn't take you out to train, Sasuke boasted. Well, he has had one-on-one training with me every day since being assigned to us. Private training under Kakashi and belittling that girl's crush had restored his confidence. He had nothing to fear. Ah. Tell me, Sasuke. Naruto rolled over to face the theme and made a few quick seals behind his back. Have you taken a close look at the cover of Kakashi's book? What do you mean? Sasuke demanded. What about his perverted book? Just look at the cover, Naruto suggested. Fine, Sasuke agreed. The boy got up from his seat and walked over to his sensei and paled in shock. Well? Naruto asked when his teammate returned. I don't want to talk about it, Sasuke stammered. Didn't know he was reading the yaoi edition, huh? Naruto asked. Puts a whole new spin on that one-on-one training. I said I didn't want to talk about it, Sasuke stubbornly maintained. Okay, Naruto agreed. Just thought I'd give you a warning. What are teammates for, after all? That should put an end to all those personal lessons, Naruto thought to himself with a satisfied smile. His eyes widened as Sasuke eagerly obeyed Kakashi's summons and the two went off for additional private time. Or not, he said to himself. You think you know someone? Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what are we supposed to do? Why don't you two take the day off? Kakashi suggested. You deserve to have a break. But what about training? Naruto asked weakly. No amount of training would help a loser like you, Sasuke said with a smirk. Yeah, you idiot, Sakura agreed. As Naruto turned away, the Uchiha saw a chance to further gain their teacher's favor by emulating his technique. 1,000 years of pain. Sasuke shouted, forming the seal to give the dobe an ass poke, sending the fool shooting 15 feet in the air at the violation. In the distant bushes, wide eyes burned with rage. Kakashi considered and discarded the idea of calling his student back as Naruto recovered from his jump and fall, turning away, shoulders drooping in disappointment. It really was for the best to give Sasuke all his attention, he told himself again as he watched Naruto walk away. Every second he could give to his most precious student strengthened the village 10 times more than a second wasted on his other two. It seems that someone did not take their lesson well. Sasuke frowned in annoyance when the girl from before blocked his path as he left private training. This time he fell into a fighting stance, declaring, "You won't catch me off guard again." Byakugan. One lesson her father had taught her: if the message didn't take the first time, repeat as often as necessary, getting harsher and harsher each time, until it did. Hinata. Hiashi was lurking when the young girl got home from watching Naruto to see if he was okay. Why yes, father. The poor girl stammered, startled and flinched at his unexpected appearance. For a second time Sasuke Uchiha has entered the hospital suffering grievous bodily harm. His injuries were described as unusually graphic and severe. The chief medic asked me if I knew of any doorknobs that practiced the Jiken. I told him I would look into the matter. Do you have any insights to add? Maybe he didn't learn his lesson the first time. Hinata was too scared of her father to note his fiery disapproval was unusually calm today. I see. You may go, he repeated mechanically, quite surprised to feel the small yet fierce flicker of pride gradually appearing with regards to his eldest daughter over her being able to repeat a suitable response to the Uchiha's unwanted advances. Ooh, I like this person already. Anko marked out on a map of Konoha the 2 locations thus far the Uchiha's mysterious assailant had beaten him like an unwanted drug. So far there were 2, the Ninja Academy and the training grounds for the new team the Uchiha was on. Neither gave any clue about the unknown assailant as they were both places Sasuke could be expected to be. About the only thing better than this person's evident sadism or their choice of target was their ability to get away with it in a town full of ninja. Anko admired this person's audacity to hit perhaps the highest profile target in Konoha, then do it again 2 days later. Oh yes, Anko smiled, they would have fun training together. Naruto sat atop the 4th Hokage's head staring out over the village of his birth. He knew that he couldn't let his teammates keep belittling him like that, after all, how would people respect a Hokage that didn't stand up for himself? The only problem was that Sasuke was too strong, it was a bitter pill to swallow, but Naruto could admit that fact. If only to himself. What to do? He wondered to himself, if only being a ninja was like playing jokes on people. Sasuke would. I never know what hit him, he might have the edge on ninja skills, but when it came to pranks, Naruto was a master. The light bulb went off above that suddenly no longer depressed Genin's head. If humiliation was what he was after, what could be more perfect than pranks? His mind made up, Naruto set about the task of planning his next operation. They would pay, he cackled to himself, oh yes they would pay. Excuse me, Sasuke said dully as he walked into the Turkish bath. But do you have a bulletin board that I can post a message on? Sure, the man behind the counter agreed. But I don't think this is your kind of place, Uchiha-sama. Why not? Sasuke demanded. And my name is not Uchiha, it is Sakura. Sakura? Yes, Sasuke agreed. Sakura, I have pink hair and nothing to do with Sasuke Uchiha. Understand? Sure, the man agreed. Whatever you say, kid. Sasuke walked up to the bulletin board and posted a small message containing his description and a notation promising a good time in the Uchiha district. And another that assured the reader that it had nothing to do with Sasuke Uchiha at all. With a smile of anticipation, Sasuke walked out of the bath and into an alley. Naruto giggled as he dropped the henge, this was gonna be fun. Sakura felt everything was back to normal the next day until Naruto ignored her, going off to create a clone of himself to play cat's cradle with. Naturally they tied themselves in knots, which gave her a chance to laugh at him, not realizing both were clones. Sasuke also showed up late and didn't join her in mocking Naruto, studiously ignoring their shared teammates, as though the blonde increasingly tied up with his clone did not exist and diminishing Sakura's joy at doing it until their sensei had arrived, once more dismissing her and Naruto to take the Uchiha off to special one-on-one training. Off in another training field, Kurenai wondered why Hinata had her Byakugan active all of the time with a determined scowl on her face. This next. Kakashi trailed off. What was that strange look in the boy's eye? As I was saying, this next jutsu allows you to cover your hand with lightning. It isn't very useful on its own but. There was that look again. But it helps to learn other lighting jutsu if you master this one first. Are we going to be doing any sparring today? Sasuke asked dully. I think I need more practice with my grappling. No grappling today. Right then. The first thing you need to do is Naruto. The Hokage asked kindly, not expecting the boy to show up in his office when his team ought to be training. This was probably a Kage Bunshin, then. He smiled. It must be important then, for the child to spend the chakra rather than wait until after training. I was just wondering, Naruto began with a poorly concealed smile. Can anyone pay for a mission? Yes, the old man agreed. Anyone, even you. Then I want to hire Konoha to do something for me, Naruto said grandly. So long as Team 7 gets the mission. What is Naruto? The Hokage asked with a sigh. First, I want to know if there's a discount for only using a partial team. You mean if you were to give your sensei a day off or have one of your teammates do the same? Yeah, Naruto agreed. To be frank, he was impressed with the boy's cunning. It was brilliant to assign a long mission to himself and the girl. It was the perfect way of going on a date with a reluctant teammate. Sure, he said with a smile. I'll only charge you a bowl of ramen. Really? Naruto squeaked. You're the greatest old man. So what's this mission you want assigned? Yes, my eternal rival, Guy agreed. I need your advice, Kakashi sighed. I think one of my students just came on to me. So young Sakura has entered the springtime of her youth, Guy said loudly. You must remember to let her down gently so that. Not Sakura, Kakashi corrected. Sasuke. What? Guy asked flatly. Why are you asking me about this? Well, you are gay, Kakashi replied. Aren't you? No, why would you think that? Well, the green spandex. The fact that you constantly work out, the way you hug that student of yours, Kakashi ticked off reasons. As Guy stammered denials, Kakashi came to two conclusions. The first was that coming to Guy had been a mistake and the second was that he'd just pretend like nothing had happened and hope that everything went back to normal. Both missed the two squirrels trying not to watch them too intently or that Hawks watched Kakashi that day as he went around to all of his fellow Jounin sensei seeking advice. Byakugan eyes missed nothing as they watched the Uchiha for further infractions that day. Naruto was more than a bit disappointed to find out that his little stunt hadn't resulted in the dramatic confrontation that he had hoped for. In fact, as far as he could tell no one had even answered the fake ad. Sighing at another missed opportunity to send a bit of payback in the direction of his teammate, Naruto forgot about his little stunt until later that day when he happened upon an informal gathering of ninja and heard the rumors that he'd accidentally spawned. I should have known, Ino sighed in disappointment. No boy is that pretty. All that one, Kiba boasted with a satisfied grin. Akumaru. Arf. Kakashi's youthful student has finally discovered the springtime of his youth, Guy declared loudly. Though not in a manner that I would choose. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Lee added quickly. Of course not, Guy agreed. They can't be true, Sakura sobbed. They just can't be. Maybe I could get him to agree to an open relationship. He is after Naruto, Hinata said fearfully. I know he is. I've caught him twice before. No one can resist Naruto. Twice. The assembled fangirls screamed in alarm. Hinata nodded. First that day Sasuke steals Naruto's first kiss in class. Then when training with his team he fondled Naruto-kun's bottom. Ooh. Naruto slept in the next day and made the short walk to the Hokage's office around an hour before his teacher would normally show up to meet them. "Hi Kakashi-sensei," he said cheerfully, seeing the man there. "No mission today Naruto," Kakashi said. "Why don't you take another day off?" "Okay," Naruto agreed. He ignored the angry secretary and burst into the old man's office. "Ready to go get our ramen now?" "Let me just grab my hat," the old man said. Sakura shot another glance at her favorite teammate as she waited for her other teammate and their instructor to show. Where was that moron? She wondered to herself, it wasn't like him to be so late. Maybe he was staying away from Sasuke. If that were true then that gave her more time to lure the Uchiha back to thinking about girls. She might have to thank Naruto. In a way that made it clear that she had absolutely no interest in him. "You're late," she screamed when she noticed her instructor watching them with an odd expression on his face. "Sorry I'm late but..." "Liar. Where's Naruto?" Sakura demanded. "That idiot's even later than you." "He won't be taking part in this mission," Kakashi said firmly. "Our client has requested that the two of you perform this mission alone." "Really?" Sakura said with little hearts in her eyes. "Yes," Kakashi agreed. "And you are not to tell Naruto anything about this mission, as far as he knows you all have the day free." "What is the mission?" Sasuke entered the conversation. "Well. What?" Two outraged cries rattled windows in Konoha. Naruto looked up from his ramen with a smile that'd show them calling him a loser. "Hey old man, another bowl of ramen over here. And I suppose my friend here could use one too." "Thank you Naruto," Sarutobi said. "But the mission only required one bowl." "I'm just paying for the next one in advance," Naruto explained. "Now eat up, ramen is no good if you let it sit too long." "Right you are Naruto." Meanwhile at the home for an old incontinent and morbidly obese ninja, the nurse was getting ready to tell everyone the good news. "Would you take me out of my room?" One of the senile old. That is to say patients demanded shrilly. "I just wanted to get everyone together to tell you the good news," the nurse explained again. "A two-person genin team is coming here today to give you all your sponge baths." The old folks seemed to brighten up a bit at that thought. "Also," she continued. "I've been told that they would like nothing better than to hear all your old stories. If this works out, our benefactor has promised that he'll hire the same team to come back here as many times as we like." They all attempted to cheer, but that caused their dentures to fall out. As she looked at the denture-covered floor and the drool-covered patients, the nurse silently thanked her savior for sparing her this fate if only for a day. Part 2. Just some old stones fitted together with bits of new mortar. While Sakura and her object of affection were exploring every nook and cranny of the senile old crones, Team Guy had gathered for their daily training and mission meeting. Guy looked pensive as he called for the meeting to begin. Guy turned to his team. "Tell me, my youthful students, do I seem gay?" "Hi, sensei. You are the gayest man I know. No matter what happens you are always upbeat and striving to do more. You are the picture of youthful passion." Lee shouted, beaming. Guy shook his head. "I mean in the manner of a male that seeks other males for close companionship rather than women." Neji froze and did his best to fade into the background. "It is not my fate to get involved in this discussion. Fate doesn't fail me now." Denton shrugged. "I think the spandex and eyebrows are seen as a bit of a turnoff, plus we never see you flirting with women." Guy scratched his chin thoughtfully. "The spandex and eyebrows are a turnoff. It's why I wear them. I'd never have the time to train if I couldn't repel women while at work. I've never found the need to flirt. I simply walk into a bar and say my pickup line if I desire female companionship." "Really, Guy-sensei?" Lee asked hopefully. "What, you only have one pickup line?" Tenten stared incredulously. "Of course. Why would I need more than one when the one always works?" Neji stopped trying to become one with the background and leaned forward curiously. "Guy-sensei, I do not mean to sound youthful, but if I don't get the chance to spend some time with some females in a manner involving close contact, other than fighting there is the definite possibility that I may shatter all my gates and impregnate half of the village. May I please know the line you use?" Lee asked intently. "Of course, my youthful student. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it before, it was an unforgivable lapse on my part. Simply walk into the nearest bar and say, I can do 100 push-ups with my tongue. Anyone wanna see? The girls will flock to you like Naruto to ramen." "Hi, Guy-sensei." Lee radiated energy, seeming to vibrate in place. "I must go test this technique." The flare of chakra gates opening blinded everyone and when they blinked their vision clear, Lee was gone. Neji snorted. "And what will happen when they discover he can't do 100 push-ups with his tongue?" I shrugged. "After 20 push-ups they usually shred whatever you are wearing and jump you, so it's really never come up." Lee is a hard worker, but he still can only do 95 before tiring. I have faith that he will manage to get 100 before the year is out, so a little fib really isn't that youthful. Denton stood there, drool leaking from the corner of her mouth with a glazed look in her eyes. N90, FF5. Niji started. That is part of the youthful training regiment you two do after the team meetings. I nodded. Of course. It is only fitting that as your Joan and I do my best to help you succeed in life, and picking up women is one of the things all young males should know. I am blazing with the power of youth. Niji shouted. Time to train. Niji, your blazing youthful energy has finally been relieved. Guy shouted with tears flowing down his cheeks. How I have waited for this day. N90, FF5. Tenten agreed with glazed eyes. Hey Kakashi. Can you teach me a cool Naruto called out to thee as he walked down the street, nose deep in his book, since we haven't got a mission today, and all. No, Kakashi replied with a shake of his head, eyes never rising from his book. Now run along. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as his former teacher walked off. It was so relaxing to finally get things out into the open, he mused. Besides, following him around under Henge for a day as he'd ask other teachers for advice about his gay student had shown him where all sorts of trained. And who knows, maybe his former teammates would follow his example and find teachers of their own. Or wonder of wonders, maybe Kakashi would finally teach them something useful. It was all for the best, Naruto told himself. Better to get everything out into the open and to get a new start than to let things fester. With that in mind, he dropped in on his of choice. Naruto, Konoha's green beast shouted. What melody has sapped your youthful energy? Hey guy, Naruto said seriously. Can I talk to you about something? What is it my fine young friend, Guy asked as he struck a pose. Do you have questions about the power of youth? I've heard that you're Kakashi's rival, Naruto began. Would you like to try something that he failed at? Of course I would, Guy agreed. Anything that Kakashi fails at I shall do and succeed. If I don't then I shall run around Konoha 300 times with one leg tied behind my head. And if I fail at that then I shall walk on my hands for 3 weeks. Wow, Naruto gasped. That sure is impressive. What is your task? Kakashi failed as my teacher. Would you teach me something? What? Guy turned serious. Why do you say that Kakashi failed you? He doesn't have any respect for me, Naruto replied quickly. And he won't teach me anything. I don't think that I should keep a teacher that doesn't respect me and refuses to teach me. Oh. I see, Guy sighed. I'm afraid that I can't be your full-time teacher. Of course not, Naruto said quickly. You've got your own team, I was just hoping that you could give me some training techniques that I could try on my own. Guy looked down at Naruto's hopeful face. Alright. But I think you should give Kakashi another chance. I gave him lots of chances, Naruto shook his head. I even told him I was giving him a chance and he still ignored me. Why should I keep wasting time on Kakashi so that I could spend training to be a better ninja? We can talk about this later, Guy didn't like the way this conversation was headed. Why don't I give you some exercises and we can get back to this later? Okay, Naruto nodded. What are you gonna teach me? Kakashi was a bit concerned when he started the team meeting. Sakura and Sasuke stared at him with flat dead eyes he'd last seen during the last ninja war, eyes that had seen too much. So? How did the mission go? It's too soon, Sakura sobbed. Don't make me remember that. Moving right along, it must have gone well because our client contracted the two of you to do it again today. Isn't that nice? Ooh. Anko looked up from her dango and giggled at the sound of someone screaming in unimaginable pain. After making a mental note to track down and compare notes with whoever was responsible, she turned back to her meal, noting that food always tasted much better when accompanied by the sound of a spirit breaking. She'd have to investigate later to see if her perfect student was involved. Kakashi was surprised to find a note pinned to his door. If you're not on a mission with your other 2 students, then you can train your third. If you can't train your third, then you can find out what happened to your first 2. That seems clear enough, he mused to himself. Now, where would Naruto be at this time of day? It didn't take long for Kakashi to find his wayward student, and the boy's reaction to learning that he was going to be trained shot a little spike of guilt into Kakashi's heart. He wasn't that bad. Was he? You're really going to train me? Naruto shouted stunned, but after Akai failed to break the illusion he began to think that maybe Kakashi actually was seriously going to train him, rather than just mention something in passing and vanish without telling him anything he needed to know. I really am, Kakashi agreed. He fingered the note in his pocket, no way was he going to find out what had broken the spirits of his other 2 students. We'll start with tree climbing. He demonstrated, walking halfway up the trunk of a handy tree. Now you do it. It disappeared in a swirl of leaves, reappearing on a street on the other side of town. Removing his orange-covered book from his pocket he began to read, sighing, a Jonin's work is never done. 5, Guy counted. One more youthful student. Lumph. 6. What was that? I wanted to know how you dealt with the taste, Niji replied. Just close your eyes and think of something else, Guy advised. 5 minutes rest and we'll try it again. Wah. Niji paused as he remembered what had happened before. Yes, Guy-sensei. Anko smiled as she watched the Uchiha wash his arms till they bled. Interesting. First 2 times were physical techniques. Now we're on to mental trauma. She wiped a faux tear from her eye. They grow up so fast. Naruto. Sakura lunged for her teammate, only to misjudge the distance and fall slightly short and grab him around his waist and slid to the ground instead of getting a firm grasp around his chest like she'd hoped for. Paying no heed to the fact she'd just pulled down his pants, having seen such horror no minor thing like that could faze her anymore, the genin looked up at her salvation and pleaded, you will do anything for me, right? Can I send you on a mission tomorrow to my place? Glancing up from Sakura's imploring look, Naruto saw Sasuke hanging around not far behind with a dead look and haunted eyes, staring slightly towards the ground. On a course that just happened to intersect with a certain pair of orange boxer shorts. Back with teammate, Kurenai noted with shock that Hinata had just splintered the training post she had been practicing strikes against. Hiba's heightened sense of hearing caught the angry grumbling, so, she wants an open relationship does she? Hiashi approached his oldest with a faint and unfamiliar sense of pride. Hinata. Yes father. So busy was she plotting further revenge for the Uchiha's attempts to defile her Naruto-kun that the shy girl completely forgot to stutter. In fact, her words came across as angry and hard. To Hiashi this was as surprising as finding a pet geranium had eaten the cat. The Uchiha was admitted to the hospital again today. The medics there found themselves in the unusual position of having to invent a procedure to remove the still screaming head of his female genin teammate from his rectal cavity. They have been forced to call in the Yamanaka to reduce the mental trauma for both of them. Would you happen to know anything about this? Hiashi caught enough of his daughter's angry muttering about using that stupid pink-haired bitch to act as his accomplice and restrain his target for him to become quite upset. The father walked away, shaking his head. He could not fault his daughter's methods. They were more than harsh enough to get the appropriate message across. But the poorly bred excuse for a clan heir did not heed them but continued to press his unwanted attention on his daughter now for the 3rd time meant the issue was growing out of the realm of a private clan affair and into a public nuisance. It was rapidly approaching time to speak to the Hokage about this. Here there. Anko revealed herself, having lurked around the corner waiting for this particular girl to arrive. It had taken some asking around, but she'd finally identified the only girl who could have been the mysterious and incredibly sadistic assailant of the Uchiha. She knew staking him out had been the right idea. Hinata yepped. Dropping the hooked iron chains she'd been carrying. Rorschach pie. Part 4. The Hyuga were a clan prized for their ability to perceive things, not only the tactical situation around them during battle, but the emotions picked up by body language. And, as the head of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi felt it his responsibility and duty to be the most perceptive of them all. Thus he was not a man who liked to have false data about a situation. The Uchiha heir had been making several unwanted and insulting attempts on Hinata's virtue, and she had acquitted herself admirably against them. However, it had previously been his understanding that his eldest was too shy and weak to have done so. She was typically useless in sparring against her fellow clan members. Therefore, she could not have so readily defended herself against the Uchiha, who, while deplorable, had always been accounted one of Konoha's strongest ninja of his age. Something did not add up, and before this mysterious fledgling pride he had could develop further for her, he would investigate to know more surely what to believe about his daughter, whether she had been hiding the full extent of her skills, or whether some tight-lipped member of the branch house had been helping her, providing secret protection for her against the Uchiha. The shortest route to the surest information seemed to put his daughter to the test where he could watch, so Hiashi arranged for an open spar at the stadium where exams were held between Hinata and Niji, where anyone who wished could witness their battle. Many of the Hyuga elders had whispered somewhat openly about applying the caged bird seal if she did not acquit herself adequately in this event. No one anticipated a victory for anyone but the branch house prodigy, but Hinata's performance against her cousin must improve to convince anyone that she deserved the substantial credit for defending the honor of their house against the Uchiha. Nor would the clan care to be embarrassed by her in this performance, as a sizable crowd had gathered due to Niji's justly famous skill. Naturally, the girl had frozen in terror on being told this at the last second. Teammate had been told to go to the arena instead of picking up a mission and hadn't been told why until they got there. Hinata. 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 Kurenai desperately tried to break the shy girl out of her funk. Why yes sensei? Hinata asked timidly. Hinata, about your match. What is it, sensei? If you win, the Jinjutsu mistress licked her lips. I'll set you up on a date with Naruto. "Oh really?" the shy girl asked hopefully. Dawn seemed to break on the horizon behind her. "Really? And if you beat Niji badly enough, I'll set you up on more than one." Her nervousness melted and Hinata was ready, nay eager to begin her match. No one paid much attention to the start of the fight. Niji gave a speech about fate and Hinata seemed to be lost in a daydream that involved a lot of blushing and giggling. People began taking notice when the shy little Hyuga dodged her cousin's strikes, responded with several of her own, and threw him to the ground. "What's my name?" Hinata screamed at the badly beaten Niji. "What?" I said. Hinata punched the boy in the back of the head. "Say my name, bitch." "Hinata," Niji sobbed. "It's Hinata." The whole crowd watched speechless as Hinata had thoroughly owned her cousin Niji with the use of several completely unknown techniques like bitch slap no jutsu and the nutcracker suite. The only voice that could be heard cheering for her was Naruto, who had shown a surprising appreciation for a violent Hinata, as he loved to see the underdog win, and Niji was asking for a beatdown in his opinion anyway. Across the stadium, Hanabi glared at the Uzumaki. What was so special about him that captured her older sister's attention? By Akugan. Hanabi began to drool, his chakra was like some sort of visual chocolate. Soothing and rich, she shivered as she contemplated spending hour upon hour, just letting his presence wash over. No way was she going to let her sister hog all that to herself. After all, the nanny had always said that good sisters shared everything, and after watching Hinata insert a kunai into a place that caused every man in the audience to cringe. Well, Hanabi was rethinking the whole antagonism thing. Anko was smiling sadistically, what else, when Hinata left the arena, following leisurely after the stretcher carried by shen-faced medics calling desperately for the best proctologist they could find and a long pair of tongs. The Niji pretzel on the stretcher could have groaned, but it was hard to hear with the boy's head shoved that far up his own rectal cavity. Although how it fit with the assortment of scrap iron also shoved up there was a mystery. Anko had never seen a kunai used as a catheter before. It was an inspiration, that's what it was. Anko stared at her protege and soon-to-be apprentice. "You know kid, it baffles me that a kunoichi with your potential could be interested in the blonde-haired dead son. What do you see in a loser like him when you are capable of this?" The Jonin waved her hand to indicate the shaking hands and trembling knees of the Hyuga elders as they filed past her out of the arena. One creepy old guy shuffled out sideways, facing Hinata at all times while keeping both hands protectively over his bottom. "Naruto is not a loser," Hinata insisted stubbornly. "He can do the cage bunshin no jutsu." "So?" Anko sneered. "Well." Hinata licked her lips as she leaned forward with a naughty grin. "Let me put it this way, gangbang no jutsu." Anko froze in shock for a full minute before licking her lips and admitting, "You make a good point kid. Would you be willing to share?" "He also has a lot of stamina," Hinata added with a blush. The girl turned red and began giggling and hugging herself. "Oh. About sharing," Anko tried to interject. "Well. Hehehe. Come on, I'm dying here. Do you know how hard it is to get a date when you're known as the sadistic snake bitch?" Hinata snapped out of her fantasies and gave the matter some thought. "Well. I suppose Naruto is too much for just one woman. Okay. Thanks kid, you won't regret this." The Hokage nodded to his secretary as he walked in that morning. "Clear my schedule and have my most sadistic ninja sent up immediately." "Yes, Hokage-sama," the secretary agreed. The leader of the village didn't have long to wait before Konoha's #1 sadistic snake bitch burst through the window. "Here I am," she called out. The Hokage smiled as Anko came in. "I've got a job for you." "What is your task for me, Hokage-sa?" The unstable girl frowned at her boss. "Well," the old man began. "It has come to my attention that Kakashi isn't training Naruto the way I expect a team leader to train their team. Not to mention the chronic lateness." "I see." She had a neutral look on her face. "What do you expect me to do about this?" "I'm going to call him in here to have a little discussion," the Hokage replied. "I want you to provide a bit of negative reinforcement here." "What kind of negative reinforcement?" Her hand twitched towards her kunai. "I was going to have you kick him in the balls, but if you'd rather." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Anko cheered. "Your will be done." "Excellent." The Hokage rubbed his hands together. "Hokage-sama." "Yes Anko?" "It may not be my place to say," the girl began. "But you usually hold your pipe in your left hand and you have a crescent-shaped scar on your right index finger." The Hokage raised his right index finger. "Like this one?" "I must have missed seeing it earlier, Hokage-sama," Anko said politely. "Don't worry about it," the Hokage said easily. "You know what, Kakashi is going to take forever to get here, so why don't we order up some ramen to eat while we wait?" "May we also order some dango, Hokage-sama?" "Why not," the Hokage said indulgently. "Order as much as you like." "You're the best Hokage ever, Hokage-sama," Anko cheered. Sakura dropped her sponge and curled up in a ball on the floor, weeping. No more. No more. Please, no more. Tears slid unheeded down the last Uchiha's face as well, as he dipped his sponge in the bucket for another scrub. It was the first time since his clan died that he'd cried, and he'd vowed to never cry again. But some things. 72 hours watching his parents get killed over and over again was a breeze compared to the third straight day of this. The last Uchiha was rapidly contemplating asking Kakashi to help him learn suicide techniques for just in case he ever got caught by foreign ninja or something. Yes. That's the excuse he'd use. Kakashi walked into a meeting with the Hokage, seeing Anko was there too, but not giving it much thought. You called, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked, not bothering to lift his eyes out of his book. I called 2 hours ago, the old man agreed, Anko. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kick him in the balls, the old man ordered. I hear and I obey, Hokage-sama, Anko replied cheerfully. Wait, Kakashi said in shock, what? Oof. Tears streamed out of his good eye as he clutched his poor battered testicles. Now are you going to be late again? The Hokage asked mildly. And no, Kakashi choked. Good, the Hokage said with a happy grin, now then. It's come to my attention that you haven't been giving much training to Naruto. My training concept is to. Anko, the Hokage ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama, the woman agreed. She sharply brought her foot up and into Kakashi's groin. Oh god, Kakashi gagged. He fell to the floor and curled up into the fetal position. Now then, the Hokage continued, you were just telling me how you were planning to train Naruto. When Lee showed up for training, for the first time in 3 days, he looked surprisingly mellow. Denton was laying in a bow-legged pile behind him, begging, no more. Please, no more. I smiled at his excellent student, giving him a thumbs up. Kakashi used an old trick to ignore the agony as he tried to address the Hokage's remarks. At this time, I don't believe it prudent to teach anything to a genin as irresponsible as Naruto, Hokage-sama, Kakashi wheezed. And I don't believe it. Anko, the Hokage ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama, she agreed as she brutally buried her foot in Kakashi's abused groin. The man's girlish shrieks were music to her ears. You've made your point as Naruto's instructor, the Hokage said calmly. I trust I've made mine as your superior. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi gagged. I'll train Naruto. Don't forget about his chronic lateness, Hokage-sama, Anko said helpfully. Thank you, Anko, the old man said kindly. Would you mind telling Kakashi how I feel about instructors that don't show up on time? It would be an honor, Hokage-sama, the woman said with a bow. Mommy, Kakashi squeaked as Anko proceeded to show him her mastery of anatomy and nonverbal communication. Now then, the Hokage said kindly. I'm glad we had this little talk, Kakashi. I trust we won't need to have another. No, Hokage-sama, the man agreed quickly. Very well. I'll expect Naruto to know more than the Uchiha in 2 weeks. Dismissed. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said formally. He then limped painfully out of the room. Thank you, Anko, that will be all. Are you sure that there aren't more people that have made Naruto's life more difficult than it needs to be, Hokage-sama? Anko asked with puppy dog eyes. More people that I can show the error of their ways. Well. Please. Anko ramped up the puppy dog eyes. I suppose, the Hokage agreed. 6 hours of surgery. One medic nin collapsed onto a convenient couch in the hospital. Another exhausted medic watched as Niji was finally wheeled out of the operating room, shaking his head in awe. And that was just to remove the smile from his face. Oh my god, Anko said in feigned shock. 2 Hokage-samas, but which one is real? Drop the act, Anko, the new Hokage said flatly. Yes, Hokage-sama, she agreed, her expression downcast. Well, she thought to herself. It was fun while it lasted. And why don't you go back to your normal form, Naruto? The Hokage suggested firmly. Do I have to, old man? The other Hokage asked. Only if you ever want to eat ramen again, the Hokage agreed. Naruto returned to his original form in a puff of smoke. Now then, the Hokage began in a surprisingly calm voice. Would either of you like to explain to me why the hospital was empty this morning and is full now? Not especially, Hokage-sama, Anko said respectfully. I can explain, Naruto said quickly. I'm all ears, Sarutobi said flatly. Anko was helping me with my henge, Naruto said quickly. It's all in the details, the unbalanced girl agreed. And how does this explain the full hospital? The Hokage asked softly. Well, we were practicing my henge, we needed to get input from other people, Naruto said with a grin. To make sure I wasn't making any mistakes. Go on, Sarutobi prompted. And I suspect that while we were up here practicing, some people must have fallen down and hurt themselves, Naruto said nervously. But we wouldn't know that because we were in the office the whole time. I see. Sarutobi smiled. Care to try again? It was my fault, Naruto sighed. Anko had nothing to do with it. Is that true, Anko? Sarutobi asked. No, Hokage, she admitted. Though I had hoped that I'd have plausible deniability since none of the idiots in the hospital noticed anything. I agree. The Hokage reclaimed his chair. Dismissed. You're not gonna punish us? Naruto said in confusion. They're ninja, Sarutobi said with a shrug. If they couldn't tell me from an imposter, then they deserved whatever happened to them. Anko. Yes, Hokage-sama. Remind me to reprimand everyone you two dealt with today, he ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama. Does this mean we can do it again? Naruto asked hopefully. It means that I'm willing to turn a blind eye until you get caught, the Hokage corrected. Can we bring Kurenai into this? Anko asked hopefully. No way we'll ever be able to fool someone with her skills. If you can convince her, then I have no objections. A smile formed on the Hokage's face as something occurred to him. He reached over and patted the hyperactive blonde on the head. And Naruto has a list of names in his pocket that you might find interesting. I do? Naruto asked in confusion. You do, the Hokage agreed. Anko isn't the only one that knows what plausible deniability is. And if we get caught? The girl asked cautiously. I've got a mission request to send several ninjas to guard the clam festival in the beach country. Managed to avoid detection for 2 days and it's yours. The mission duration was 2 months and everything should be forgotten by the time they got back. Understand? Yes, Hokage-sama, Anko agreed eagerly. And this is why she loved her boss. I hear and understand. Chapter 16. Team Anko. Anko beamed down at her new students as they began their first official team meeting. Morning, brats. She yelled cheerfully. I've got some good news for you. What is it, sensei? Sakura asked. We don't have to do any of those idiotic D-rank missions, Hokage's trusting us with a B right off the bat. So we'll all be training hard for the next few weeks, alright. Her grin widened at the happy looks on 2/3 of her brats' faces. Something wrong, Pinky? Are you sure I'm ready for a B rank, sensei? Sakura asked nervously. Nah, none of you are ready. That's what the training is for and that's why you've got me along. Just do your best and try not to die, right? Got it, sensei, Sakura agreed. Good. Pinky, stretches. Pretty, chakra control, Blondie. Her train of thought was disrupted by the dozen or so shadow clones within arm's reach. Just how much chakra do you have? I don't know, a lot. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I got something special for you, Anko cackled. You've got so much chakra that it makes sense to teach you a couple of high-powered techniques right off. She smiled down at Naruto who had his face happily pressed between her breasts. That doesn't mean that we're not going to make sure you get the basics down, it just means that being able to spam fireballs that will melt through stone or blasts of wind that can cut mountains in half are good things to have on hand, no matter what level you are. Yes, Anko-sensei, Naruto agreed. Honk, honk. Perverted little brat, Anko said as she tousled his hair. Pretty, what are you doing? Chakra control exercises, sensei, Sasuke replied. Leaf spinning, what are you, 5? Do something useful. Leaf spinning is what they taught us at the academy, sensei, Sakura said. What kind of idiots? Anko closed her eyes and counted to 10. Gather round, children, and let Auntie Anko explain to you the basics of how to climb trees without using your hands. Everyone held their breath as the Sparrow-masked Anbu walked into the bar and gave a slow nod. It's confirmed, Sparrow reported. Hokage's assigned Mitarashi as the instructor of a new heavy combat assassination team and sent Kakashi to the academy to set up a fast-track program. Nervous glances were exchanged as each member of the Hokage's elite tried to ferret out a reason that would explain their boss's actions. Sure they're going to be a Knot team? Cow asked. Horse made the mistake of insulting Anko where they could hear, Badger replied. They didn't know he was kidding. He woke up in bed the next morning with a rope around his neck, the latest issue of Ichi Ichi Yaoi in his hand, and a medical report on the dangers of autoerotic asphyxiation. They're good, Crow said. Take out the target and smear his name at the same time. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to step up my training, Ferret said after a few moments of thought. Something big is coming, it's the only explanation that makes sense. No other reason to graduate from such a large academy class. Little hard work never hurts anyone, Badger agreed loudly. Better to sweat now than to bleed later. Sakura was panting when she made it back down the tree. Good job, Pinky. Anko cheered. You get to learn the next trick. She glanced over at her other 2 students. Pretty, keep moving up and down the tree. Blondie, practice that I showed you till you start to feel tired, then join Pretty. Yes, sensei, they agreed. Now then, Pinky, has anyone ever taught you how to juggle? No, sensei. It's not too difficult, we'll start you off with balls. Anko pulled a few kunai out and demonstrated the basic motions. I want you to switch back and forth between this and tree climbing, do 'em both at the same time after you master juggling. Okay, sensei. Where should I get the balls? Knew I forgot something, Anko laughed. Find a shop in town, run as much as you can. We want to build up your stamina so we aren't going to be wasting any opportunities to do it. Right, be back in a bit, sensei, Sakura promised as she took off running. At the Konoha Ninja Academy for Misguided Children, class 3 to 5 was a chaotic mass of pandemonium. The children were out of control, and their supposed instructor was huddled under his desk weeping. What have I done to deserve this? Kakashi moaned. Sit down and shut up. The Chunin instructor screamed as she entered the class. She eyed the class for a few minutes. What did Kakashi-sensei teach you today? He taught us how to make fireballs shoot out of our mouths, one of the children replied. In return, they'd agreed not to come within 2 meters of him for the rest of the day. That was nice of him. The Chunin beamed down at her students, annoyed because now the other classes were sure to demand to learn the same. Who wants to show me first? You can use the desk as a target. Why have the gods forsaken me? Kakashi sobbed as his cover disintegrated under a sheet of flame. The grin appeared on Anko's face as Naruto fell off the tree and hit the ground. It grew wider when the boy picked himself back up and ran back towards the tree. The old man had really gone all out when he picked her team, it was almost humbling to consider. A quick glance at the sun pegged the time. Gather round, brats. She called out. Playtime's up for the day. She noted with pleasure the looks of disappointment on their faces. We'll meet back here 2 hours after first light, questions. No, Anko-sensei, her students chorused. Good, then I have one of my own. Anyone want to get food? Ramen. Naruto cheered. Jiden, Anko countered, wanting to increase the amount of protein in their diets. Unless you want to pay for everyone. Jiden. Naruto cheered. Follow me. Anko yelled, taking to the rooftops. She noticed that her students weren't behind her a few seconds later and returned with a frown. Another thing they didn't teach you at the academy. Yes, Anko-sensei, the three chorused. What kind of idiots? Okay, the first thing you need to do is. As had been tradition since the founding of the village, the Jonin instructors gathered together in a bar at the end of the training day to discuss training methods, brag about the progress of their students, and drown their sorrows. Anko was the last to arrive. Who wants to go to the academy and lynch the teachers? She bellowed as she burst through one of the windows. Why ever would we do something as unyouthful as that? Guy shouted back. The old man gave me the cream of this year's crop and they barely know anything, Anko complained. If it weren't for the fact that they had so much potential. Damn it, I expected better from the academy. Fear not my youthful colleague, Guy said with a wide grin. The Hokage has assigned my hip rival to teach at the academy and bring the standards up. Should have known he had it under control, Anko said in relief. Just wish he'd taken care of it before my brats graduated. Blame the Kyuubi, Asuma interjected. The drop in numbers is what caused the drop in quality 10 years later and we're only just starting to recover our former strength. What do you expect, only graduating 3 or 4 teams a year, Kurenai snorted. So how are all your brats doing? Anko asked. Bet they aren't doing half as good as my 3. Perhaps we should have a match to see if you can prove your claim. Guy suggested with a gleam in his eye. My 3 youthful students against yours. Got a mission coming up, we can do it after that, Anko agreed. Anyone else want a piece? My brats versus yours. Why don't we save it for the Chunin exams? Asuma suggested. Works for me, Anko agreed. How about you, eyebrows? An excellent suggestion, Guy pronounced. How do you like being an instructor? Kurenai asked her friend. It's the best, Anko replied with a happy grin. The feeling you get when your brat's eyes light up when they understand the lesson is just great. Kurenai nodded in understanding. How's Naruto doing? Got the hots for one of my brats, eh? Anko laughed. One of my students does, she replied. Kid's got good taste then. Let me tell you what the perverted little brat did during the test I gave them, Anko bragged. First he. Kakashi sat on his bed, alone and unable to do more than stare into the darkness. He'd never before understood why his father had chosen to take his own life, never before understood why anyone could take what he'd once thought of as the coward's way out. Knowing that he had nothing to look forward to, but another day with the demons at the academy had changed things, and it was only the knowledge that there was an end in sight that granted him the strength to continue. All he had to do was get the brats to Chunin, and then he'd be free. Gloriously free. Anko woke up early the next day with a smile on her face and rushed through her morning routine. Time to see how good the brats really are, she thought to herself as she ran towards the meeting area. If I'm right about them, they'll be. She came over the last rooftop and her grin widened enough to split her face in two. Their 3 students were each practicing the routine she taught them the day before. It was so nice to be right. A quick glance at the sun confirmed that the meeting wasn't set to begin for another 2 hours. Morning, Anko-sensei, Sasuke called out, his place at the top of a tree, giving him a wider field of view than either of his teammates. Morning, brats, she called back. Decided to get an early start today. It's embarrassing that we're so far behind, Anko-sensei, Sakura explained with a blush. We just wanted to make sure that we got to the level we should be real quick so you aren't wasting your time with us. Meh. Anko shrugged. It's a teacher's job to teach, I'm your teacher. So long as you're learning, you're not wasting my time. She beamed down at the 3 genin. That doesn't mean I want you to stop practicing in your off time. Of course not, Naruto agreed quickly, his teammates chiming in their agreement. Good. Got a new trick for you brats today from a friend of mine as a reward for proving me right, Anko announced. Proving you right? Sasuke asked. I figured you 3 would be practicing, and I figured you'd come early, didn't figure you'd beat me here, so I'm good for breakfast too. She tossed Sakura a scroll. What's this, Anko-sensei? Sakura asked. What it is a chart of vulnerable spots on the human body. We're going to be learning how to strike them today, remember children, never fight fair. So who wants to be my first volunteer? Anko's smile widened as her 3 brats each took a step back. Sakura, why don't you be first? I think Naruto would rather be first, Sakura said quickly. Yes, Naruto's the best choice. Sasuke agreed. But. Damn you guys. Naruto's shoulders sagged. What do I have to do? Hold out your arm, Anko commanded. She reached out and seemed to slap him on the elbow. Erg. What did you do to me, Anko-sensei? Naruto was rubbing his arm furiously. Same thing I'm going to do to all of you, she replied cheerfully. The instructor turned over her hand to reveal a strange leather disc in her palm. It's filled with lead, all you gotta do is hit one of the bones close to the surface. Not as good if you hit a muscle. She reached out and tapped Naruto on the other arm. Right. Still hurts, but I can still use my arm, Naruto agreed. It's all about putting the right amount of force in the right place, Anko lectured. I want you to remember 4 targets, eyes, throat, stomach, groin. That's where I want you to strike for now. Questions? When do we get to play with finger saps, sensei? Sasuke asked. We'll move past the basics after you've mastered the basics. Any more questions? Kurenai was mildly surprised to find Hinata waiting outside the door to her apartment when she stepped out that morning. Something wrong, Hinata? She asked in concern. No, sensei, Hinata replied with a blush. They glanced at the sun to gauge the time. We've got about 2 hours before we need to be at the team meeting. Would you like to come in and tell me why you were waiting for me? A deep blush coloring her cheeks, all Hinata could do was nod in agreement. Come on, then. Kurenai took the girl by the elbow and gently led her into the apartment. Have a seat. Thank you, sensei. Now what's this about? Could you? Yes. Kurenai prompted. That is, if it's not too much trouble. Hinata stared down at her hands. Could you teach me how to use ninjutsu? Of course, Kurenai agreed, a bit surprised by the sudden interest. May I ask why? I just want him to notice me, Hinata squeaked. Seeing the way he acted with his sensei had driven home just how easy it would be for someone else to come along and snap him up. So pleased was she by their progress and enthusiasm, Anko completely lost track of time and ended up being a bit late for the scheduled progress meeting with the Hokage. Was there something you wanted, Anko? Sarutobi asked. She'd slipped in while he was meeting with the instructors and had waited patiently at the back of the room till he was done. Mind if I use some of Ibiki's prisoners for a bit of practice? Anko asked hopefully. Training Team Anko on striking vital parts of the body, and there's nothing like a live target. So long as Ibiki is willing to share, Sarutobi agreed. His eye twitched a bit when she referred to herself as Team Anko. Oh well, she seemed to be a lot more cheerful since she'd taken a dive off the deep end, and it wasn't like she hadn't already been doing laps around the insanity pool anyway. He owes me a couple favors, so he should be, Anko chirped. Have fun, the Hokage said, making a mental note to have the hospital do a study on how sanity corresponded to power level among elite ninja. We will, Anko agreed. The old man was the greatest. Sakura woke up early the next morning and was surprised to find a note from her instructor taped to her forehead. Sakura. Team meeting in interrogation room 43, torture and interrogation department. Anko. PS talk to Naruto about setting a few traps up around your room. Do the work yourself, get his help and advice. I'll rate how good it is the next time I break into your house. The letter ended with a doodle that Sakura presumed was meant to be a representation of her instructor's smiling face. Sakura turned the note over and was happy to find a handwritten map with directions on where she was to go. Pausing only long enough to grab breakfast to go, she rushed out of the house and to her team meeting. The boys were already there when she arrived. "Naruto, Anko-sensei says I'm supposed to ask for your help with traps." "Okay," Naruto agreed. "I'm also supposed to help Sasuke and make mine more lethal." She'd also added that he should keep them funny because the only thing better than killing intruders was killing them in humiliating and hilarious ways. "Thanks," Sakura said. "Do you know what Anko-sensei wants us to do?" "Practicing the strike she showed us yesterday as a volunteer," Sasuke replied. "Come on, I know the way." They signed in at the front desk and were escorted to a dim windowless room which held a large man chained to a chair and wearing a jumpsuit very much like Naruto's. "Kids?" The prisoner sneered. "You're going to try to intimidate me with them?" He laughed. "Bring it on." With a sneer, he told them exactly what he thought of them and their village. The three genin filed the man's insults as they waited for their instructor to arrive. "I'm first," Sakura growled after the man directed a rather vile insult her way. "Got it. So long as Anko-sensei doesn't mind," Naruto agreed. The prisoner's tirade ended instantly. "Did you say Anko, as in Konoha's #1 sadistic snake bitch Anko?" He looked like he was about to wet himself. "As in Orochimaru's apprentice Anko?" "As in their teacher Anko," she agreed as she walked into the room. The man licked his lips. "I just wanted to say that I didn't mean any of those things I said about your students and that I'm very very sorry I said them. I'd also like to have a chance to spill all the information you wanted me to spill earlier." "Maybe after they've had a chance to get their practice," Anko replied as she gagged the man. "Pinky, you wanted to go first." "Yes, Anko-sensei," Sakura agreed. Anko reached into her pocket and pulled out a pair of brass knuckles. "I don't like these much for missions, who can tell me why?" "Because they don't let you do when you're wearing them?" Sasuke asked. "Makes it more difficult, but yes, that's part of it," Anko agreed. "It's because they make it harder to do anything else with your hand and take a bit of time to put on and take off." "Who can tell me why I've got them now?" "Because we're in an interrogation room, not a fight," Sakura offered. "Right," Anko agreed. "Watch closely, there's a bit of a trick to use these without hurting your hand." She proceeded to demonstrate on the man's floating ribs. "Got it?" "I think so, Anko-sensei," Sakura agreed. "Good." Anko slipped the knuckle-duster off and handed it to Sakura. "Try to avoid breaking his jaw, we want him to be able to talk later." "Yes, Anko-sensei." "And be considerate enough to leave some for your teammates, Ibiki only let me have one prisoner today." "I will, Anko-sensei," Sakura promised. "Good girl, now go nuts." "P. The prisoner screamed through his gag. "I said go nuts, not go for the nuts." "But good initiative," Anko complimented the girl. "Thank you, Anko-sensei." Sakura stopped pummeling the man just long enough to shoot her teacher a bright smile. Chapter 17. The ambiguously guy duo. Ino's eyes were droopy and bloodshot when she stumbled down for breakfast. The things she'd learned had kept her awake all night. It was hell. "Good morning, dear," her mother chirped. "Didn't get much sleep last night?" "No," Ino mumbled, unable to look at the woman. "That's too bad," she sympathized. "You know what always helps me sleep? Sex with my bro. Your father." "Oh," Ino said dully. "And before you ask, I'm not offering to let you borrow him." She twisted the knife. "On the other hand, there's that boy in your class. The blonde. What was his name?" "Naruto." Ino clapped a hand over her mouth. "Yes, that's the one," her mother agreed. "Such a handsome boy. You should really pay more attention to him." "Why?" "Because of that blonde hair of his." "What about it?" She had a sinking feeling. "I'm not saying he's a relative, but you never know," her mother finished with a wide smile. "I gotta get to my team meeting," Ino blurted. Having reached and then burst through her limit, it was perhaps understandable that she neglected to open the door before she ran out of the house. First she doesn't clean up after herself and now she's damaging the house. Ino's mother growled. "It seems someone needs a harsher lesson." Say what you will about them, but if nothing else the Yamanaka family were masters of psychological torture and blessed by the fact that they lacked any morality that would prevent them from inflicting it on anyone unfortunate enough to annoy them. Tenten knew that her day was going to suck more than it usually. "Today, I'm going to teach you the youthful skill of first aid," Guy announced. "Oh, Guy-sensei, your flames of youth are an inspiration to us all," Lee shouted. "Don't you agree, Niji, my most youthful rival?" "Guy-sensei is certainly flaming," Niji agreed. "Thank you, my youthful students." Guy wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "The first skill I am going to teach you is the Heimlich maneuver." "Allow me to assist you in your demonstration, Guy-sensei," Lee begged. "Of course." Guy agreed. "Come over here, my most youthful student." "Yes, Guy-sensei." Lee bounded over to stand in front of his idol. You just wrap your arms around your partner's diaphragm and give a sharp thrust. Guy instructed as he demonstrated. Just give him a sharp thrust. Lee agreed. Tenten and Niji stared in shock, their minds unable to process what they were seeing. What are you two looking at? Guy demanded. Nothing. Niji and Tenten chorused loudly. Team 7 was escorting their client, aforementioned drunken transient, back to the cockroach-infested hellhole he called a home when two missing nin jumped out of a stray puddle and killed their instructor. Holy shit, it's the ass-fuck twins. Naruto screamed. So-called cause they like to get fucked in the ass. Naruto paused to consider the situation. This looks like a job for you, Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura screamed. And Sakura too, I guess, he agreed. Didn't know you were into that sort of thing, Sakura-chan. Looked like he was going to have to rethink his habit of asking the girl out on a date, wouldn't do to have her say yes, not after finding out what her kinks were. I ain't letting no girl come near me with no strap on, one of the demon brothers offered. I pity the fool that lets a girl work him over with a strap on, the other agreed. I notice you didn't say anything about Sasuke, Naruto said triumphantly. Well, since my lazy teammates aren't gonna be any help, it's time I finished you two off with my super awesome. His hands went through the now extremely familiar gestures. Rectal prolapse no. Everyone watched as the colorful attack shot out of Naruto's hands and narrowly missed both attackers to hit Kakashi, who'd been hiding in a tree he thought was a safe distance away. Aiya! Kakashi screamed, propelled off his perch by the force of the liquid gushing out of his abuse behind. Meanwhile, back in Konoha. Danzo was sitting in his secret underground lair, also known as his parents' basement, plotting his plots and dreaming of the day he would be Hokage. He allowed his eyes to sweep over his hidden army, each nin broken into the perfect tool that would carry out any order he gave them. You and your friends want some snacks. His mother's voice called down the stairs. We're fine, Mom, Danzo called back. Why wouldn't the senile old bat just give in and die already? Okay, don't make a mess, she called back. We won't, Danzo promised. Oh, if only one of the many assassin teams he'd sent after his parents would succeed, then the basement. Her secret underground lair would be his, all his. Kakashi was waddling down the path, doing his best to ignore the prattling of their client. That was an amazing battle, the bridge builder enthused. I've never seen anything like it. Please don't mention it again, Kakashi said with a wince. He hoped he'd brought enough hemorrhoid cream to last a mission. I thought the short one was a loudmouth idiot, but the way he masterfully distracted those two missing nin. Tazuna shook his head. It was nothing short of amazing. Please don't mention it, Kakashi begged. And that fight. Tazuna shook his head. If I hadn't known better, I'd have been sure he accidentally hit you with a. Did you see the look on those missing nin's faces when you gave your performance? I've never seen men turn that white. You're not going to stop talking, are you? Kakashi sighed. God damn, but that short one is the epitome of what it means to be a ninja, makes me glad I went to Konoha. You're not even listening to me, Kakashi realized. You think I should apologize for all the things I said to him? I didn't know he was just building a cover. Of course, I should have expected that a ninja of Konoha wouldn't be a loud-mouthed brat. Kakashi was saved from having to hear his client's response by a gigantic sword flashing past to bury itself in a tree. Score, free sword. Naruto cheered. However, the boy was forced to abandon the acquisition of his sharp new toy by the appearance of a missing nin with a prior claim. Time for Kakashi to shine. The lazy nin called out, leave my client and my two precious students alone, I'll be your opponent. Do? Sakura mumbled. Sucks to be you, Sasuke, Naruto agreed. Pretty cold of him to say it in front of you though. It was obviously you he was talking about, Sakura shot back. Sasuke and I are. A bit pathetic compared to me, Naruto interrupted. The awesome nin that's defeated Chunin, Genin, and been personally tutored by Anbu. Tazuna tried to interrupt the bickering Genin. Just because you have that stupid, Sakura growled. One that's never been defeated, Naruto replied. You want a personal demonstration of how effective it is? Don't you think you should rescue your sensei? Tazuna asked loudly, breaking up the argument. They turned to find that their instructor had lost his fight and been trapped in a large spherical watery prison. Don't worry, sensei, Naruto called out. I'll have you out of there in a jiff. Don't you dare try to rescue me, Naruto, just let me die. Kakashi screamed. No. Don't use that attack. Please. No. Fractal prolapse no, Naruto called out his signature attack. Urg. Kakashi squealed as his watery prison turned brown. That will teach you to get caught, Naruto said quickly, trying to make it look like he'd been targeting his instructor and to cover up the fact that even after all the practice he'd had, his aim still wasn't the best. And now for the other guy. Shit. Zabuza gave a covert signal and 2 needles appeared in his neck, knocking the missing nin into a state of false death. Meanwhile, back in Konoha. Taoji and Kiba were listening to Shikamaru's description of his home life. "You can't let your mom push you around like that," Taoji said loudly. "You need to learn to lay down the law." "How am I supposed to do that, huh?" Shikamaru demanded. "My mom tried something like that with me and I'd say, 'Bitch, you get in the kitchen and make me some pie,'" Taoji replied. "She's your mom, you own her, you gotta learn to make her work for you. What do you think, Kiba?" "Mumph, moo," Kiba replied, his hood making him nearly incomprehensible. "Ah ha 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 ha. That's it," Shino commented. "That's what poor people do," Taoji explained. "They have no money so they have a lot of kids." "FKU." Kiba's scream was muffled by his hood. "Your family is poor, Kiba," Taoji snickered. Kakashi was laying on his stomach, his much abused derriere high up in the air balancing a bag of ice. "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, shame-faced. "I guess my aim is still a bit off." "What would it take to get you to stop using that on me?" Kakashi asked desperately, the doctors had warned that incontinence was right around the corner. "How about I teach you a couple other cool. How would you like to learn how to shadow clones? They're great, every memory the clone has is transferred back to you when it's dispelled. Or how about I teach you a wind attack that makes a blade that will cut through anything?" "Yay." Naruto cheered. "No. But only if you promise to stop using that on me or when there's even the slightest possibility that it could get me," Kakashi said firmly. "Got it." Danzo locked eyes with his tools and slowly lifted his hand to roll the dice. "Your dwarf fighter takes." He glanced down at the table. 10 points of damage. One of the monks raises his hands and calls out that there is no need to resort to violence and that he's sure a peaceful solution can be found. "I wasted him with my crossbow," one of the other nin squeals. "Are you sure?" Danzo asked. "He seems to be willing to talk things out." "Dude, monks are worth tons of experience," one of the other tools stated, "talking isn't." Naruto was resting after a hard day of practicing his nu when he sensed the approach of a herb-gathering cross-dresser. "Are you a ninja?" the cross-dresser asked. "Only the most awesome ninja that ever need," Naruto agreed. "I'm Haku." "Naruto. Do you have any precious people?" the cross-dresser asked wistfully. "The couple," Naruto agreed. "Why?" "Because I think people are at their strongest if they're protecting their precious people," Haku explained, turning to leave. Naruto called after the creepy kid. "By the way, I'm a boy," Haku said over his shoulder. "Yeah, Adam's apple was a big clue," Naruto agreed. "What?" "That and the bulge," Naruto continued. "The too deep voice was my third clue." "I see. Farewell, Naruto, perhaps we'll meet again sometime." Out of the whole forest, I had to pick the place that tranny hookers trolled for Johns. Naruto sighed. It was like he'd never left his apartment. Oh well, back to training. Taoji was sitting on his couch when the worst happened, he ran out of cheesy poofs. "May I am?" the big bone boy whined. "I need some more cheesy poofs." "I'm busy doing your laundry, honeykins," the woman replied. "Dude, I need my cheesy poofs now," he squealed. "I'll get them in just a moment, my big bone bundle of joy," she called back. "Mayam, I need my damn cheesy poofs now," he squealed shrilly. "Coming right up, Chaoji," she agreed. "Do you want the original or the spicy cheese?" "Bring them both," Chaoji ordered. "And some soda." Kakashi grinned as the fog rolled over the bridge. This was it, his chance to shine, his chance to be in a fight where the worst that could happen was a messy death rather than a messy and humiliating mess, thanks to the fact that they'd neglected to wake Naruto that morning. Naruto woke up to the sound of the front door breaking and his client's daughter screaming in fear. Sure enough, a couple thugs had arrived intent on causing trouble. "As a ninja of justice, I cannot allow you to harm her," Naruto called out. "Release her or face my wrath." The sudden appearance of the kunai in the man's left eye socket caused him to cut off abruptly. It seemed dozens of hours being tutored by Anbu had given the boy a tremendous skill boost. Tsunami looked down at the corpses in shock. "You're amazing." "I know," Naruto agreed. Shame he hadn't been able to use his signature technique, but the risk of hitting an innocent bystander was too great. "Now I'm off to the bridge to save the day there." "Good luck." Tsunami called after the retreating hero. Sakura didn't know what to do. Her sensei was engaged in a life-or-death battle with a missing nin, and her crush was trapped in a dome of ice mirrors created by another missing nin. "What did I miss?" Naruto's inappropriately cheerful voice caused her to jump. "Don't do that." Sakura screamed. "Wait, Naruto, Sasuke is trapped in that dome of mirrors. You have to save him." "No problem," Naruto assured the girl. He cracked his knuckles in anticipation of unleashing his most devastating move. Rectal Prolapse no Jutsu. It flew from his fingers and into the dome, prompting a squeal of pain and another of disgust. The mirrors disappeared to reveal a masked shit-covered missing nin and a sobbing Sasuke curled up in the fetal position. "I'm gonna go wash off," the masked missing nin announced. "And now for the other one," Naruto shouted, unleashing his attack for a second time into the fog. The familiar sound of their instructor screaming reached the three genins' ears. "Oops, sorry, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted. "I'll try to hit the other guy this time." "You win," the missing nin shouted as the fog disappeared. "I can't beat a ninja as awesome as you, so me and Haku are just going to live in peace." "I am pretty awesome, aren't I?" Naruto agreed loudly. "You single-handedly took down the two missing nin that took out the rest of your team," the large missing nin agreed, not daring to point out what had actually happened to the terrifying boy's teammates. "How could you not be awesome?" "And? Might have another part left of this in me, might not. Going to be without or with very limited internet access for the next 5 or 6 months, so don't expect many or possibly any updates. Beta bye. Polished by Dogbert Carroll. Amic. The shape of things to come." "Then, we were attacked by Zabuza's tranny minion," Naruto reported. "Naruto?" Sakura shrieked. "Don't use that word in front of the Hokage." "What word, minion?" Naruto asked dumbly. "Tranny," the girl mumbled. "How do you even know what it means?" "They like to congregate on the street corner across from my apartment," Naruto replied. "How do you know what that word means?" He shot his female teammate with a suspicious look. "Something you want to come out of the closet about?" "I am not a tranny," Sakura growled. "Good." Naruto gave a relieved sigh. "We'd never get any work done if you and Sasuke were." "Finish that sentence and die." Several years earlier. "Oh yeah? Well, I'm gonna go make my own ninja village," Orochimaru screamed. "With blackjack and hookers. You know what, forget the ninja village." The present again. "I come to add the Uchiha bitch to my stable of hoes," Orochimaru explained with a leer. "Didn't know you were into boys, sensei," Anko giggled. "It's a boy?" Orochimaru asked in disbelief. In response, Anko kicked the genin in the groin, causing him to double over. "It's a boy," the missing nin sighed. "Come on, bitches, we are done he." "You out on me?" Orochimaru demanded. "Sorry, daddy, it hasn't been a good night." "Is Orochimaru gonna have to choke a bitch?" A look of annoyance appeared on the missing pimp nin's face. "I think I'm gonna have to choke a bitch." Naruto was running down the street towards the spot he usually met his team when an older version of Ino snagged the back of his jacket and lifted him into the air. I'm ready, I'm." Naruto choked. He found himself staring into a pair of cold blue eyes. "Whatever I did, I'm very sorry." "You didn't do anything, I need a favor from you," the woman replied. "I'm going to put you down, but if you try to escape, I'll chop off your legs." "Sounds fair." "More fair than chopping my legs off before I try to escape," Naruto agreed. "What kind of favor?" "I just want you to agree to let me brainwash you a little bit," the woman replied. "I promise to put your brain back to normal and release you in a couple hours if you agree." "Can't, gotta meet my team," Naruto said quickly. "I've got this handy-dandy D-rank mission scroll that'll take care of that issue," she replied, presenting him with the scroll. "So what, why would anyone be stupid enough to let a perfect stranger brainwash them?" Naruto demanded. "It's for a prank," the woman explained. "Oh, why didn't you say so?" Naruto beamed at the woman. "Anything to help a fellow prankster." "Thank you, Naruto." The woman beamed back. "Feel free to drop by the house anytime after the mission is complete." "Okay," Naruto chirped. Kakashi was only 2 hours late when he waddled to the meeting place that morning. "Naruto's on a mission and I've got an appointment with my proctologist," the perpetually late nin announced. "No meeting today." Sakura gave her remaining teammate a dazzling smile. "Sasuke, would you like to?" "No," he grunted. "I just wanted to ask you to." "No." He barked. "Fine," she huffed. She'd go to the lecture on how to hunt down and avenge yourself on absurdly powerful missing nin by herself. "How's my favorite little sister?" Ino stiffened when someone gave her a hug from behind and began nibbling on her earlobe. "Naruto." "Who else?" He chuckled. "Are you hiding another brother who was anonymously put up for adoption to hide the secret of how we strengthen our Kekkei Genkai each generation?" "I just wanted to give you a bit of incentive to train more," her mother explained. "Train more?" Ino growled. "Train more," she repeated thoughtfully. "I'm gonna go find daddy. Just remember that he's mine and I don't share," she called after her daughter and was rewarded with a shiver of disgust. "How can you help, daddy?" Ino demanded. "By teaching you how to repress memories," he laughed. "A bit of hard work and you won't remember a thing you don't want to. Such as changing diapers and everything after his little girl's first birthday and before her fourth." "Really?" Ino latched onto the idea like a drowning man latches onto a lifeguard. "Really," he agreed. "But only if you promise to clean up after yourself and to stop breaking things around the house." "I promise." Ino agreed quickly. Better keep it, I have ways of unrepressing memories, he promised ominously. I'm wearing a cup, Shikamaru said to the suddenly nervous Sasuke, are you? It only took 5 minutes of punching himself in the groin before the lazy nin had knocked out his opponent, forever ending Sasuke's dream of rebuilding his clan. Shikamaru, Ino screamed. If you kill Sasuke, I'll never forgive you. The lazy boy straightened up, did that mean she would never speak to him again? Time to force his victim to stab himself somewhere soft and fatal. Shikamaru, Ino screamed. If you kill Sasuke, I'll never forgive you. The lazy boy straightened up. Did that mean she would never speak to him again? Time to force his victim to stab himself somewhere soft and fatal. Shikamaru, if you kill Sasuke then I'll marry you. Ino bellowed. And I'll quit being an active ninja, so you'll have to spend all your off time with me. I forfeit. Shikamaru squealed in fear. He wins, I lose. I don't know, the proctor said slowly. That sounded like outside interference to me. It wasn't, Shikamaru assured the man. I just ran out of chakra or Sasuke scares me or something. There's also the fact that you've already knocked him out, the proctor pointed out. He's not knocked out, Shikamaru said quickly. It's a ruse to get me to let up my guard. He wins, I lose. We'll. Please, Shikamaru begged, tears streaming down his face. Do you know how troublesome marrying her would be? You could always say no. That would just make her get even more troublesome after she got her way. He still had nightmares about the time she'd forced him to play house, they haunted him. Konoha's son Uchiha was unsurprised after being informed of his win in the hospital when he woke up 2 hours after the end of the match. Of course I won, Sasuke said in a voice several octaves higher than it had been at the start of the fight. I am an Uchiha after all. There was a loud tearing sound and the tattered remains of Hinata's shirt fell to the arena floor. Neji couldn't tear his eyes away, jaw dropped at the small tattoo on her left breast that read Naruto and Hinata forever that she'd somehow worked in a seal to prevent it from being spotted with the Byakugan. She's your cousin you sick bastard. One of the audience members screamed. Go Hinata. Naruto cheered. Hinata blushed. Naruto was looking at her, Naruto could see everything, Naruto. Thump. The girl's eyes rolled to the back of her head as she passed out. Desert tentacle rape. Gaara screamed out his newest attack. Needless to say, a substantial number of Sasuke's fangirls weren't happy with what happened next. More frightening, a vocal minority was. Sakura glared daggers at Naruto. This is all your fault. Naruto shrugged. You're the one who demanded I come up with some way to ensure Sasuke didn't get killed or crushed like Lee was. Don't yell at me because this was the best I could do in the week before the fight. Sakura, if you ever ask Naruto to help me ever again, I'll kill you. Sasuke glared at his teammate. I understand, Sakura agreed. Do you want me to get you some more of your special cream from the hospital? Sasuke's glare deepened. As you know what your proctologist said, the girl reminded her teammate. It sure had been nice of Kakashi to recommend the man. Pain, Hiashi activated the cursed seal. Ooh, Neji groaned, that's it. A look of bliss on his face. Just a little more. Almost there. Almost there. Hiashi instantly deactivated the cursed seal. Would you stop? Neji asked petulantly. I was so close. As a very disturbed Hiashi all but fled his nephew's presence, Naruto stepped out of the shadows. And you claimed pranks were worthless. Neji leaned against the wall taking a moment to recover from the seal. I admit. I was incorrect. Do you think it could do anything about Guy and Lee wearing those things? Got an easier request, taking out the Kazukiage to avenge your dad or something. As Hiashi lay on the ground, holding his poor abused testicles, he wondered how his eldest daughter was able to use the Jaiken with her feet. The healer looked again at Hiashi's bruised genitalia. How did you do this? Jaiken strike, Hiashi moaned. Well. Whatever gets you off I guess. As a medic my confidentiality is assured of course. My daughter did this to me. Hiashi screamed. I'm not some sort of sick pervert. Of course not, the medic agreed, though that is the sort of thing I have to notify the authorities of. If you'll just excuse me, there's a penalty for not reporting this sort of thing promptly. What about my groin? They'll take care of that at the jail, he replied. Beta bye. Amik by Shinji. Tenkuro. Watch out, Gaara. He seems to keep trying to attack you from behind. With that speed of his. Gaara. Gains a frightened expression and uses Shunshin to transport himself out of the arena so he can escape. Lee. But I didn't get to show my flames of youth. Notices everyone staring at. Then what? Everyone. Nothing. Lee. Osu. I've defeated Sasuke-kun. Well done my adorable student. Lee. Rushes to his teacher and hugs him Guy-sensei. Hugs back Lee. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. G. Both. Trail off as they notice mothers covering the eyes of their children, men staring uncomfortably, and ninja trying not to look directly at them. What? Stadium? Nothing. Beta bye. Amak Byron. And, on a completely unrelated note, Inyazuka Kiba and I developed a new recipe for dog food that Akamaru went wild over. He won't run out of kibble for a while. And, on a completely unrelated note, Yamanaka Ino needed help spreading a whole cartload of fertilizer over their flower fields yesterday. Paid me for a week's worth of ramen to use Cage Bunshin and help. And, on a completely unrelated note, did you know that the Aburam clan is breeding a strain of flesh-eating Kakachu? Shino was showing them to me just the other day. They stripped a whole deer to the bone in 15 minutes. It was so cool. Amak. Seduction battle by me. Oh no. Can I request for my match with Naruto to be changed to a seduction battle? Hinata asked hopefully. No, this amuses me, Sarutobi intoned. Let the girl have her wish. Naruto looked confused as they read off the rules to his battle with Hinata. And why isn't it in public again? Naruto asked. Thus go in there with the girl, Anko ordered. Last one able to stand wins. Right, Naruto agreed, bounding into the room. Emerging 5 seconds later with a confused look on his face. What is it? Anko growled. I said hello and she fainted, Naruto replied. Does this mean I win? No. One of you actually has to overwhelm the other with pleasure. Let me get you the guide, Anko said, vanishing in a swirl of leaves only to reappear a couple of seconds later with a book entitled Pimpin Ain't Easy or How to Neutralize Enemy Kunoichi with Your Purple Kodachi. Right, Naruto agreed, bounding into the room. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.